can step into a new story. The status quo does not have to win.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
We must fight. Now it's time for hope.
It's very important for conferences like this to exist.
They enable the movement of ideas.
The value of the conference was beyond just the week.
You get to get your message out to so many people.
If I had to boil down Collision to one word, it would be inspiring.
They're very collaborative. They're very inclusive.
It brings a diversity of different talent into the room.
The pitch competition was pretty amazing.
Pitching was pretty incredible. There was a lot of hype behind it.
I have had a number of people contact me after that pitch who are really interested in my company.
Collision's a really exciting event. It's really a very clear statement about the position for Toronto.
Toronto and Collision are hand in hand.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it and our organization, our understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
Welcome to the Q&A and Experiences stage. This is the stage that's all about you guys. You guys ask the questions.
I'm excited about this. I'm excited to be out there talking to people in person in 3D because for me personally, that's where I get ideas.
This kinds of thing I'm doing with you today, it's making me feel so much better.
I get a lot of questions about what we're doing, and this was sort of way up there on the scale of good question.
The idea of presence, where people share a space together, appreciating each other's music or making a song request, and then you just are okay to go on about your life, but you had a meaningful touch point.
The only way we can bring about the change is to be the change that you want to see. Thank you very much for coming.
My biggest fear is that we'll not figure out the answers in time.
The uncertainty that we live with is enormously challenging.
The world has a lot of problems, and fortunately, a lot of entrepreneurs to try to solve them.
The 5,000 people are coming from different countries, from different walks of life. That is the beginning of the change that we need.
People who are willing to go first are what is driving our innovation.
Human beings are built for resilience, and creativity often emerges in times of great struggle.
We have to be able to dream of a future if we're going to be able to walk into it together.
We can step into a new story. The status quo does not have to win.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
We must fight. Now it's time for hope.
It's very important for conferences like this to exist.
They enable the movement of ideas.
The value of the conference was beyond just the week.
Please welcome to the stage, co-host of Rise and co-founder of HKG DAO, Casey Lau.
Good morning, bom dia. Welcome to the final day of Web Summit Rio. Wow. Looking back at the first 2 days, this event, first year event, has really surpassed our expectations. I hope you guys have enjoyed every minute of it with me and over 25,000 attendees from around the world here in beautiful Rio de Janeiro. We still have some amazing speakers coming up today here on center stage, including decision makers from Pixar, Crunchbase, Deal, and Animoca brands. Not to mention the pitch competition finale. The 3 final startups will pitch here, and you will have a hand in deciding who will be the winning startup at the first Web Summit Rio. We have a packed day, so let's get on to the morning sessions here on center stage. We have entered a golden era of AI. The funding tap has been turned on, and the business opportunities from generative AI models, including ChatGPT, seem boundless. As VCs and big tech scramble to get in on the action, what effect is it having on the economy? Here to have a human-to-human discussion about AI, please welcome from Wired, Greg Williams, the co-founder and CEO of Clara, Jerry Giacomin-Collier, the co-founder of Treva, Aileen Oliveira, and Chief Digital Officer at the Bank of Brazil, Pedro Ramont.
Good morning, everyone. Bon dia. Great to see you all here this morning. We're opening the final day of Web Summit, guys. No pressure. No pressure. So, as Casey said, I think there's been an incredibly strong thread running through the entire kind of Web Summit experience over the last few days. Pretty much every conversation that I've had has involved AI and its impact on various sectors of the world and various industries. So yesterday I participated in a session around how generative AI is going to shape journalism. There were other sessions I know on how it was going to shape finance, how it was going to shape VC. And Tuesday night I had a conversation with people who are in the creative industries, advertising, the music industry, and they were wondering how it was going to affect them. Today we're going to talk about the broader economy, just a small topic, which fortunately we have 3 amazing speakers here who hopefully will enlighten us and have a strong perspective on it. So I think maybe to start, I'm interested to hear from each of them on how they're currently using AI within their organization. So Aileen, maybe you could start, please.
Happy to. Hi, everyone. So in Thrive, we are an AI company. We build generative AI. We developed models specifically for credit risk assessment and analysis and portfolio management for the agricultural finance. So agriculture is one of the most complex industries in the world. Yeah. Very important. It's responsible for 1/3 of this country GDP. And yet, agriculture is being one of the industries that was considered one of the least digitized. So you have a lot of scarce and fragmented data. Yeah. When you need to make credit risk assessment, you have the loans, which make very hard for banks and lenders. So since then, we started our journey 5 years, and we basically developed AI and created specific AI and models to help lenders to evaluate and make a better assessment and understanding the risks around the supply chain and how they affect the credit risk.
Okay, so that's a startup perspective. Pedro, I'd love to get the perspective of a bank with what? I think you told me 70 million customers?
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot. We have been working for AI over the last 10 years. We started our journey on 2013, establishing a center of operational excellence in AI, which enables us to develop in a more decentralized way a lot of AI applications. Our 3 main focus areas of deployment are cybersecurity and fraud detection, customer experience and customer insights, and of course, internal process automation. 2 very interesting projects that show how powerful AI can be is one, Minhas Finanças, a personal financial management with more than 4 million users. Our model categorized automatically more than 1 billion transactions over the last 12 months with accuracy rate of more than 93%. And other 2 very interesting is our chatbots. We were the first bank providing a chatbot in Brazil in Portuguese language, with more than 12 millions of individuals using that understand a lot of context, transactions, and so on. Yeah, in this state.
Great, thank you. And Jerry, over to you.
Yeah, so bon dia, Brazil. Hola, Web Summit. Great to be here.
So as a technology company, first, we have a pretty broad mandate, our team has, to use technology as much as we can, not to just innovate in an industry, but to constantly disrupt ourselves, right? So now with AI, and especially with natural language interfaces, this is just supercharged. So, everyone has to be thinking, how do I make my job better? How do I, have a superpower with this new technology, whether it's, I'm writing code, doing unit testing, creating content, or maybe just trying to resolve a writer's block, right? But beyond that, as a company that also does fintech financial services, there's just so much more that we can do that we're already doing. So, fraud detection, that's a lot of, machine learning, AI engines behind it. As a company that's on this wave of helping move from an analog economy, to digital payments that become information, there's just like so much that we are starting to do to be able to help companies make better spending decisions, and a lot of that relies on these models. Or even just our credit decisioning, for example, something that's very core to what we do. Actually, when somebody applies for a credit or one of our services, Clara, the first decision is done by a machine. It's machine learning. And it's very much like those models that are learning how to play chess. Over time, they're getting better and better. And we might not have before seen it as intelligence the way that we see ChatGPT, because it's not the same natural language interface, but it is very much intelligent, right? Like if we had that interface and asked it, hey, like why did you decide for like that customer to give that credit line, it could have a very sophisticated answer. In fact, probably so sophisticated that we wouldn't fully understand it ourselves.
Yeah, I think many of the examples that you used earlier on in terms of the kind of industries that are being impacted, I think those conversations have been going on at Web Summit pretty much all this week. Pedro, if I can come back to you, I'm really intrigued to get your sense. You talked about sort of like risk and fraud. What industry do you think that you could identify will really be transformed by this technology, and how will it be transformed, and what will that mean for the broader economy, do you think?
Okay, great. I would choose advertisement industry, because I met some advertising agencies, CEOs in the Web Summit, and all of them told me they are running a lot of initiatives about AI. So content creation, media planning, budget reallocating, and several others. It boosted productivity, but the other side that I see, that more power flowing to big techs and even to electronic producers like Samsung, for instance. So I would choose the advertising as one industry that's changing so fast, so fast.
Yeah, funnily enough, I bumped into someone who works in advertising on the bus the other day, and they said exactly that their industry was going to completely change. And it's not just about productivity and optimization. It was also about the kind of the creative, the way that they're going to generate ideas, which I think you touched on, Jerry. Aline, from your perspective as a founder, do you think that these tools are going to mean that there's a whole new generation of entrepreneurs who maybe in the past couldn't have started businesses, but we're going to see a whole new generation of entrepreneurs using these tools to start businesses?
I think so. Look, to the point, I mean, it's going to be way more easier to build products and build technology. Just as an example, in Thrive, we are scaling back some of our hiring because I don't need anymore to use so many developers' time to develop, because now you use those tools as an example to debug or to run unit tests way faster than we use. So the second thing is also the ability that it gives to people come up with products, prototypes, front ends, even back end. And I think product managers, they're going to be valuable as well, and having way more power to do great things. And I think we're going to see an effect in startups and founders on how they think about their building their business around it, which is promising.
Yeah, that's super interesting. I mean, Jerry, just kind of building on what Aline's just said, obviously we're talking about generative AI tools as being kind of, helping us to optimize. Do you see opportunities when it comes to like building whole new, different products and service offerings, as well as the optimization part?
Absolutely. I mean, we can think about our own products and services and how they're being augmented by AI, and so much that we're going to be launching. One that I'm very excited about too is mobility, and I think that's one that it's been coming, it's coming, and it feels like it's gradual progress, and then all at once, I think we're going to see a big shift there. And personally, one that makes me also even want to get out of my seat is education and learning. Because I think we're all born a sponge and so curious, and it's always wait, but why, but por qué? And then that curiosity hits a wall that's dogma or the end of patience or parent or just the lack of understanding. But AI and with natural language combined, and just jealous and so excited for what it means to be a child learning today and possibly have access to all of human knowledge, with just that one interface.
Do you think people are going to need to learn to code in the future, or it's that over now? Aline?
I think so. I think they will need the way that we are going to learn things is going to be different.
Yeah.
And how you can ingest. However, I'm also skeptic around if will AI completely substitute human knowledge or cognitive knowledge and reasoning. No.
Yeah.
Right? I think it's going to change and expedite. I think it's like every technology, when you have the Industrial Revolution and people were afraid of the implications, and now we have AI also people afraid of the implications on how this changes how human process take, and especially in cognitive work. I still believe that what it's going to do is going to empower and augment what we do.
Yeah, I think it's an augmentation rather than a replacement.
Exactly.
Yeah. So Pedro, I want to come back to you and just ask you how you're thinking about the new products, the new services, how you're thinking about how you can use these tools to build new offerings for your customers.
Okay, with AI, powered AI, yeah. When it comes to, I totally see AI as a game-changing in order to innovate in more product and service. I can see Spotify as a great example of how personalization can come up with a new product and service. Because before Spotify, we used to listen to the radio, download some tracks, buy CDs and DVDs. And due to machine learning methods in Spotify, we now buy a subscribe-based service with playlists enriched by machine learning. It's a very fantastic one. And to building a new business, it requires basically three things: data, guts over fear, of course, and capital. Yep. And AI can help entrepreneurs, for instance, to gather more data, to analyze market, to identify easily unmet demands, needs of the customers, and of course, analyze more insights to personalize and at scale while the company is serving the customer. So I reckon AI as a very powerful tool to innovate and come up with a new product and service.
Yeah, and I think the data point is absolutely crucial. And Jerry, maybe you could comment on this. I think that clearly we're in the kind of the early days of this. I don't think anyone thinks that this is, we're there yet. But clearly there are class action lawsuits happening with artists and creators who feel that their work has been, the copyright has been infringed. We're seeing in the EU, sort of Italy, I think Germany, I think Ireland, all looking at maybe just, pausing. So certainly, I think Italy has stopped access to ChatGPT for Italian users. How do you think, as an entrepreneur, how do you think about the best way of regulating and making sure this technology is safe, but also not sort of stopping innovation and allowing that to continue?
Right. I mean, I'm not a lawyer, not a policymaker, but perhaps looking at it from a more practical perspective, I mean, I think we have seen a parallel situation happening already with streaming, right? Where I think there can be an instinct to try to keep the world as it is, push back against this change. But the reality is that, whether it's ChatGPT or some other model, like, this is just going to get, exponentially easier to, whether it's like, replicating someone's voice with just a few seconds of audio and creating content out of that. So, I think likely where things will settle, and you already see some artists or content aggregators like Reddit kind of being more foresightful and saying like, okay, well, how can we make this work in a sustainable way where the original IP generators are benefiting from this, and we also create the structures where we can kind of have that proof of where things are ultimately coming from. So I think that that's ultimately where things ought to land.
Ali, maybe you can build on that, because I
Yeah.
know that you work on the blockchain. Do we have to think about how we build in provenance effectively? So, like,
Correct. It's, in my perspective, is all about the provenance of the information and the conclusions. Let me give you the example of how we started to solve some of these problems in Thrive, right? Because what we do, we generate a credit risk score, and people, they take decisions around it. However, the models, a customer comes with just an ID, right? And we hit a bunch of APIs that derives us data. And in finance, a lot of the data is highly regulated. Yeah. We have a lot of regulations in terms, for example, some of the data points that would make the models better, they come from income tax, which is a private data. Yeah. Or they could come from the central bank, which you need to require consent. So what we do, we tell our customers, we designed the models in a way. We use graphical knowledge-based models, which domain specialists helps the engineers to build. These models helps the large language models to reason better. And then they give the result, but also they tell the user how much confident they are in terms of the score. Hey, I'm confident that, I mean, I can be wrong by this or be wrong by that because I got this data, which was certain here, and I'm inferring this other data here, let's say the debt. And then with that, what we can do, we ask the users, hey, the model is uncertainty because they are blind on this piece of fragment of data. Yeah. Can you ask your customer, or can you have this, the truth of the data, like some piece of corpuses that is that we can confirm and the model can reason better. So back to the point that you asked, right? It's, I think, and to the point that also you're mentioning, Jerry, is about how we think among these models on how actually they can explain how they are getting their conclusion and where they are wrong, which makes the safety of AI and the trust on what we are doing better.
Yeah. Pedro, maybe you could jump in on this. Like, I think Aline just used the phrase, well, she used the word trust. Fundamentally, I guess, if you've got 70 million customers, banking is heavily, heavily regulated industry. Yeah. How do you innovate, maintain trust? How do you think about that?
Okay, yeah. Talking about specifically AI, we should focus on two aspects of regulation, in my humble opinion. The first one, Aline told earlier, that explainability of AI. Yeah. Yeah. Which kind of data, which kind of examples did you use during the training phase, and trackability, and so on. The second thing is the accountability, because software cannot be arrested, but you must have someone to arrest or to be held responsible for it. So giving more transparency, people will trust more, especially in machine learning models and so on.
I'm interested also when we're talking in this subject that I'm very aware of the fact that like AI and the technologies around it, whether it's hardware and software, are becoming kind of like subjects of like geopolitical sort of tension. So we're seeing the CHIPS Act in the United States. Ali, maybe I could ask you this question. CHIPS and Sciences Act clearly is an attempt by the United States to establish dominance in this area. Do you think that we're in a situation now where this technology really is advancing so quickly that there needs to be sort of some intervention from lawmakers effectively to ensure that that entrepreneurs like yourself and large organizations like Pedro's are able to sort of like have access to the tools that they need in order to sort of really drive economic sort of dominance, if that makes sense?
No, I do. And this is a great example, like what the Chips and STEM Act that the government is deploying $280 billion to get innovation and spearhead that in the US to protect against the dependency on other countries. Well, the point is, I mean, regulations, we are expecting regulations to come, right? I think the world is preparing around and they're thinking about it. And I think regulation to the point to protect, to avoid these powerful tools, because it's truly these models, they are catching up super fast and they are improving. It's generative AI and how it's incredible how the results that you can get from that. Now, of course, to me, always boils down to the data and how you use the data and how you give the transparency about what does this means. So people, they don't get misinformation, they don't get wrong, more factual information instead of bias of data, right?
Yeah, that makes total sense. Jerry, if I can come to you, I think it'd be great for the last few minutes of this panel. Let's look forward now in terms of like how you think things are going to develop. So, Jerry, we've seen advances in applications in areas like finance. We're seeing healthcare. We're seeing security. Where do you think the opportunities are going to be in the coming years?
Eventually, it's everywhere. Everything everywhere all at once. We live in exponential times, and something that I've been surprised by that I followed is that even AI researchers now are constantly underestimating how quickly innovation in AI will come, or how quickly an AI will pass a new test that we give it. So I think it's likely that we're underestimating how quickly this is going to evolve. So the best we can do is to prepare ourselves as best we can. And culturally, for example, in our company, one of our key values is we call it ABC, always be changing, which comes from the Glenn Glary, Glenn Ross monologue, where it's Alec Baldwin in the movie version says, saying, to a group of salespeople, like, you always have to be closing. And I think it's that mentality of like, you have a certain kind of skill that you have to like do really, really well. Actually, I think like the modern workplace needs to help the team and kind of organizationally be prepared for constant change, and that's the best that we can do.
Okay, Pedro, same question to you. Where do you think the opportunities of the future lie?
Okay, great. A recent report released by CB Insights showed that money, a large chunk of investment is flowing to human-machine interaction interface. So in terms of venture capital, it's flowing to do. Geographically speaking, by reckon, US and China will continue leading this pack. 2/3 of AI-related patents come from these two countries, so it's a very important sign. But I would like to give more color about the revolution in agriculture, because I see in precision farming and livestock management, there are a lot of opportunities using AI to apply agrochemicals more precisely, using fewer resources like natural resources like water, or even to identify pests, for instance, disease and other objects in agriculture. And it's a very important for us, because we still have 800 million of individuals starving in the world. And I don't know if you know, but in Brazil, we have more cattle than humans. So everything related to agriculture is very important to Brazil and the world.
And I'd love to ask you this question too. We've got a lot of entrepreneurs in the audience. If you were starting out as a young entrepreneur and you were thinking about building a business that was based on AI, where would you be thinking about, establishing a?
Oh, I think I will still pursuing what we're pursuing here in Thrive, because I feel AI will make money flow in a more efficient way. Removing the asymmetries, the arbitrages that happens, and sometimes can lead it to imbalance of economic powers and resources. I definitely bet on that. And I think biology as well, like to Pedro's points in agriculture, because ag is so complex, AI can help us to understand things better.
That's a lovely way to end. We're on time now. Guys, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. I think that if we were to come back in a year's time. We might be having, as you said, Jerry, we live in exponential times. We might be having a very different but equally interesting discussion. So thank you so much for sharing your thoughts.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for joining us. I think we go out this way.
There have been a number of seismic shifts in the tech world in the last few years, from remote work, mass layoffs and quiet quitting, to a crypto implosion and an AI boom. With all this volatility, what areas of tech are still hiring? What industries are on the rise, and where should you be looking to find your next job? Deal, the experts in international hiring operating across more than 140 countries, can help us do that. Please welcome the COO of Deal, Dan Westgarth, to answer these questions in conversation with the New York Times Future of Work reporter, Emma Goldberg.
So it's a funny moment to talk about finding your next job in tech. I think a lot of people are just trying to keep their jobs in tech, or maybe even jump ship. We're coming off of months of layoffs across a lot of household name companies, Meta, Amazon. Dan, what's going to rebound first? Like, where should someone look to find the next good job in this industry?
I think the current global economy has brought a huge focus on profitability, and the path to profitability has been more in focus than ever. So it's really important that job seekers seek companies which have a vision to profitability. I think the next thing to note is that companies are now looking for people based on the skills that they have rather than the location that they are in. And that means job seekers should be taking a global lens. No longer do they need to look at the 50 miles around their home base, they're looking worldwide. And that's excellent for job seekers. Job seekers can research global companies, global opportunities, and go get them.
Argentina, right? Is that the #1 spot?
Exactly. Here at Deal, we see that LATAM is the largest market for companies to hire in. And Argentina is the single country that companies want to hire from. We've seen in LATAM about 120% year-on-year growth, companies hiring cross-border. That number in Brazil was 74%. And we've seen amazing wage growth here in Brazil in the professional sector, way higher than inflation.
So interesting. So I actually have a question for all of you. Can I get a show of hands? How many of you think AI might be able to do your job right now? Okay, I'm seeing a lot of you seem safe. Not everyone feels that way. So Dan, we talked about the layoffs. There's been a slowdown. There's been hiring freezes across tech. But a lot of people also don't even know if their jobs are going to exist in 5 to 10 years. So how does someone navigating the hiring market right now look to roles that are kind of future-proof, that are going to exist in the years or even months to come?
I think the first thing to note is whether you're a country, a corporation, or a person, the embrace of new technology and the embrace of AI is super important. I was born in the 90s. I'm in my 20s. I remember when I was maybe 7, 8 years old and my father brought home a cream-colored computer. I think it was an IBM machine, huge VDU, and he was a huge skeptic. He said that the internet was a fad and would never come to fruition and people wouldn't use it. And I think there are skeptics today that think that AI will not be used in the workplace, but I believe it will, and I think that all different stakeholders should embrace it. And I think that when it comes down to the work that people are doing, AI will solve the most basic and boring tasks, and it will be an enhancement for people. It will allow them to do more and do more interesting things. So I think AI is net positive for the global workforce.
That's optimistic. Dan and I actually just had an argument backstage about whether we should have this kind of rosy view of AI enhancing all of our work, or whether AI might be posing some serious threats to our jobs or even our species. What can all those stakeholders you just mentioned, workers and also business leaders, do to jump in and start building some guardrails? And you know, it could feel a little bit like we're building the plane as we're flying it.
Well, first of all, I think regulation drives innovation, and we saw that in fintech. We saw the countries that regulated fintech and payments early on. We saw businesses within those countries innovate and build really amazing solutions. So I think the same will happen in AI, and the companies, people, countries that have an interest in it should be ready to react and adapt to those regulations and guardrails that are undoubtedly going to come out.
I'm going to press you on that for one more second. What should be our #1 worry? Like, if we're going to regulate, what do we jump to regulate right now?
I think we jump to regulate the emotional side of AI. I think it's really important to ensure that AI operates on a rational basis and not on an emotional basis.
Okay. Well, I'm going to hop on that point of emotions, because it's been a moment of a lot of uncertainty across the workforce, between people worrying about ChatGPT coming for their jobs, or people worrying about their companies cutting their jobs. And sometimes those emotions can be even hard to manage when your workers are distributed all around the world, as they so often are with remote work. So Dan, you deal with this every day at Deal. What should companies be doing to manage a distributed workforce in a moment of so much uncertainty?
Well, I'll use Deal as the example here. We've certainly practiced what we preach in Deal, so let's start there. Deal is about 2,500 people in over 100 different countries. Our largest country that we hire in is the US, and the second largest country is here in Brazil, which is amazing. And in Brazil, we have a lot of software engineers and developers. I think when it comes to culture, it's all cemented and foundationed in trust. It's about trusting your workforce and developing policies and procedures that foster trust. And we've seen something at Deal which was not a company initiative, rather a bottoms-up initiative, and that is a house and home exchange. We've seen dealers, our Deal team, offer up their homes to their colleagues. And we've seen people travel across countries, cities, and continents to home swap. And I think that's such a good example of a trust-based culture that should be fostered and adopted in remote companies.
I love that home swap, and that definitely takes a lot of trust to invite your colleague to come, live in your bedroom. What does it look like to build trust if your colleagues are AI? Like, if we're welcoming AI into the workforce in the way you're describing, what does it look like to keep trust and that kind of emotional intimacy at the center of workplace culture?
Well, I believe that AI is an enhancement to somebody doing a job. And we've been using AI at Deal for some time. We use it in a couple of use cases. One I will speak to is ID verification. So every worker on the Deal platform, and we have hundreds of thousands, must submit a live selfie photograph, and they must submit a government-issued ID. And we use AI to match the document to the person. And in the event that AI cannot do that, a human will step in, and they will check. And in these cases, they are really interesting, because you're looking at passport photos that don't look like the applicant or the person that submitted the photo. And then we have a very complex case of working through those two images and ensuring things like eye color match, facial dimensions. And I think that's an example of where a human is no longer doing boring work or cumbersome work, and they're doing very interesting and exciting work and trying to work out, is this person really who they say they are? And you would never invite that into your home. That's an electronic, artificial intelligence. So there isn't an emotional element to it. It's fully rational.
That's good to know. I won't invite AI into my home. I would love to go back to that home swapping point you brought up, actually, because that gets to the conversation of perks. You know, we're coming off of years in which what it meant to get the best talent at your organization sometimes looked like cold brew on tap or kombucha or beer. And a lot of that is slowing down with the tech slowdown. You know, not all the companies that used to do free laundry are still doing that for their workers. So what do people actually want their companies to offer them right now? If the perks are slowing down, what are they looking for?
Absolutely. I think gone are the days of real estate-focused perks. We saw many companies in Silicon Valley offering their employees breakfast, lunch, dinner, yoga classes, and whatever else. I think those days are over for the most part, and perks now need to be delivered in a way that the playing field is level, no matter if you are in the office, if you're hybrid, or if you're fully remote and distributed. And we're seeing a variety of perks coming out there, starting with statutory type stuff like healthcare, all the way through to travel-based perks, social interactions, and stuff like that.
So you're looking to get people kind of emotionally engaged in their workplaces.
Totally, totally.
And what happens if you don't? I mean, you know, we hear a lot about quiet quitting. Is that real? Are people actually disengaging when they don't feel emotionally invested in their workplaces?
Well, first of all, I think emotional investment means different things for different people. I like to think about it with introverts and extroverts. I have people on my team that are, I would say, on the introverted side, and they don't really appreciate too much emotional investment or forced investment. They want to make their own decisions, and they're very happy being introverted. And then we have extroverted people that really appreciate that. So as a business or as a company, we really don't want to force that on anyone. We want to have the facilities on offer, but we'd never force that. I think when it comes to quiet quitting, and quiet quitting is really driven by disengagement, and my view is that everyone should be plus or 10% at their maximum capacity. If they're over 10% of the maximum capacity, they're at risk of burnout. If they're under 10% of their maximum capacity, they're at risk of disengagement. And disengagement is what drives quiet quitting.
Yeah, it's fascinating. It feels like coming out of the pandemic, a lot of people were just kind of questioning how much of their lives they wanted work to take up. And you know, people were realizing that you can't just sit on your computer 12 hours a day and then wake up and do it again. At a certain point, you get really burned out. So how do you help workers kind of feel invested in their workplaces, feel a sense of trust with coworkers, while kind of, you know, respecting the boundaries that people want to build more and more these days, especially if so much of your work happens behind a laptop screen?
Well, first of all, trust is key. And we have two concepts which are derived from trust at the core. The first is a deal we excuse anyone from a non-essential meeting if they have an important task to do. So if there's a team meeting, if there's a forum or a touch point which is non-essential, they are excused from that by default. The second thing we do is on group calls and even one-on-ones, we do not mandate or even encourage having the camera turned on. We're perfectly fine for people to have cameras turned off, and we trust them to be engaged in the conversation. By having cameras turned off, it means they're able to, I don't know, walk around their apartment. They're able to do some other kind of mundane personal task. And we actually find that doing those, or allowing people to do those tasks, keeps them more engaged. Being sat looking at a camera, facing your colleague for however many hours a day is extremely disengaging. Would it not be better to walk around your apartment? Would it not be better to, I don't know, stare out the window in New York and see what's going on? It keeps you engaged, it keeps you active, and it keeps you on the ball.
And have you found that you've been able to help people access the kind of relationships, the friendships, the mentorship that you get from sitting next to your colleague while they're doing that from all around the world?
Totally. Traditionally, companies would form offices in countries for a certain function. For example, I might go to Germany to hire a sales team. I might go to the Ukraine to hire a development team. With Deal, we hire people from everywhere. We let the person decide the location. And that means that the communities we have in countries include all different functions. So here in Brazil, our second largest market, we have a large team, all different functions, all different people, all different seniorities, which means that community is not closely linked to, say, sales, or not closely linked to, say, senior management. That community includes all different seniorities and all different functions. So it creates a much stronger community than the traditional model.
That's fascinating. So we've been talking about a lot of the uncertainty that workers have been experiencing in this economy. So I want to talk about another big shock to the system that we just saw, the Silicon Valley Bank collapse. And that was a crazy weekend for you. I know Deal was scrambling to help, all the customers access the funds they needed. A couple of, weeks out from that now, what takeaways should we be absorbing from that? What are the biggest lessons from that collapse?
It was a super concerning and challenging time for us at Deal. We had many clients that were banking with Silicon Valley Bank, and in some cases they were banking with Silicon Valley Bank exclusively, which meant making payroll in the following week was at risk. Fortunately, Deal banks with over 450 different institutions around the world, so we have failovers in place to ensure that we have liquidity when it comes to cash, and we're able to fund the various counterparties, whether they are systems, institutions, or employees and contractors. So we were in a very good position. We also have a very healthy balance sheet, and we are a financially stable company. So we made the decision to put together a $120 million credit facility and extend that to our clients that were affected by SVB. We worked, I think, a lot of hours over that weekend to get the credit facility together, and on Sunday evening we had launched the facility. Thankfully, the federal government stepped in and somewhat stabilized SVB, and depositors were able to get access to their money come Monday morning, and that facility didn't need to be used. I think the key lesson post the SVB event is businesses should not be banking with one financial institution. Money should be spread across several financial institutions, and failovers should be in place for events like this.
Yeah, so you would think ideally that the responsibility to prevent this kind of situation would be on regulators, on the banks. But how much do you think your customers are taking away from this, a kind of new interest in policing their own sort of banking situation? Are people more kind of vigilant about that now?
Totally. I think that, well, I know that many banks in the US fail per year. There are over 4,000 financial institutions in the US. It's normally the small banks that don't really make major media coverage, but bank failures do happen, and that's why there is a Federal Deposit Insurance Company, FDIC. I think that the SVB collapse and issues has just put more focus on credit diligence, and companies will be better prepared to deal with similar events going forward.
And now I want to talk about, we've covered all of these different massive changes within the workforce, and we haven't even touched on, there's been the Great Resignation, people leaving their jobs, AI, remote work. What's the biggest change that's going to disrupt the workforce that maybe no one in this room has even started thinking about yet?
I think it's big data. HR systems are typically very fragmented and country by country. Here at Deal, we've built the first global system which houses data for employees in all of the countries in the world. And that data becomes extremely meaningful. We've seen over the last decade that Silicon Valley giants have used data to do different things and ultimately run businesses solely off of data. I think in the next decade we will see data be used more in HR. Data will give companies insights. Data will give employees insights. It will be used in cases like preventing disengagement and quiet quitting. It will be used in cases for promotion and recognition. I personally find the performance review cycle concept a little bit flawed. I don't think it's perfect, and I think that big HR data will solve and improve that.
What should workers know about what kind of data their companies most likely have on them?
I think it's every data point and interaction that you have in your work is most likely saved to some database. In the same way that you open an app on your phone, if you open Twitter or you open Instagram or LinkedIn, every time you're interacting with some content, that data is saved and then used. And I think the same is happening in the world of HR. How are you engaging with your work? How are you engaging with your colleagues? How are you engaging with the calls and interactions that you're on? That data will be used in HR and will be used for good.
And I just wanted to actually ask the room to help me and Dan settle our argument. Can you raise your hand if you're on Team Dan about AI is just going to enhance all our roles and we shouldn't be afraid? Okay. And can you raise your hand if you are more fundamentally a little bit anxious about what AI means for your job? Thank you all so much for joining us, and thank you so much, Dan. This was really a great conversation.
Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you. That's better.
Crypto started out with the promise of reinventing how value moves around the world. Recently, the industry has faced some high-profile failures and regulatory crackdowns, even as data shows more consumers and businesses adopting the technology. Can crypto regain our trust? And what does the future hold for this outworldly, embattled industry? All the way from the heart of Web3 in Hong Kong, please welcome co-founder and executive chairman of Animoca Brands himself, Yatsu, in conversation with Lucinda Shen of Axios.
Well, thank you, Ya, and everybody for being here with us today on the third day of Web Summit Rio. I want to start us off by giving just a little bit more context about why we're sitting down here to talk about building for utility with Yacht and not any other crypto founder. Yacht, Animoca Brands was not a crypto company to begin with. You were a gaming company, but now your brand is known throughout the industry. And if you are not known by a crypto company, you should be known. And that's because last year you were the most active acquirer of crypto companies, and you're also the second most active investor in crypto businesses so far in your lifetime, in your company's lifetime, I should say. You've invested in a total of over 400 businesses. And that's not usual anywhere, because if you think, and you look back on a company, for example, like Stripe, they've only invested in, say, about 90 in their existence, Facebook around over 100 about. So let's start there as we're talking about building in this moment. Why are you making so many bets?
So for us, Web3 really is a natural iteration of the future of the internet. The reason why is because it's for the first time that we can actually have true digital property rights, meaning we have the ability to actually own our digital assets. This is very, very relevant today because when you think about what happened with Web 1, that was the web of read. So we were all able to sort of access information. Information was democratized. But in Web 2, which is the social web, which is what we see with Facebook and Instagram and the like, we're now able to write to the web. So we're able to contribute our own time and attention and recreate data. And data has become that incredibly valuable resource, which is the fuel for things like the AI we're speaking about, for instance. Without data, you wouldn't have ChatGPT, you wouldn't have self-driving cars, you wouldn't have all this innovation that you're seeing in the tech space. So data is the most valuable resource in the world today. But the problem is, up until blockchain in Web3, you weren't able to own that data. You weren't able to have sovereignty over your data. As a result, you become basically like a digital serf. All of us here today, if we're using Facebook, for instance, we are dependent on the platform. If you're launching an app on Apple, it's not your choice to be on Apple. It's Apple's choice to be whether you're allowed to be there. Right? In a country, if someone was to deplatform you, you have rights. You have a judiciary. But in the platform, it's simply push the button and you're deleted. And so our digital existence is basically one where we become slaves effectively to the platforms. And Web3 is the antidote to that. And things like non-fungible tokens provide a way in which we can truly have our representation of digital property rights. Now, this market, just in closing on this one, is particularly relevant because there's a correlation between the physical world where property rights, if you have strong property rights, then you have capital formation, you have better economies. So countries like US or European countries have very strong foundations of strong economic activity because they own stuff. But in places where you don't have property rights, which many places in this part of the world have, for instance, or unstable property rights, the GDP is low, they're poorer, there's no innovation, there's lack of entrepreneurship. So you take that same parallel from the physical world into the digital, and that's what the open metaverse, Web3, and blockchain is all about. And that's why we think it's the revolution that it is, as it empowers basically a new generation of people in this more democratic, capitalist framework.
Right. Effectively, we've all been, your thinking is, and I think this is thinking that most of us in this community are familiar with the idea that we've all tacitly given a little too much of our data as payment, as a very high payment for the services on the big platforms. And you actually have talked quite a lot, and you've been pretty open about saying things like, well, I should say, you do not think that the metaverse that Mark Zuckerberg is correct.
Correct. And I also think that the metaverse idea, the way that he's building it, is not going to succeed. because it's a centralized platform. And so he has to build up all the infrastructure and maintain that, which is why he has to charge 47% in order to make it sustainable. So to us, VR and AR are interfaces into the metaverse, but they're not the metaverse in itself. The metaverse is the place where we have to have ownership, where we have to have our own sovereignty over it. If we don't have our identity on it that belongs to us, then what's the point, right? That's basically literally being a serf on sort of the lands of feudal lords. But I want to just give you one example. Last year, for instance, in the open metaverse, not the Facebook metaverse.
The open metaverse that you're creating.
Yes, which is Web3, blockchain, that kind of stuff. Total economic activity was $30 billion. Now, just put that in context. That's that's higher than the GDP of Cyprus, Iceland, and 100 other countries. So it's already not doing too badly. The second point is that in those sort of virtual, let's call it metaverses and country states, as we like to sometimes put them, there's DAOs, these decentralized autonomous organizations. They have $12 billion of funds right now. These DAOs can be used by the community. They're owned by the community. They're not owned by a central organization. Right? So if you're looking for funding, for instance, you don't have to necessarily go to a VC. You can go to a DAO, for instance. Right? That capital exists there. It's liquid, and it's basically there to build out these ecosystems. The amount of funding, for instance, the DAO's combined reserves, which is $12 billion plus, is actually just slightly below that of the fiscal reserves of New Zealand as an entire country. Right? So you kind of see where this is going. There's a whole, let's call it parallel economy that's based on a very capitalist framework that if you're not in it, you're kind of missing out on it a little bit like, I would say, the parallel of China. Right? When China was emerging 30 years ago, if you're outside of China, you don't understand it. It seems a mystery. But when you're in China, you're like, oh, hold a second. It's growing really fast. I understand the opportunities and the risks, of course, as well.
Right, so I'm going to push back a little on this part because I do think, well, let me ask the audience first, how many of you currently play, or how many of you own a cryptocurrency? Question 2, how many of you have played a crypto game? A few, significantly lesser, I would say.
Sure.
So that's the basis of this question,
yes.
Right? And I think one that you've heard before. Clearly, there's a lot of growth here. Some of it is hype. We've seen some people go into NFTs and into the metaverse, the open metaverse, and say it's exciting, so fun, and then they leave, right? Why is it, and what needs to be done for the metaverse, the open metaverse, to be convenient enough that everyone here says, I want to be there?
So maybe some data points first, right? And this is to us as to the motivation. Last year, NFTs alone, so not cryptocurrencies, just NFTs alone, sold $24 billion worth of NFTs. 90% of that value went to creators and owners of these NFTs. Spotify, which is the largest Web2, I guess, creator system out there, only paid $7 billion to its creators last year.
And we should also mention that the majority went to the 1%.
Exactly, right? Exactly, because it's mostly the publishers and whatever. Musicians cannot make a living on Spotify. But artists, for instance, or game developers can make a sustainable business with Web3 selling NFTs in that community setup. So from a sort of economic business modeling standpoint, NFTs and Web3 offer a very clear advantage because you have capital formation. But of course, that's something that's invisible to a lot of people. So how do we onboard people to understand that that's potential? Because at the end of the day, it's not just about money. It's about ownership and the things you want to do that belong to you. Like in the physical world, for instance, we buy things because we care about them, because we want the memories attached to them. But it doesn't necessarily mean that we want to sell them right away. That's, like you wouldn't sell your wedding ring, for instance, right? Or you wouldn't sell personal artifacts that mean something to you. But what happened in the crypto world, particularly when Web3 became as big as it was, remember the origin of crypto was financial in nature. Bitcoin was essentially an answer to a financial problem that existed in the world, basically with the financial crisis back in 2008. And it emerged in 2009 as sort of a revolt against that. So it had a very strong financial nature. So for a long time, sort of the Web3 world was maintained by what we describe as crypto Wall Street. Right? Imagine if the entire economy was run by Wall Street. You'd have a very different dynamic. Because most of the people were from that. And so all the criticisms that people have and the people who are trading, which are important to the market, but if they're 90% of the market, create the problems that we've seen before, especially last year. It was very, very evident. But NFTs have done something else. People enter into the world of NFTs for culture. Right? So that means they're entering the world because they want to make friends, they want to have connections, they want to be part of community. Owning an NFT isn't specifically like something that you would just sort of trade on. Some do. But it is an icon that means something to you. For instance, why do you buy a Birkin bag? Or why do you buy a Rolex watch? You don't buy a Rolex watch to tell your time, nor would you buy a Birkin bag to put stuff in it. You're actually buying them to be part of the community. You're buying them for a utility that is part of your identity and part of those virtual network effects. And how we onboard people, in my view, isn't just about making it easier. There was this argument, oh, let's, the Web 2.5 argument, let's just bring everyone in and make it sort of very easy and they don't know what they're doing. But we disagree with that, actually. We think the successful onboarding from Web 2 to Web 3 must mean that the person is educated in a financial literate sense, right? So Web 1 created information democracy. Everyone had theoretically same access to information, and it removed the information arbitrage. But what's missing is financial knowledge, right? We all have a bank account, but how many people know anything about investing? So only 1 or 2 or 3% of the world actually are financially literate. But if you enter Web 3, the fully Web 3 person is someone who is becoming much more financially literate, especially when you think about our children. Our children can learn algebra. They can study math. Why don't they learn about economics? Why don't they learn about financial systems, at that same age? What would their world look like when by the time they might go to college, they actually have financial knowledge as a whole? So that is the onboarding process. So it's education. So the friction isn't a technology friction. The friction is an awareness friction, a education friction. And we think we need to solve it. Just to close, the reason why we like gaming is because gaming is one of the best ways in which you can explain a story through this mechanism. Because think about all the games you play. You go through a tutorial. It takes you maybe half an hour to learn it, and then you know everything about it. We think gaming can do the same thing for financial literacy in Web 3.
That's interesting. Yeah, because gaming, we gamify things. I have an Apple Watch on. It clearly has an impact. But I do wonder, there's deeper beyond the issue of education. It seems like the other side of the problem is also there are legitimately scams within the NFT system.
Yep.
There are NFTs that we really shouldn't be buying. There are NFTs that have lost value very quickly, even though they aren't necessarily scams. Is there a solution to that? Are we just saying that those should exist regardless?
So, I think the one thing is that you're now in a capitalist framework, right? And so when you're existing in a capitalist framework, you have to have all the dimensions of capitalism come into play, which is in some ways the good and the bad. One of the rejections that we see a lot of people have, particularly in America, for instance, around things like NFTs, is not, we think, a rejection specifically on crypto as it were, but rather what it represents, which is a kind of digital capitalism. There's a recent sort of study that showed that Americans under the age of 30 are actually more pro-socialist than capitalist in America, which would have been quite unheard of. But that actually says something about the state of the world. In contrast, when you go to Asia, when you go to Hong Kong or Japan even, or Southeast Asia, even though there's inequity, the actual interest in capitalism and property rights is very high. And therefore, the adoption of NFTs. For instance, in Asia, Korean, Japanese, Southeast Asian game companies are all like, let's do NFTs. They're all in on Web 3. The government has a very pro stance on Web 3. Japan's prime minister said Web 3 in the metaverse is a national agenda of the future of the company. Then you go to the US, for instance, you see a different perspective, which we think is a political perspective because of the fact that a lot of young people, capitalism hasn't worked for them. But of course, it is research and study as well. Like, if you're just thinking that you're going in, it's like you don't buy a car that doesn't work, right? Because you have to study it. So, if you want to purchase an NFT, you have to study the community. You have to talk to people. You have to research it in the same way. Also, we don't believe that every NFT needs to be valuable. Most of the NFTs out there are going to be utility NFTs, kind of like what you do with forks and knives or other things in the real world will have similar equivalents in the digital world. It's just that it started off in the art world, and that gave it that flavor. But we don't think that's necessarily the future. But it's going to be $1 trillion space because of capital formation.
Yeah, and this is going to be a continuing debate
as
it forms as well. I want to take a step back as well and ask you, you are not a big fan of the big tech companies. You believe that they've taken up way too much of the data. I am curious what your thoughts are on Blue Sky, which is backed by Jack Dorsey, and you are on Twitter yourself, and it's the Twitter competitor, and they are decentralized. I don't know if you're on it, but I'm just curious of what your thoughts are.
Well, first of all, in general, we like the fact that there's more choices, right? And that's one of the reasons we made so many investments also in different layer 1, layer 2s. because we don't think there's going to be one blockchain that will win it all. In fact, we want it to be as decentralized as possible. So decentralization just doesn't mean that your applications are decentralized. Decentralization also means that you have different platforms to be on. So the way that we look at platforms, whether it's in a Web 2 or Web 3 sense, is almost like a nation. Like, there is a culture. Even in Twitter, there is a certain kind of culture. In Discord, there's a certain kind of culture. And so all these new social media platforms that are emerging out there, including the one that you're talking about Jack Dorsey, have a different flavor with a different type of culture. In his case, a decentralized, maybe a more liberalist frame set, and designed around that concept. So the people who care about that will go there. The problem is that in Web 2, you were unable to make it sustainable because users in a rental concept, a non-ownership concept, are worth literally cents on the dollar. Right? We're only worth advertising. And the advertising is literally how much is your click worth, like almost nothing. But in a framework of digital property rights, actually you're worth something more than that, because the same way that you're not going to pay for your house for what it's rent, you can give forward value, you can invest in it, you can do long-term things with it. And so that means that now you can have micro-communities, that's how NFTs are represented, that could be very large enterprises, but really only maybe even just have tens of thousands of customers. And that's really the power of Web3. And so we think a much more diverse ecosystem will grow. Imagine if the restaurant industry in the world was only based on, the lowest common denominator and the sort of best efficiency. We'd all be eating fast food, right?
Yeah.
But instead, we're more than happy to pay premiums for nice restaurants that may only have thousands of customers, and that works just fine. And that's now possible with Web3. The community of, for instance, Cool Cats or Bored Apes or Mochaverse, for instance, really we're only talking about, tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of users. In a Web 2 construct, you can make no money. But in a Web 3 construct, because each user actually has the value of capital is worth thousands or tens of thousands of dollars potentially, you actually have much more potential. You're serving a much sort of specific customer base, and this idea of serving your 1,000 true fans and giving them really what they want and giving them the value that they want, that they're willing to pay for, is the promise of Web 3.
Interesting. I am curious, as we're talking about kind of building for utility and as we're talking about regaining trust, you do not deal in the exchange world. You don't deal with basically like crypto as a financial instrument. You look at it more as the utility-based level. But it is fair to say that FTX and those blowups have impacted overall, right? They're very tied in the end. That has impacted the way that your portfolio is operating. And so as you're looking at, and we spoke of this earlier, you have 400 plus companies. As you're looking out into that ecosystem, what is happening there, right? Are they taking less money? How are they being impacted by this moment?
People describe this as a crypto bear, but honestly speaking, if you look at Bitcoin at around $28,000, Ethereum at around $1,700, $1,800, that's not very bearish in comparison to where crypto was in 2018, right? Where Bitcoin was much lower and all that kind of stuff. The market definitely was clearly affected by the likes of FTX and Terra and so on, and unfortunately there are bad actors in the space. But that doesn't change the fact that you need to still have digital sovereignty and ownership of your data. One thing that's also important to reflect here is that the opportunity from our perspective doesn't come from the pure financial side in terms of exchanges. They are tools. Like banks are tools. Exchanges are tools that help an economy flourish. But you don't go to a bank because you love being in a bank. What do you love to do? You love to do things of culture, right? For instance, you love things that mean something to you as an identity. Why do you buy clothes? Why do you spend time buying clothes? If you're only buying clothes for utility, we'd all be wearing black clothes, for instance, right? Or if you're only buying shoes for utility, we'd only be buying one type of shoe, the one that was most, let's call it efficient or something, or most cheap. But we don't do that because they're all part of our identity, self-expression. Culture is the predominant economic activity in every successful economy. And therefore, from an economic sense, we think the same is going to be true in Web3. Gaming last year was $100 billion, it's a $200 billion industry, but $100 billion was spent on virtual items, or they're spending it on skins. Everything they were spending on was decorative. It was to make themselves look cool, it was part of this identity, but they were all rental goods. So really what Web3 does is just transfer that over. So we think the future is crypto culture.
Right.
And Web3 is essentially, and NFTs represent that.
So we've got very little time left, so I'm going to give you a very quick update game.
Yes.
Your fund, Reuters reported that you guys were raising a fund. You previously said it was going to be $1 to $2 billion. They reported that it was probably coming down to $800 million. You said that we would have some update on it. You would be fundraising in Q1. what is the size of that fund now?
So the fund goal is still $1 billion, right? So that hasn't changed. We always said between 1 to 2. I don't know where that story came. Someone just decided to say something, who knows. We do have a venture fund, which is already actively deploying. But most of our investments, which is where our, sort of the core of our billions of dollars of assets are lying on, is basically invested through balance sheet. And that's basically how Animoca Brands originally invested in the early companies and continues to invest in today.
And sorry, you said the goal is still $1 billion?
That's right.
So the in
it
between
hasn't raised it yet. That's
it
right.
hasn't raised yet.
That's
Okay.
right. Yeah.
You were in the fundraising process, though.
We are. That's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, we are out of time. But thank you so much for coming
here.
Thank you so much. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Now we're going to meet the pitch doctors. In preparation for the pitch final, which will be here on center stage, discover some of the do's and don'ts of pitching. What's the worst thing you can do during your pitch? What hot tips can these experts pass on? Let's hope the finalists backstage are paying attention. So let's get the pitch doctors out here. Say hello to Silvina Moschini, chairwoman and president of Unicorn, Jagger McConnell, the CEO of Crunchbase, Isabel Galera, the partner at Canary, and our very own Sunil Sharma, managing director at Techstars Toronto and the co-host of our North American conference, Collision.
Right, so we are going to have a very nice conversation about a topic that is so core to the journey that a startup takes, and yet I don't think gets the attention that it deserves because of its critical importance to the company, and that's the pitch. So on the center stage, we've seen throughout Web Summit breakout startups pitching, pitch semifinals. Soon we'll see the pitch finals. We have a dedicated pitch stage elsewhere. And those are the formal pitches under the lights with microphones that sometimes work and sometimes don't work. And they really test the fortitude of an entrepreneur. But there are also the informal pitches that we see in elevators, in the coffee lineups, and everywhere else. And we're really just going to have a discussion with some incredible authorities, I think, on receiving pitches and delivering pitches. So I'm going to just quickly introduce myself. I'm Sunil Sharma, co-host of Collision in Toronto and Web Summit. I'm also the managing director of Techstars Toronto, and we see thousands of pitches and have invested in more than 3,000 companies. But really, these are the experts we're going to hear from right now. And first, I want to introduce Isabel Galera. Isabel is a partner with Canary, which is a venture capital fund based in Brazil but invests across Latin America, seed to Series B. And Isabel has been with Canary for more than 5 years, so I know she has some incredible insights to share. Second, at the end, Silvina Moschini. Silvina lives in the United States, but she's Argentinian and Italian. And when I think of those three countries, I think of the ability to tell stories and articulate. And I think that is relevant to what a startup pitch is. And Isabel is the CEO of Unicorn, which is a next-generation cryptocurrency that is asset-backed. And those assets, as I understand, are startup companies. And so you may also know Silvina, as I do, from something called Unicorn Hunters. And I'm going to ask her to explain that in just a minute. And finally, Jagger McConnell, who, of course, is the CEO of Crunchbase. And, of course, Crunchbase is something that investors use religiously when we evaluate companies. Crunchbase has raised Series D, $50 million, which is something I actually read on Crunchbase. You know, it's just part of our workflow, and it's such an important company. And he's going to talk about it from a founder perspective of someone who's raised all this capital. So let's get started. Silvina, how about you give us, say, a 1-minute pitch on Unicoin?
Hi, Sonela. Hi, everyone. Unicoin is a next-generation cryptocurrency. It's a tokenized security backed by assets that include equity stakes in high-growth companies, real estate, stocks, and other type of assets. And it was designed to address the issues of traditional cryptocurrencies that are high volatility, lack of regulation, lack of transparency, and predictability.
Okay. Well, it worked for me. And as I saw Unicoin and Unicorn Hunters, the medium of the visualization of this, I don't know, a hybrid of Shark Tank and equity-backed crowdfunding. And you're right in this, this moment, I think, where the general public has an enormous interest and aptitude to understand the stories of founders. And is this something that you're able to capitalize on in the level of interest around the world in the journey of these startup founders?
Yes, absolutely. We see where the founders come from, but we very much base the decision on the qualities that they have as entrepreneurs to create something new, disruptive, to address issues that can impact a lot of people, and that they have a significant opportunity in the market to grow fast. Because we are hunting for companies that with the right access to capital, the right access to visibility and support can turn into billion-dollar companies.
Yeah. Isabel, we were talking backstage that Canary has it sounds like a very sophisticated process to review companies, and that includes the pitch, but you have like an algorithm and some proprietary process. Can you talk a little bit about how you get to those early stage companies when you meet them and to the point where they might make it to an investment committee or a meeting with one of your partners?
Yes, of course. Well, nice to meet you all. Thank you for the questions, Sanil. So just to remember, Canary is a pre-seed and seed fund, so we usually invest very, very early stage. And that means that we don't necessarily have a focus on industry segments or business models. So it's basically mostly about the teams. So we do have some, well, let's say, frameworks to evaluate people. And we consider ourselves much more like a people expert rather than business model or market experts. So I'll tell you a little bit about this framework that we have that only guides us throughout the decision-making of investing, and doesn't necessarily mean that's a silver bullet. It's never a silver bullet. Within this very early stage investment process is much more about art than science, at least for now. We don't know how AI is going to change that. But for us, we have 7 groups of criteria that we actually evaluate very deeply when we're talking to teams. And when you're preparing your pitch or actually doing it for investors, maybe that's something to evaluate too. So for us, for Canary specifically, ambition is a very important group of criteria. That means how the founder actually sees the future of the company, how is the roadmap building, how he or she tells the storytelling and sell the dream to investors and, of course, customers, clients, and talent, and so on and so forth. So this long-term vision is very, very important to us. The operating background, what has that founder did so far, like what has he or she built in terms of projects, companies, and ventures. That's really important for us too. That reduces the execution risk in our vision. There's something called founder market fit. How is that team actually able or capable to execute that particular business, regardless which business it is? There are other groups of criteria that we usually see. One we call sales ability. That is not only the ability to sell the dream, but also to build teams. That's really, really important. So inspiring leader is a leader that we usually like to back. There are others, but I don't want to monopolize the
Well, I
the
feel
game
like
here.
if your job and life is to be receiving pitches nonstop from Latin founders, it
Yes.
must be like highly entertaining, highly charismatic,
Oh, for
great
sure.
storytellers. Like,
Yeah.
how do you keep up with these pitches?
Yeah, well, we receive more than 1,000, deals per month. We're not able to talk to everyone, so of course we have this pattern recognition to filter and understand what are the teams that we're actually going to have the first conversation with. But yeah, I mean, it's a fun job, right? So, to hear, to meet very ambitious and interesting people that are building things, solutions for huge problems in Latin America. So I honestly love my job. But it is very entertaining, and it's awesome to learn about different businesses as well.
Yeah. And Jagger, you've got such a great story. I mean, at the meta level of Crunchbase pitching and getting on Crunchbase, but you saw something in Crunchbase early days and taking it through all these rounds of fundraising as the CEO. What was your approach to that, and how did you?
It's tricky, and I think there's probably a lot of founders that have a similar problem where there's a perception of what your company is or what your market is, and you have to change the perception of what it is to the person that you're pitching to. So in our case with Crunchbase, every investor thinks they know what our business model is. Every investor, I go to every pitch like, oh yeah, you don't need a pitch me. I know Crunchbase. I'm your user. I'm your target. And I'm like, no, you're not. I love that you use us, but we actually make all of our money elsewhere. Yeah. And that's a mind-blowing thing for that investor. So I have to kind of go into that story with them. So understanding what your perception is or what people's assumptions are about your business are super important. And that's something that I've had to learn going through many, many rounds of funding with Crunchbase.
Have you gotten better at it?
I sure have. At the beginning, it always caught me off guard. I was like, wait, this preconceived notion of what we are is so challenging. And then people conflate us with, TechCrunch or oh, no, we're not that, or something else. We're this database of things. We help 80 million people use and find company information. That's a very different pitch than we're an investor tool to help investors make investments. That delta is a fun pitch to make.
Yeah. Silvina, the pitches that you're showing the world in some ways are pitches that are supposed to resonate with a wide audience. So there is a storytelling dynamic to it. But what if you're encountering, just a great business and a really solid entrepreneur, but they don't have that, charisma or that stage presence, and you have an audience watching? What do you do when you're faced with that dilemma?
That's a very good question, and it's also, as you said, very region-specific. Certain regions are more outspoken and confident, theatrical, if you wish, and some others not. And the same happened with women entrepreneurs. When we see women entrepreneurs, we're always looking, and I am a women entrepreneur aside from an investor. If we stole the cat food, feeling a little bit shy about asking for too much money or too over-promising and under-delivering. So we assess that on the pitch, and we train them. Anything can be trained. So we produce the show with a best production studio in Hollywood for reality TV, the same that does The Masked Singer, and we put the founders through a training process to prepare them to pitch. So they know they need to put the pitching best, and when they are out there, they are on a character. So it's like developing a little bit of their acting capabilities, so they are prepared to convince people on the other side that they are backable, because if they don't believe their own storytelling, they won't be able to convey this and make other people embrace their dream. So I do believe that this is something that it can be improved. You won't get a superstar on a stage, but you have someone that can articulate a very coherent business proposition and do well explaining their business.
Yeah. You have to be genuine, though, right? You have to come off this is really who you are. If you're too polished, you're too acting, something feels fake, and then it's a turnoff,
Yeah. No, but I love that you do that. We actually, in the accelerator world, we often culminate with a demo day, and a demo day usually has two purposes: one for a community or an audience, but really it's about investors. And that we bring in professional acting coaches in Toronto, so we have have actual trained actors that are now specialists in how to deliver a pitch on stage, the subtle nuances of body languages, foot position, articulation, dramatic pauses, and it's important. And as Canadians, I think sometimes we're not as on par with Americans in that area of storytelling, so we compensate with more training. And at Canary, you guys have a full stack of support for seed stage founders, and I also know you like investing, as we all do, in technical founders. So what if you see, Isabel, a strong technical founder, an engineer, surrounded by other engineers, but they're just not communicating as you would like them to?
Yeah, I'll totally answer that. Just one comment before. I think the pitch, of course, is an important part of the fundraising process, but it's not all of it, actually. I mean, it's just a photograph. What I like to do as an investor is not actually based on a photograph to invest. I love having a movie, actually, trying to have a movie as much as I can. So getting to know the person on the other side of the table as deeply as I can. Of course, sometimes I don't have enough time, but that's what I actually like to do. So for me, the pitch is only one part of it. And if I'm actually talking and analyzing a company to invest in, I don't really like, honestly, to see and hear a transactional pitch. I like to have a conversation with the person. I like to ask questions. I like the person to, of course, guide me through the business and what he or she wants to do, but not necessarily present or expose to me like a show or something like that. I know there are different ways for you to pitch an investor, and that's super okay. For me specifically, I love to have a conversation. I love to be informal. I like to ask the person about personal things, not necessarily just business things. So I like to see the fundraising process as a broader process rather than just the pitch. Of course, the pitch is important. So you asked me about technical founders. Technical founders, sometimes they don't have the social, let's say, ability that a business person has, and that's on average. It's not everyone. It's just like a stereotype that sometimes is accurate, sometimes is not. But when the person that is pitching to me or is having a conversation with me is not the salesperson, I usually look for other attributes that makes that person to have an edge in some other criteria. If he or she lacks the commercial part, maybe he or she should hire someone to help him or her within that area, or to actually be eager to learn how to develop him or herself on that specific area, not only commercial, but sometimes it lacks the product view or the technical view specifically. So there are ways for you to compose the founding team without you, as the founder CEO, having to have it all. You won't be perfect. No one is. I'm not, for sure. So it's important to understand what are the skills that you lack as a founder CEO, and try to tackle those skills with either co-founders or founding teams.
It's true. It's an art, not a science. But I will say that on your own website, I copied this, selling the dream. As a startup founder, you are selling your dream to a lot of different people all the time. But I take your point that it's not just about that. But if we do find that charismatic founder, perhaps more for Silvina, and more of a methodical business builder, perhaps more for you, Isabel. I don't know. There's a market for everybody.
Yeah.
But Silvina, what kind of success stories can you share with what's come out of Unicorn Hunter, for example, where these stories have actually resulted in, we see those offers on stage, on the set. I don't know if they ever close on Shark Tank. In Canada, it's called Dragon's Den. I don't know in Unicorn Hunters. Does the money wire?
It's a totally different model than Shark Tank. Shark Tank is an entertainment show. We actually create what we call a new category, enrichtainment, which is entertainment that can actually make you rich, because we allow the audience to bet in real or deferred time in the entrepreneurs. And what we've seen so far, we launched it a year ago. We have 14 episodes, and we just got the announcement of the first exit, a company with a tech founder, former CEO of Pfizer, in the biotech industry that will go public through a SPAC in the next few months. And it's a founder from the Tech of Monterrey, and it was amazing. And we funnel hundreds of millions of dollars because the show has partners for distribution with a reported audience of 400 million views. So we created that actually to democratize access to investment opportunities for entrepreneurs. So the type of entrepreneurs that we have in the show are entrepreneurs that people in the audience, like anyone, can understand and can invest in. So it's not for any industry. So we particularly cater to someone who can make, like Donia Rosa out in the audience, say, oh, I believe in him. He has gone through due diligence, and I can bet on him. But it's totally global. We have two entrepreneurs from India, several women entrepreneurs, which is an important issue for us as well, representation and diversity. And we are launching in Saudi Arabia to also get more women into the ecosystem and entrepreneurship world.
And actually, speaking of totally global, I mean, Jagger, Crunchbase is an entirely global company. You said 80 million subscribers, customers, all over the world, I know. When you're pitching that business, I guess you don't have the advantage of focusing on any one region, the U.S. customer base. Did that change your approach to, talking to whoever your investors are and raising money, that you have a truly global customer base to sell to?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important for you to paint the vision of, what is the opportunity for your business. And if you can tell a global story like we can, where we have these users all over the place, those are all opportunities, right? Those are all seeds for us to go and expand. So I would make that into my pitch. When I talk about my total addressable market, I've proven that there's a lot of users globally that have interest in what we offer. So how do you go and expand? I think, again, every founder needs to be thinking about what's our immediate traction. Can I show immediate traction, but what's the bigger picture? How can I tell that where we can become that multi-billion-dollar story? Because I see a lot of founders focus too much on, like, we can get to 10, 20, $30 million in revenue, but the investor is probably thinking, well, that's not big enough for me. I need that to be much bigger in the long run. So you need to at least paint that vision. And in Crunchbase's case, it's pretty easy to do so, because I can go and say, look, we want to be LinkedIn of companies. It's like, oh, okay, that's going to be a big company if they're successful. And that helps that pitch.
Just one comment here. I think it's very important that you said that. And Crunchbase, I mean, it's a company everyone knows. It has traction, so you can actually use traction to sell the dream. But what you're saying is, even though I have traction, I have to sell the dream in a much larger way. And that actually doesn't change regardless the stage of your company. If you have a PPT, no traction whatsoever, you will have to sell the dream. It's equally important for you to sell the large vision for the investor. But it's a little bit harder because you won't have the traction. You won't have the example of the execution. So you have to basically guarantee that your vision is well built, is well constructed, and you actually are selling it in the right way. Once you have more traction, you can say, okay, that's what I've executed, so I've done that. But I want to do another thing on top of that. So it becomes a little bit like the balance actually changes a little bit on traction and selling the dream, but the selling the dream part is always there.
Yeah. And I love how we're all aligned on that, our constituency are private companies across the world, and it's really an asset class that we're developing. At Techstars, we believe we are also democratizing access to this asset class of private companies. And I'm noticing geographically that the asset class is trending in maybe at different levels in different parts of the world. So for example, here in South America, do you see, Isabel, a real rise in interest in small private technology companies from the point of view of investors?
Well, we started Canary in 2017. The world was very different, and the VC world industry was very different in 2017 rather than it is today. Of course, we had a boom in 2020, 2021, and now we're seeing an adjustment. But even though there's an adjustment happening, if we take out 2020 and 2021 out of the equation, the trend line is very optimistic. So within Latin America, we have, first, more investors willing to invest here. I mean, come on, Rio is hosting this event. That's amazing. That would not happen in 2017. Latin America is literally on the map. Brazil is literally on the map. I'm Brazilian, I can say that with a lot of pride. I'm very happy to be here, to see you all here. It's amazing. Like, he flew from California, he flew from Toronto, Miami. So, I mean, it's a global stage here. That's amazing. So more investors are looking at the region. And for me, the most important thing is more founders here, more experienced operators, experienced entrepreneurs. Our fund tree, we're currently investing in Canary's third vintage that we raised in 2021. More than half of the companies that we've already invested are repeat founders. That didn't happen in 2017, the fund one. So the ecosystem is much more matured. So proud to be able to say that to a crowd like that in this stage. So, yeah.
And Jagger and Slovenia both, you have subscribers and viewers and audience from around the world. Any trend lines you're seeing, like Jagger? Are you seeing Crunchbase getting more traction in a particular country or region?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, so not only do we track our own usage, but of course the funding itself, and all those things are spiking as there's a lot more attention here. There's a lot of opportunity here, a lot of opportunities to disrupt. So absolutely, it's an exciting time.
And so you would believe that correlates with the entrepreneurs themselves, right? There's a density of entrepreneurs in parts of the world. Brazil, it's clear with this massive event that just happened here the last few days. Silvina, do you see your entrepreneur profile? Is there any global learnings for us to learn from your program?
Yes, absolutely. And two trends. One is tokenization. Many assets are being tokenized. And also, as in my case, as an entrepreneur, I raised money and I took my company to unicorn status by leveraging from the Jobs Act, global equity crowdfunding, by basically advertising the selling of equity in my company to the general public globally. This is how the idea of the show came to me. I did it myself because VCs usually invest at a very small portion in women entrepreneurs. 2% of the VC capital goes to female founders in the US. So I got creative, and this became available to many more people. And now founders know that they have many different ways in which they can fund their companies. In the past, it was very, very limiting, either by tokenizing their offers, by doing equity crowdfunding, by doing media for equity deals, and many other different models.
Yeah.
That was...
I'll just, one final thought from me. I was going to ask, I think we'll be out of time, but if there's any profile of an entrepreneur that we can draw attention to or help them with their pitch. I'll say from Canada, which has got a high density of immigrants, I see a lot of startup founders who are immigrants. They don't necessarily come forward with the same kind of pitch confidence, but their natural aptitude as an immigrant is very entrepreneurial. They moved from one part of the world to the other. Is there anything anyone have seen on one of your constituencies, women founder, immigrant founders, Latin founders that can be supported with some sort of observation, how we receive their pitch, how we receive their story to us? Any advice for them as they listen to you on how to engage you next?
I can start. I mean, regardless of where you come from or if you're a man or a woman, you have to be prepared and you have to be convinced that that's the way to go. If you're not convinced, none of us will be convinced. So just be prepared, own your story, and just go there. Like, you will receive a lot of no's, but you may receive a lot of yes too. So just go there and literally be prepared and be convinced that that's the way to go.
It's a great way to, it's a great way to close on this. We're out of time. Thank you so much. This was fantastic. I loved it. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
This is a big moment here. Who is going to be crowned Web Summit Rio's first pitch champion? That's what we're going to find out today. It's time for the finalists of the greatest startup competition in the world to step foot on center stage here again for a final battle. So to give you a little bit of context, over the past 2 days, 42 of the most exciting startups at Web Summit Rio have pitched their company on our pitch stages in the group rounds and here on center stage in our semifinals yesterday. So now only 3 remain. Each startup will pitch for 3 minutes, followed by a 3-minute Q&A with our judging panel. The winner will then be announced here at 3:45 p.m. today. All right? Before we go any further, let me introduce you to our esteemed panel of judges. Please give a warm welcome to Pierre Sherman, founder and CEO at Navini, Claire Diaz-Ortiz, venture capital scout at Kleiner Perkins, and Santiago Facetti, partner at Kazakh. The audience is the final judge. You can vote for your favorite startup via the Web Summit Rio mobile app using Slido. Your votes will count for 25% of the total voting. Let's take a look if you don't know what it looks like. After all the pitches have finished, you can vote by clicking on your profile in the top left corner of the screen. From there, you will see an option called Pitch Final, which is where you will submit your vote at the end of the finals. Voting will remain open for only 15 minutes, so if you want to see your favorite startup win, please do get involved. Okay? I think it's time we kick this final off. First up is WiseCut, with its video editing software that uses voice recognition and AI to automatically edit video content. Please welcome Ivo to the stage.
Olá, olá, olá. Bom dia a todos. My name is Ivo Machado, and that's me in Hollywood. Not so glamorous, right? I was the man in the cave, I was a video editor, but I was also a post supervisor, and I was managing over 10 editors under me. So that's when I noticed that all struggling to edit videos with voice. But think about it, if it's 1 hour video and you have to listen to it 2 or 3 times, that's 2 or 3 hours that have to go through the audio to find the best moments. So that's when I thought, what if there was an algorithm that could go through this audio in minutes and not hours? Fast forward to 2023, video streaming is exploding, reaching 82% of all internet traffic. Everyone's making videos. But the problem is that it takes 1 hour of editing per 1 minute finish. Not anymore. WiseCut leverages AI to automatically turn long-form videos into attention-grabbing clips. WiseCut automatically removes long pauses and filler words, then automatically creates a video with subtitles, music, and auto-crop. And now, by leveraging generative AI and the same technology in ChatGPT, WiseCut will be able to find the best moments for you and then create 1-minute highlights with titles and descriptions for social media. And we are growing fast. We have over 50,000 monthly active users, and we are growing at 130% month over month. And we're also transitioning some of these users into paid subscribers, which is growing at 36% month over month. And we are on track to reach $1.3 million in revenue by the end of this year. The way we're going to get to $100 million by 2027 is by doubling down on what's already working, like paid social media, SEO, and influencer marketing. And we are the right people to do it. My co-founder and I, who by the way is my brother, we have 15 years of experience in video editing and software engineering. And we'll be backed by Google for Startups, Meta, the Venture City Miami, and the Director of Product at YouTube. And I have an update. This week, I sat down with one of the largest investors, Tim Draper, and he signed right there on the spot an intention to invest in us, because he was very excited about what we are building. So, if you'd like to join us and help over 200 million creators scale their business, we'd love to chat. Thank you.
I have one.
All right, judges. Any questions for? Claire, go ahead.
I got one. Okay, congratulations. I'm thrilled that Tim Draper has given you a napkin. That's awesome. So my question is, tell us about the competitive landscape out there.
Cool. We hear a lot about our competitors, but the thing is, we started over 3 years ago doing AI video editing. So now it's all hype, but we've been doing this for 3 years. So we got a lot of experience with it, and also did meaningful partnerships with Google and Meta, for example, which is going to set us up for success. So there are some competitors, and some are coming in right now, but they're coming late.
So what is your revenue distribution like?
Sorry?
You're based in the US, right? You're based in the US?
No.
The
company? Yeah, the company is based in the US.
And revenue is distributed worldwide. In what percentage? What's the concentration? The revenue?
Yeah. So yeah, we're a global company, so we have revenue in different countries. US is the larger one. We have over 70% of paying subscribers in the US. But we also have customers in Brazil. We've been doing a lot of marketing in Brazil because I'm from here. So we have Portuguese. So Brazilian Portuguese works in WiseCut really well. And we're probably the best tool that offers great Portuguese language for video editing.
And are you B2B or B2C? Are you focusing on the end consumer or on video editors that want to be more efficient and more productive?
Great questions. We started with B2C. Creators are kind of a hybrid there because they also sell products, so they're kind of a business as well. But we started with B2C because that's how we can go fast and iterate the product faster. We have over 200,000 people who have already signed up for WiseCut, and we're learning really fast with them. But there's a lot of inbound from B2B companies. So we are talking to a big webinar company, millions of dollars, and we're negotiating a $500,000 contract with them to build an API.
Have you identified, or in your mind, what do you think it is that keeps a free user from becoming a paid user?
What keeps the free users becoming paid? So one of the things that we did that works really well lately, we have a free version. We have a freemium, right? So we give away 30 minutes for free. But then we have a watermark, which helps us promote WiseCut. But we've been seeing a lot of people paying to remove the watermark, and that's bringing a lot of these users into paid subscribers.
What's your secret sauce? Why you are not someone else?
My secret sauce is my partnership with my brother, which is an amazing, I'm serious. Tim Draper was amazed by meeting both of us and how we collaborate. I have a lot of experience with video, and he has a lot of experience with software. We're both creative, and when we get together, magic happens.
And what do you see as challenges to keep scaling the business as you grow beyond the US and Brazil?
That's a great question. You know, we've been bootstrapping a lot until we find PMF, product market fit. And it seems like in December we found it, because before December we were getting 1,000 new users per month, and then in December we started getting 1,000 new users per day. So our curve went super, super, super high, and we're a lean team right now. So I think the big challenge right now is really fuel. We need capital to grow the team, to grow the business, and just keeping getting all these users that are coming organically.
Great. Okay, thank you, WiseCut.
Thank you. Thank you. Obrigado.
Our second finalist is called Joe Chem and is eliminating unconscious bias in company selection processes through its anonymous video selection platform. Let's hear it for Camila.
Hi, everyone. My name is Camila Yoshabel. I'm CEO and founder of JobCam, the workplace diversity booster. Everybody knows that job opportunities are not equal for all, and the social and moral issues impact directly in our economy due to the lack of diversity in the workforce. To solve this problem, we've created JobCam, an anonymous video interview platform that hides all candidate profiles with avatars on the screen. We change their voice, we hide all data, and we also rank the best candidate profiles with OER. In addition, we have an anonymous CV. Besides the pre-recorded interview, we have the anonymous video interview, such as a conference. This is an amazing experience for all participants. Finally, we have a diverse dashboard that shows all KPIs of the process and delivers the ESG metric reports. We are doing very well. Even Larry Ellison for Oracle is talking about us, and we are really doing, as you can see here in these amazing results, as Novo Nordisk, that we increased 30% in more women hired. The HR market is immense and is growing fast. Our target is $4 billion in North and South America. And we are a SaaS, B2B. We focus on enterprise. We also have partnerships with HR software, such as ACP, Greenhouse, Cornerstone, and we sell videos, interviews. We are growing, and we already have more than 300,000 underrepresented people into our platform. We did more than 2 million videos, and we have 1,000 companies into our platform. We are unique, not just because we have the anonymous interview, but because we really understand that diversity and efficiency must be together. And for this reason, that is amazing customers such as us. We were accelerated by Oracle, Google. We were invested by Harvard and the former central bank president, Arminio Fraga. And this is our amazing team that is here now. And we are doing a soft landing US through Chicago and get some customer. And I would like to invite you to join us to promote a world that values difference. And remember, diversity is a superpower. Obrigada.
All right, judges, questions?
Yeah, I've got a question. So I think many of us probably agree that, yes, we need to eliminate unconscious bias in the hiring process. But I'd love to hear a story about how one of your companies has said, yes, we really need this, and how they feel like it's a pain point.
Great. Actually, JobCan is not just a hire platform to video interview. We are not just working in recruitment, but also to help manager to be conscious about their unconscious bias. And we are increasing this conscience into companies, big companies such as Sírio-Libanês, Novo Nordisk, not just in Brazil, but in America Latina, in US as well. And we are transforming the life of these candidates that is getting opportunities, but the most important, to transform the mentality of the managers. Do you know? And we are increasing not just the diversity into the workforce, but to improve the engagement, to improve employer brand of this company, the brand of this company as well. Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah. So, what was the most important thing that you've learned since you started the company until now? And how has that changed your vision in terms of the product or the strategy?
Great. I think the most important thing that we did was to get these big customers and to get these underrepresented people into our platform because they trust us, you know? And we believe that with this soft landing to US, we will increase more because we already have partnership with some university, Chicago University, and in Mexico também, as well, with UNAM. And I believe that we will increase in US for this reason that we are doing this soft landing. And our investors, Harvard Angels, or even Arminio Fraga, Daniel Glaze, is helping us during this trajectory as well. Yeah, I'm a dreamer, and I think big. I don't have limits to execute that anything that I would like to do, and yeah. Great. And I think in our business necessary as well for the society.
Pierre, quick question.
How long is the sales cycle? The sales cycle, how long?
Great. As we have enterprise, 4 to 6 months of cycle. Bradesco is our main customer. Bradesco is using JobCan in all Brazil as well. Novo Nordisk in Latin America. But it's not easy to take a deal with these big companies. And some companies 6 months, other, the average is 6 months. Yeah.
Great. Thank you, JobCam.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was great. Okay, last but not least is a company called Jade Autism. This company is leveraging technology to develop educational solutions for children on the autism spectrum. So let's give a warm round of applause to our final pitcher of the day, Ronaldo.
On Web Summit, may the force be with you today. I'm Ronaldo, I'm from Brazil. This little guy here is my son Lucas, 9 years old, and he has been diagnosed with autism. When we discovered his condition and he started the special education, as a data scientist, I was seeing so much subjectivity and questioned myself, how can the teacher know the real needs of my child? How can I be sure that my child is learning? Can I provide some tool that can help in his development? So I assembled a team of experts in relevant fields, Dr. Marcelo, PhD neurologist, Joyce, neuropsychologist, and a team of UX, game designers, and pedagogues to create Jade. Jade is a game-based platform that fast-tracks the education for neurodiverse children. We have 1,500 games that stimulate cognitively, but we also have a technology that we can track cognitive data during the play, and this data becomes prognostic and development reports for professionals. So we train teachers to use the data to have an individualized approach based on each child's needs. And we have an AI that generates automatically school lessons and activities to improve the skills that the children have problems on that specific cognitive data. We also have a new feature called Jade Autism that allows schools to predict autism on children between 3 and 11 years old using eye tracking. We are releasing right now. Now we have 160,000 users in 180 countries, and we are currently attending 4 school districts in 300 schools. In 2022, we reached $250,000 in revenue, and the projection of 2023 is $1 million. We attend both markets, B2B and B2C. Families pay a monthly subscription to use the app, and the schools pay a yearly fee to use the professional platform and use the data. For sad reasons, this market opportunity is huge. There are 380 million children in the world with some kind of cognitive disability. And every year, it spends $16 billion on assistive technology. US is the biggest market in the world, but you have countries like UK that we have presence that spend 32 billion pounds per year only with autism. We have been accelerating on Oxford University on Panacea Innovation, and we are in the government of UK program called Global Entrepreneur Program, and we have been the champions of the World Cup of Startups in 2020, GITEX Future Stars in Dubai. And we have been accelerated by 500 startups US last year, and our focus for 2023 is US, the biggest market of the world. Guys, I have to tell you, I have a mission. We have a mission, and you have a mission with us. We want to impact 5 million children in the next 5 years. If you want to know more, come meet us, come find us. Thank you so much.
Great, great. Pierre, let me start with you. Do you have a question?
Yeah, congratulations, first of all.
Thank you.
Great initiative. So is there any regulations, market regulations that can hamper your growth?
Regulations
regulations for the distribution of the software and learning within
On the education area, the regulations are lower than health, but we have to prove that that the solution works. So we made 3 rounds of research, 2 here in Brazil on USP, UFIS on Espírito Santo, and on Oxford University, that was the biggest one, that we proved that we can speed up, and 42% on the worst case, the short and medium terms of education for neurodiverse children.
If you had to kill one of your business models, which would it be? B2B or B2C?
Actually, now B2B.
Okay.
But my investors don't agree with me.
Okay.
They believe that B2C we will earn much more money. But I can tell that now 85% of our revenue comes from the B2B. So we just released a new version of the app for the B2C to grow this revenue. So we can see what will happen the next months.
Santiago?
Yeah. Who designed the game, the methodology, and how do you know it's helping? And I've studied this, it's super interesting. The new therapies that are being designed in the US to treat kids with autism, and it's super expensive. It requires like face-to-face time with a professional. So how does it work? What's the magic behind this? And how do you know it's really making an impact long-term?
Nice. We have a very strong team. We have Dr. Marcelo, that is a PhD neurologist, one of the guys that must have a big background about autism in all America. And we have Joyce, there is my co-founder. There is a master in neuropsychologist. And we use, they decide, basically, this part are basically on them, because I'm the IT guy. I know anything about this, so it's them. And we use a methodology called discrete trial teaching that is free for use and been used for the last 40 years. That helps a lot on cognitive development for neurodiverse children, also for adults. So this is also a spin-off that we want to make in the future, some solution like this for adults, elders, or something like this.
Great.
So your model when you're doing schools is $120 a year, a month? The subscription on the schools? Is
yes.
And how do you rank depending on the number of students that use? How is your pricing better defined, so I understand the B2B pricing?
Perfect. When, for example, in Brazil we attend government, and we enter in a city like Rio de Janeiro, you have schools with 8 children with some neurodiverse children, and you have other with 80, for example. There is a method that we use that when you average these numbers, the numbers don't pass to 36 children per school. And we have to predict in the beginning of the contract the value of this. So that's hard for us to change the value depending on the number of the children. So we use this math to find this price, and they can use for free with all the children, because we know that not going to be more than 36 children per school.
Yeah, perfect.
Great.
In average.
Excellent. Round of applause. Thank you, Jade.
Thank you.
Everyone, give it a round of applause for everybody and all our finalists here today. Okay, a quick reminder that now it's time to have your say on who you think should be crowned the pitch champion of Web Summit Rio. The polls will be open for 15 minutes, so make sure to cast your vote. I'd like to just ask, while you guys are writing some notes down, I would like to know maybe a little bit like, who did you like? Who might you be voting for? Pierre, let me start with you.
Hard challenge, but from an investment standpoint, capital allocation and investment standpoint, I think WiseCut has the largest market and will allow it to grow further and grow faster.
Yeah. Great.
Yeah, I think that it was clear that this was the final, because the free companies and the free teams and the free founders were very good. So
Great.
It will be a hard debate among ourselves, and I think all have merits. I think definitely WiseCut is going after the largest market, but also is the less defensible one, because there's a lot of public information. You have YouTube, the likes, so it's very hard to build differentiation on top of an algorithm that tries to predict what people like of a video, whereas Jobcam and Jade are focusing more on niches and B2B sales, and that's a bit more defensive. So it will be a very good conversation, and it will be great to have everyone here helping us decide.
Right.
Claire, how about yourself?
One of my concerns, I really enjoyed the presentation about Jade. One of my concerns that I didn't get to ask was sort of, I understand the studies have been done in Brazil and Oxford, but to what extent beyond the UK and Brazil there are cultural differences in the way that autism is approached and how that would affect the games and learning tools?
Yep. But the other pitches, good?
Oh, fantastic.
Fantastic.
They
Great.
all did an amazing job.
Excellent, excellent. Okay, so now the judges' scores will now be collected and counted, as will the audience Slido vote, and the winner of pitch will be announced here on center stage at 3:45 p.m. Be sure to join us for the big reveal. See you all later. Thank you. Thank you to the judges.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it, and our organization are understanding how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
Welcome to the Q&A and experiences stage. This is the stage that's all about you guys. You guys ask the questions.
I'm excited about this. I'm excited to be out there talking to people in person in 3D because for me personally, that's where I get ideas.
This kinds of thing I'm doing with you today, it's making me feel so much better.
I get a lot of questions about what we're doing, and this was sort of way up there on the scale of good question.
The idea of presence, where people share a space together, appreciating each other's music or making a song request, and then you just are okay to go on about your life, but you had a meaningful touch point.
The only way we can bring about the change is to be the change that you want to see. Thank you very much for coming.
My biggest fear is that we'll not figure out the answers in time.
The uncertainty that we live with is enormously challenging.
The world has a lot of problems, and fortunately, a lot of entrepreneurs to try to solve them.
The 5,000 people are coming from different countries, from different walks of life. That is the beginning of the change that we need.
willing to go first are what is driving our innovation.
Human beings are built for resilience, and creativity often emerges in times of great struggle.
We have to be able to dream of a future if we're going to be able to walk into it together.
We can step into a new story. The status quo does not have to win.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
We must fight. Now it's time for hope.
It's very important for conferences like this to exist.
They enable the movement of ideas.
The value of the conference was beyond just the week.
You get to get your message out to so many people.
If I had to boil down Collision to one word, it would be inspiring.
They're very collaborative. They're very inclusive.
It brings a diversity of different talent into the room.
The pitch competition was pretty amazing. Pitching was pretty incredible. There was a lot of hype behind it. I have had a number of people contact me after that pitch who are really interested in my company.
Collision's a really exciting event. It's really a very clear statement about the position for Toronto.
Toronto and Collision are hand in hand.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it and our organization, our understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
Welcome to the Q&A and experiences stage. This is the stage that's all about you guys. You guys ask the questions.
I'm excited about this. I'm excited to be out there talking to people in person in 3D because for me personally, that's where I get ideas.
This kinds of thing I'm doing with you today, it's making me feel so much better.
I get a lot of questions about what we're doing, and this was sort of way up there on the scale of good question.
The idea of presence, where people share a space together, appreciating each other's music or making a song request, and then you just are okay to go on about your life, but you had a meaningful touch point.
The only way we can bring about the change is to be the change that you want to see. Thank you very much for coming.
My biggest fear is that we'll not figure out the answers in time.
The uncertainty that we live with is enormously challenging.
The world has a lot of problems, and fortunately, a lot of entrepreneurs to try to solve them.
The 5,000 people are coming from different countries, from different walks of life. That is the beginning of the change that we need.
Are willing to go first are what is driving our innovation.
Human beings are built for resilience, and creativity often emerges in times of great struggle.
We have to be able to dream of a future if we're going to be able to walk into it together.
We can step into a new story. The status quo does not have to win.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
We must fight. Now it's time for hope.
It's very important for conferences like this to exist.
They enable the movement of ideas.
The value of the conference was beyond just the week.
You get to get your message out to so many people.
If I had to boil down Collision to one word, it would be inspiring.
They're very collaborative. They're very inclusive.
It brings a diversity of different talent into the room.
The pitch competition was pretty amazing. Pitching was pretty incredible. There was a lot of hype behind it. I have had a number of people contact me after that pitch who are really interested in my company.
Collision's a really exciting event. It's really a very clear statement about the position for Toronto.
Toronto and Collision are hand in hand.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it, and our organization are understanding how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
Welcome to the Q&A and experiences stage. This is the stage that's all about you guys. You guys ask the questions.
I'm excited about this. I'm excited to be out there talking to people in person in 3D because for me personally, that's where I get ideas.
This kinds of thing I'm doing with you today, it's making me feel so much better.
I get a lot of questions about what we're doing, and this was sort of way up there on the scale of good question.
The idea of presence, where people share a space together, appreciating each other's music or making a song request, and then you just are okay to go on about your life, but you had a meaningful touch point.
The only way we can bring about the change is to be the change that you want to see. Thank you very much for coming.
My biggest fear is that we'll not figure out the answers in time.
The uncertainty that we live with is enormously challenging.
The world has a lot of problems, and fortunately, a lot of entrepreneurs to try to solve them.
That 5,000 people have come from different countries, from different walks of life. That is the beginning of the change that we need.
People who are willing to go first are what is driving our innovation.
Human beings are built for resilience, and creativity often emerges in times of great struggle.
We have to be able to dream of a future if we're going to be able to walk into it together.
into a new story. The status quo does not have to win.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
We must fight. Now it's time for hope.
It's very important for conferences like this to exist.
They enable the movement of ideas.
The value of the conference was beyond just the week.
You get to get your message out to so many people.
If I had to boil down Collision to one word, it would be inspiring.
They're very collaborative. They're very inclusive.
It brings a diversity of different talent into the room.
The pitch competition was pretty amazing. Pitching was pretty incredible. There was a lot of hype behind it. I have had a number of people contact me after that pitch who are really interested in my company.
Collision is a really exciting event. It's really a very clear statement about the position for Toronto.
Toronto and Collision are hand in hand.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it and our organization, our understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
Welcome to the Q&A and Experiences stage. This is the stage that's all about you guys. You guys ask the questions.
I'm excited about this. I'm excited to be out there talking to people in person in 3D because for me personally, that's where I get ideas.
This kinds of thing I'm doing with you today, it's making me feel so much better.
I get a lot of questions about what we're doing, and this was sort of way up there on the scale of good question.
The idea of presence, where people share a space together, appreciating each other's music or making a song request, and then you just are okay to go on about your life, but you had a meaningful touch point.
The only way we can bring about the change is to be the change that you want to see. Thank you very much for coming.
My biggest fear is that we'll not figure out the answers in time.
The uncertainty that we live with is enormously challenging.
The world has a lot of problems, and fortunately, a lot of entrepreneurs to try to solve them.
The 5,000 people have come from different countries, from different walks of life. That is the beginning of the change that we need.
who are willing to go first are what is driving our innovation.
Human beings are built for resilience, and creativity often emerges in times of great struggle.
We have to be able to dream of a future if we're going to be able to walk into it together.
We can step into a new story. The status quo does not have to win.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
We must fight. Now it's time for hope.
It's very important for conferences like this to exist.
They enable the movement of ideas.
The value of the conference was beyond just the week.
You get to get your message out to so many people.
If I had to boil down Collision to one word, it would be inspiring.
They're very collaborative. They're very inclusive.
It brings a diversity of different talent into the room.
The pitch competition was pretty amazing. Pitching was pretty incredible. There was a lot of hype behind it. I have had a number of people contact me after that pitch who are really interested in my company.
Collision's a really exciting event. It's really a very clear statement about the position for Toronto.
Toronto and Collision are hand in hand.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it, and our organization are understanding how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
Welcome to the Q&A and experiences stage. This is the stage that's all about you guys. You guys ask the questions.
I'm excited about this. I'm excited to be out there talking to people in person in 3D because for me personally, that's where I get ideas.
This kinds of thing I'm doing with you today, it's making me feel so much better.
I get a lot of questions about what we're doing, and this was sort of way up there on the scale of good question.
The idea of presence, where people share a space together, appreciating each other's music or making a song request, and then you just are okay to go on about your life, but you had a meaningful touch point.
The only way we can bring about the change is to be the change that you want to see. Thank you very much for coming.
My biggest fear is that we'll not figure out the answers in time.
The uncertainty that we live with is enormously challenging.
The world has a lot of problems, and fortunately, a lot of entrepreneurs to try to solve them.
The 5,000 people have come from different countries, from different walks of life. That is the beginning of the change that we need.
People who are willing to go first are what is driving our innovation.
Human beings are built for resilience, and creativity often emerges in times of great struggle.
We have to be able to dream of a future if we're going to be able to walk into it together.
We can step into a new story. The status quo does not have to win.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
We must fight. Now it's time for hope.
It's very important for conferences like this to exist.
They enable the movement of ideas.
The value of the conference was beyond just the week.
You get to get your message out to so many people.
If I had to boil down Collision to one word, it would be inspiring.
They're very collaborative. They're very inclusive.
It brings a diversity of different talent into the room.
The pitch competition was pretty amazing. Pitching was pretty incredible. There was a lot of hype behind it. I have had a number of people contact me after that pitch who are really interested in my company.
Collision's a really exciting event. It's really a very clear statement about the position for Toronto.
Toronto and Collision are hand in hand.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it and our organization, our understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
Welcome to the Q&A and experiences stage. This is the stage that's all about you guys. You guys ask the questions.
I'm excited about this. I'm excited to be out there talking to people in person in 3D because for me personally, that's where I get ideas.
This kinds of thing I'm doing with you today, it's making me feel so much better.
I get a lot of questions about what we're doing, and this was sort of way up there on the scale of good question.
The idea of presence, where people share a space together, appreciating each other's music or making a song request, and then you just are okay to go on about your life, but you had a meaningful touch point.
The only way we can bring about the change is to be the change that you want to see. Thank you very much for coming.
My biggest fear is that we'll not figure out the answers in time.
The uncertainty that we live with is enormously challenging.
The world has a lot of problems, and fortunately, a lot of entrepreneurs to try to solve them.
The 5,000 people are coming from different countries, from different walks of life. That is the beginning of the change that we need.
Are willing to go first are what is driving our innovation.
Human beings are built for resilience, and creativity often emerges in times of great struggle.
We have to be able to dream of a future if we're going to be able to walk into it together.
We can step into a new story. The status quo does not have to win.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
We must fight. Now it's time for hope.
It's very important for conferences like this to exist.
They enable the movement of ideas.
The value of the conference was beyond just the week.
You get to get your message out to so many people.
If I had to boil down Collision to one word, it would be inspiring.
They're very collaborative. They're very inclusive.
It brings a diversity of different talent into the room.
The pitch competition was pretty amazing. Pitching was pretty incredible. There was a lot of hype behind it. I have had a number of people contact me after that pitch who are really interested in my company.
Collision's a really exciting event. It's really a very clear statement about the position for Toronto.
Toronto and Collision are hand in hand.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it and our organization are understanding how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
Welcome to the Q&A and experiences stage. This is the stage that's all about you guys. You guys ask the questions.
I'm excited about this. I'm excited to be out there talking to people in person in 3D because for me personally, that's where I get ideas.
This kinds of thing I'm doing with you today, it's making me feel so much better.
I get a lot of questions about what we're doing, and this was sort of way up there on the scale of good question.
The idea of presence, where people share a space together, appreciating each other's music or making a song request, and then you just are okay to go on about your life, but you had a meaningful touch point.
The only way we can bring about the change is to be the change that you want to see. Thank you very much for coming.
My biggest fear is that we'll not figure out the answers in time.
The uncertainty that we live with is enormously challenging.
The world has a lot of problems, and fortunately, a lot of entrepreneurs to try to solve them.
The 5,000 people have come from different countries, from different walks of life. That is the beginning of the change that we need.
are willing to go first are what is driving our innovation.
Human beings are built for resilience, and creativity often emerges in times of great struggle.
We have to be able to dream of a future if we're going to be able to walk into it together.
We can step into a new story. The status quo does not have to win.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
We must fight. Now it's time for hope.
It's very important for conferences like this to exist.
They enable the movement of ideas.
The value of the conference was beyond just the week.
You get to get your message out to so many people.
If I had to boil down Collision to one word, it would be inspiring.
They're very collaborative. They're very inclusive.
It brings a diversity of different talent into the room.
The pitch competition was pretty amazing.
Pitching was pretty incredible. There was a lot of hype behind it.
I have had a number of people contact me after that pitch who are really interested in my company.
Collision's a really exciting event. It's really a very clear statement about the position for Toronto.
Toronto and Collision are hand in hand.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it and our organization, our understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
Welcome to the Q&A and experiences stage. This is the stage that's all about you guys. You guys ask the questions.
I'm excited about this. I'm excited to be out there talking to people in person in 3D because for me personally, that's where I get ideas.
This kinds of thing I'm doing with you today, it's make me feel so much better.
I get a lot of questions about what we're doing, and this was sort of way up there on the scale of good question.
The idea of presence, where people share a space together, appreciating each other's music or making a song request, and then you just are okay to go on about your life, but you had a meaningful touch point.
The only way we can bring about the change is to be the change that you want to see. Thank you very much for coming.
My biggest fear is that we'll not figure out the answers in time.
The uncertainty that we live with is enormously challenging.
The world has a lot of problems, and fortunately, a lot of entrepreneurs to try to solve them.
The 5,000 people are coming from different countries, from different walks of life. That is the beginning of the change that we need.
Are willing to go first are what is driving our innovation. Human beings are built for resilience, and creativity often emerges in times of great struggle.
We have to be able to dream of a future if we're going to be able to walk into it together.
We can step into a new story. The status quo does not have to win.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
We must fight. Now it's time for hope.
It's very important for conferences like this to exist.
They enable the movement of ideas.
The value of the conference was beyond just the week.
You get to get your message out to so many people.
If I had to boil down Collision to one word, it would be inspiring.
They're very collaborative. They're very inclusive.
It brings a diversity of different talent into the room.
The pitch competition was pretty amazing. Pitching was pretty incredible. There was a lot of hype behind it. I have had a number of people contact me after that pitch who are really interested in my company.
Collision's a really exciting event. It's really a very clear statement about the position for Toronto.
Toronto and Collision are hand in hand.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it and our organization are understanding how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
Please welcome to the stage, host of Globo's multi-show and Life of the Party, Laura Vicente.
Oi, gente. 3 aplausos desaplaudidos. Vou sentar novamente, muito obrigada. Ai, para, vocês que são. Para. Hoje eu não vim de calça de pijama. Pediram para vir com uma roupa mais séria. A louca. Então tá, vamos começar. Em inglês. How can you turn a great product into one of the world's most loved brands? These expert panelists have each shepherded concepts from good ideas into campaigns and built names that consumers flock to. In this session, they share some of the secret sauce. Please welcome to the stage from Valor Econômico, Cláudia Penteado, Michael Vandarian, CPO of PickSmart, and Sarah Al-Husseini, co-founder of Ultimate.
Hi.
everyone. So, welcome. Let's start talking about how generative AI has revolutionized your products and services, your company, and helped you build the products and services that people love, which is the theme of our panel here today. Want to start, Sarah? How do we do that?
Yes.
It's for both of you.
Yeah. You can start?
Yeah, sure, I can start.
So,
hi everyone. I am Sarah. I am the COO and founder of a company called Ultimate. And me and my co-founders have been building Ultimate for about 5 years now, and we're 170 people, across mainly Berlin, London, and Helsinki. And what Ultimate does is we are a really powerful customer service automation platform. So our customers use us to design virtual customer service agents that work as kind of real users within their customer support and automate all of their digital channels like chat or email and messaging in any language that they want. And so AI is a big part of what we do. We've been a deep tech company since our founding. We use AI for the machine-human conversations, which are what everybody's really interested in right now. We use it to understand, extract key information, and we also use AI to manage the platform itself and manage the AI model. And so generative AI is huge for us. It's going to touch every part of our platform. It's going to make our conversations so much more human-like, to the level that we're going to have we're all having conversations at this event about, is it a problem how human-like the bots are going to be? It's going to make them super fast to launch. And technically, on an architectural level, it makes it really, really fast to build and innovate in AI now. So you're going to see a lot of innovation and a lot of pace from companies like Ultimate, which is exciting.
Okay. Mika?
Yeah, I have no idea what is Gen AI, so happy to be here. And this topic keeps like around, everyone asking what is Gen AI, what is Gen AI. So for us, just to go back a bit, we built the largest creative platform back in 2011. That's when we started, with a lot of creative tools, with user-generated content, with large community of users. By the way, we have pretty large community in Brazil, so happy to be here, and also happy to have all these users from Brazil on our platform. And over the years, starting since we launched in 2011, we have been observing each year there was one step forward to make this creativity accessible to everyone. And that was our mission initially. We wanted to create a platform. We wanted to create a product which will make creativity accessible. And each year, with new technologies, with some new developments, it was helping us to make it more and more accessible. So now, for Gen AI, we see that it's a huge step forward for us, and it created much more opportunities versus like previous years, when there were a lot of things happening and we were leveraging them. But Gen AI is a huge step forward for us to build on top of it, and it perfectly fits into this creative's world, right? Because all the Gen AI stuff is like either related to image, to videos, to audio, to text. So it perfectly fits to creativity world, and it helps us now to be more creative on the first hand. It helps us to build more products for our users, which will help them be more productive. And it helps even more to make creativity accessible. And I want to highlight here, it's especially important for business users, I believe, which usually, especially small companies, they do not have in-house people who can help them to create design materials, etc. So now they can do it really fast. They can be really creative. So we see there are a lot of opportunities for us, and we keep building more and more products. And by the way, we were the first company even like to invest in AI back in 2016 when we launched our first AI-powered feature. Of course, it wasn't Gen AI at that time, but we have been investing a lot since that time, and we have been seeing it's the next in future.
Yeah, it's Gen AI, probably the last frontier for your business. What type of problems do you think it solves, besides the fact that it makes it even more democratic for people and everything?
Yes, as I mentioned, it solved many problems, but to highlight some of them, again, yeah, we want it to be the frontier of our product. At the same time, we see that it's not about only AI. We see AI as a copilot, like your co-assistant in the process of creativity. So that's why we look at it from that perspective, and we build and use the AI-powered tools in order to assist you in your creativity, in order for you to be more productive, whether you are using our product for fun or you are using it for your business needs. So that's how I see, and it's still a combination of manual work and AI assistancy. That's what makes our platform powerful.
Okay. Sarah, you work with customer service and automation, service automation. And I like to say that humans have failed terribly in customer service in general. I mean, if everyone is always unsatisfied when they have to access companies and talk to chatbots or even people. I mean, it's really annoying. How you have released Ultimate GPT. So my question is, do you think that this might be a whole new era for customer service? I mean, will people finally get the answers they want, have the interactions that really solves their needs from now on?
Yeah, it's a great question. So I've been working in this space, basically for half a decade almost. And so we've seen the evolution of AI in the space. And the first thing I think to address your point of we've really failed at customer service can be really hard, okay? It's a hard job. People are already coming to you upset or worried, they have a concern, and you have to turn that around. But what your day-to-day life is like is you're getting so many different messages simultaneously, you're jumping from topic to topic really fast, and you're simply under a lot of pressure to know everything about the customer. And so if you don't have that data on what the customer needs, if you don't have the right answer, right, and you can't help them, they go from worried or unhappy to incredibly dissatisfied very fast. So customer service is a risk point sometimes for businesses. It could also be an opportunity point. So if you have the resources to do a very good job there, you can have a real meaningful impact for somebody in a time of like emotional distress. And AI is right now the hottest topic in customer experience. If anybody works in the space, you would know that. The number one issue for customer service leaders today, I speak to a lot of them, the number one issue is rising customer expectations. So everyone expects instant gratification today, right? You are hungry, so you order food, and it's at your door immediately, whatever you want to eat. Or you want to listen to music or watch a film, and you can see it immediately, right? You can stream it immediately, wherever you are. You want to contact someone, you can just find them online and reach out. It's crazy. And so people expect that same speed and personalization from customer support. And that's what's very hard for support leaders to manage, you know. This amazing support leader who I respect so much said to me just the other day, when someone in my industry raises the bar, it raises the bar for all of us. And that's really hard. So AI is the solution. The majority of customer support today is transactional questions. It's stuff like, where's my order? Or I want to update my account details. And the truth is that AI is better than humans at solving these cases, because it's instant, it speaks every language, it's in every single channel, it works 24 hours a day. And so we have to deploy AI in these areas so that we create space for our human teams to be able to be empathetic when the customer needs that. So let's say you're the boss of an airline. How do you want your team to respond if somebody's about to miss their flight and be late for their daughter's wedding? Or you're the boss of a bank. How do you want your team to respond if somebody's locked out of their account and they're in a foreign country and they don't have access to any of their resources? You want people to be able to go the extra mile in those instances because you would do it too, because you would want it done for you. And you need to give your team the headspace to do that. So that's why I think AI is actually going to make customer support really good.
Okay. I think you already touched that somehow, but what is the role of humans in this AI-enabled world? Will products like Ultimate take the jobs of customer support agents? Will, tools like DALL-E and other Gen AI tools take the jobs of designers? Mika, you want to start with that?
Yeah, sure. It's a very popular question right now. There are a lot of debates around it. It again comes back to this question that with every new technology, this question comes up. Okay, will it replace some people, will it replace some jobs? And we mostly, and me personally, look at it from the opportunistic perspective, how we can leverage it in order for it to be helping us, to be assisting us, and how to make something really cool with this new technology and do something different than what we have been doing before. But of course, with every new technology, there are some negative effects which we should acknowledge. And I see that certain functions will be replaced, but it's not that people will be completely replaced. Certain functions which were previously have been done differently now can be replaced. But at the same time, it creates new opportunities, and I believe it's a matter of it depends on the person and it depends on people, how fast they can adapt to it, and don't be afraid about of it, because it gives nothing to be afraid of technology, and just use it and look at it from the opportunistic perspective and do something different and do something new for herself, himself, and yeah, that's it. That's how I look at it, and that's how we think everyone should look at it, because constantly debating whether it will replace or not replace won't give anything.
Okay, Sarah?
Yeah, so I totally agreed. It's been the subject of many discussions over the past few days. In a nutshell, AI will change jobs in customer service, definitely. So in 2022, last year, at Ultimate, our average automation rate across every single company, every brand, every channel was about 45%. And we estimate that in the next 18 months, with the implementation of generative AI in different areas of our product, that's going to rise to about 60%. So that means that within the next 18 months, AI is going to be able to take the majority of customer support requests, right? Those transactional requests that I mentioned before. But this is not, in my view, taking jobs. Firstly, this change is gradually happening over time. But the second thing is we need to understand what is happening in customer support. As I mentioned before, we're living in this age of instant gratification. People cannot staff their support teams enough. The number of customer service agents last year grew 9% in North America and just under that in Western Europe. So we are creating so many jobs in customer support that are very repetitive and transactional roles, simply to keep up with the demand of consumers for this instant response. And so what I am excited to see is the transactional work, the manual, the repetitive, the demoralizing work be taken by AI so humans can take these higher value roles. New jobs are being created like automation manager, bot manager. On average, these pay in customer support 30 to 50% higher than the average customer service agent job. And they can also be entry-level roles. So taking that higher value work, getting paid for it, and getting to be more creative and hopefully fulfilled in your work and in the industry.
Okay. So how do you both foster a culture of creativity, innovation, and user-centric thinking within your organizations? I mean, what kind of leadership and team dynamics are necessary for creating products that really resonate with users? Mika, you want to start?
Yeah, it's a really hard question. Thanks for asking. And it depends on many things, basically. It depends on the maturity of the company, the stage of the company, size of the company. So there is like not one item I can mention and say that it will help to do that. So usually it's a combination of many items. Some of them work in one company, some of them work in another company. But from my experience and from our experience starting, building, and scaling the companies, the hardest part starts when you are already at the, how we call, scale-up stage, when the number of people is growing fast, and it's really hard to keep up with this culture because you have already working business, you have already working product, and then at the same time you have increased number of people joining your company, and you're constantly struggling to find the balance, how to do trade-off between culture and growing business, how to make a trade-off, between innovation and do what you know will work for your company and will help you to grow in short term. So, well, a couple of things I want to highlight here is, from my perspective, is really important to focus on is first, try to foster and try to keep this experimentation mindset throughout the journey of the company at every single stage of the company. So try to run many experiments, try to make sure that people understand that it's better to run many experiments and fail than play conservative game, don't do experimentation, and at the end of the day, if not now, then later you will definitely fail, even you will get much bigger failure. That's first thing. Second thing, try to foster innovation at all the levels of the company, because usually it comes from the levels which you didn't suppose it will come from. Like try to ask engineers, try to ask product managers, try to ask top management, try to talk to marketing team, to literally everyone, to users. Try to make these ideation sessions and get these different ideas coming from different places. And third one, maybe one of the three most important ones I want to highlight is try to speak more to customers, try understanding what is trendy in the market, and have more holistic approach, more holistic vision to the future. Because usually when company is growing, you only look and only think about now, but you're usually missing a lot of things for future. And that's what's really important to balance. You should have always people who both can look at now, at the same time understand what can be done for future and what we should be doing now in order to be competitive in future.
Okay. Sarah?
Yeah, it's a really good answer. So many things I could jump on there, but I think just to add on the last phrase, just more anecdotal, because I agree with everything Mika said, but speaking to your customers is incredibly important. So for us, we tend to work with bigger companies, bigger brands, and so we'll have fewer customers, but much deeper and longer relationships and bigger implementations of automation. And we have this concept at Ultimate called like a leapfrog customer. We know who a leapfrog customer is. A leapfrog customer for us is the sort of customer that is going to help us accelerate our understanding of the space, because we view ourselves as the AI experts, how to apply this technology to this cool problem. But we do not view ourselves as the customer support experts. The customer support experts are our customers. And so sometimes we get the privilege of working with some incredible brands. Some of our customers, Zendesk, for example, is one of our customers. So they use us in their own customer support, and they are themselves a massive customer support company. And so when we get to work with brands like that, we get our product managers involved. We get our engineers involved. We get to really understand how they want to use our technology, what their vision for what we could do would be. And then we make sure that what we build isn't just requests for them, of course, because then that ends up just being single use. We end up trying to understand how those ideas could be applied across more customers and productize it. So yeah, we use it to try and stay faster than everybody else.
Okay. So since it's all about the users, it's all about the love for the product and the service, how do you balance the need for innovation and new ideas and the need for familiarity and comfort for users? How do you know when to push boundaries and when to stay within the known, the established norms? You want to start?
Yeah, sure. This is actually a really important point, I think, for AI companies. And why? So from our perspective, of course, Ultimate is an AI company. We are a deep tech company. We are always going to view ourselves as wanting to pioneer the next generation of virtual agents for customer support. And also when we founded, bots were really bad. And so we view ourselves as having this need to innovate. And that's amazing, right? And a lot of AI companies will view themselves that way. But AI is incredibly disruptive to customer support. And so I think what a lot of people actually, have done wrong in this space and similar spaces is they've come in and not really cared about how the industry works right now. How does the team that you're trying to bring your technology into work right now? What are their processes like? What are their day-to-day like? A lot of people might try and build a product over here that's so flashy and disruptive. And in customer support, let's say it's a bot, have it be a completely separate channel. Say that it's going to automate everything, not have it connected to the stack. Have it be this separate data silo over here, and agents are working over here, and customers have this weird experience where they talk to a bot and get stuck in it, and it's awful. So we've always, from day one, been incredibly passionate, and I talk a lot about how for deep tech companies, it's incredibly important to be 100% adapted and configured to the use case that you're in. So Ultimate is actually the first, and we're the absolute leader. We're a headless automation platform. So what that means is we don't have a front end. We have nothing that gets in the customer's way or the agent's way. We are literally a real user. We take up a user license within the CRM, and we can touch all the same functionalities that a human agent can. So we operate in the day-to-day life like a real user within the team. So yeah, that's one of the things that we use to balance.
Yeah, it basically comes back to experimentation for me. And what we have learned that users always like to see something new and on a regular basis. And that's how it helped us to be competitive throughout these 12 years we are in the business, to constantly keep innovating, to constantly releasing something new and making our users' lives better and showing them more use cases they can use our product for. And we're experimenting by finding early adopters, try to educate them that these new things will make your work much better, even if it's something new and you need to spend more time to learn. And that's which every product you need first try it, you need to spend time to learn it, and then after a while it will become comfortable for you, and you look at it as pretty natural stuff. So that's basically it.
Okay, well, we have 9 seconds, 8, 7, 6. Thank you so much. We have to wrap up. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. This way.
Sempre espero que vai tocar a Beyoncé na hora que eu piso no palco. Não desistirei até o último minuto.
Next up is one for our design lovers. We have a couple of experts who are going to discuss the key ingredients for creating a seamless, intuitive customer experience. They will explore anticipated UI and UX trends for 2023 and beyond. Please welcome from Axios, Sarah Fisher, who will be talking with co-founder of Code and Theory, Dan Gardner, and co-founder of Collins, Brian Collins.
So far away from you guys. How are you? Thanks everyone for joining. What a big crowd we have today. I am so excited to speak to two of the most expert designers in the world. And they're joining us all the way from New York City. Brian, where are you joining us from? Where are you joining us from?
Me today?
Yeah.
We flew in from New York City.
Amazing. And Dan is all over the place, but currently in Nashville, correct?
That's right.
And I'm from Washington, D.C. Brian, thank you so much. Brian Collins, everyone, the CEO and founder of Collins.
Co-founder.
Co-founder of Collins, a preeminent design agency that works on real-world experiences. We are very familiar with the CNN Grill, which Brian designed. Yeah. And then, of course, Dan Gardner, who is the CEO of Code and Theory, one of the foremost design agencies, particularly for media companies like mine. So thank you both so much for joining today. I wanted to start with news of the day.
Yeah.
There has been this huge AI revolution. Right now, everyone's trying to think about how can we use generative AI to make our work better. But for design, AI poses some interesting questions. And in particular, how should we be thinking about things like copyright, protecting our work, et cetera? So Brian, let me start with you. How are you thinking about AI and design?
Well, there are two things about AI that are important. One, there's nothing artificial about artificial intelligence. It's a real intelligence. Don't mistake it. The second thing is we don't call AI artificial intelligence. It's alien intelligence.
Why is it alien intelligence?
Because it's a new creature that we've created. Mankind has dreamt forever to bring inanimate forms to life. If you go back and look at ancient mythologies, from Jewish mythology, the Golem to Pinocchio in the 19th century. We've always wanted to bring inanimate objects to life. And in many ways, we want to be also machines. I grew up with a TV show called The $6 Million Man. We couldn't wait to become cyborgs. So we've always dealt with this. Mary Shelley dealt with it in the early 18th century, early 19th century when she wrote Frankenstein. So this is an alien intelligence. The thing about an alien intelligence, you can do one of two things. You either batten down the hatches, right? And you put on tinfoil hats, and you climb into the basement, or you learn how to speak the alien intelligence. So this wave is coming in, and it's hitting our shores right now. Our team is going out to meet the wave. So we made a decision to go out to deeply. 10 years ago, we started working with generative typography and generative design systems. 10 years ago with the Type Directors Club of New York, and a year ago we imagined the San Francisco Symphony using a generative typography system that responds to sound. So this is territory that's been very familiar to us, but this is a whole new beast. So there are 3 people on my team who are dedicated to riding the wave but we're about 70 people.
Wow. And Dan, do you think your firm is also riding the wave, or are you coming at this with a little more caution?
Definitely not caution. I mean, this is a moment of opportunity where creativity will create an opportunity beyond anything we've ever seen before. I think most people are thinking of it as the anti-creative moment, but we're actually seeing the opposite. This is the complete creative moment that I think a lot of people are going to be very excited about, because it will enable people to do things that they've never been able to do before. And at Coding Theory, there's really 3 areas we're looking at, and enablement is the theme. 1, how does it enable our tactical creative output, the creative things that we do. 2, how does it enable the businesses and clients we work with internally to make them more effective and efficient? And 3, which I think is very exciting, is how does it enable a relationship change between a business and their consumers or customers? There's a huge relationship change that's about to happen over the next couple of years, and I think that's incredibly exciting.
What do you mean by that relationship change?
So what I mean is, we've spent really, Coding Theory has been around for just over 2 decades. Over the last 2 decades, we've seen many new technologies, social media, the iPhone, everything in between. Every time there's a moment of opportunity, there's behavioral changes. And over those 2 decades, what we've been really focusing on is optimizing the best user experiences for structured data and structured ways of communicating. We talk about media and publishing. There's a structured way that actually information disseminates in this world. And we've gotten incredible at that Web 2-ish way of doing that. AI allows us to access information in an unstructured way, which means we can actually communicate in ways that we really haven't been communicating from digital platforms in the last 2 decades, or forever for that means. So I think it's yet to be determined what it actually means. I think different industries, whether it's healthcare or education or CPG or media and publishing, it's all opportunities to find new ways to have a relationship in a different way.
Brian, I'd love your take on this. When we think about what a relationship looks like in this new modern era, what does that mean? Does it mean I'm chatting with chatbots? Does it mean that I'm using avatars? Like, what does it look like to you?
Well, I'm not going to be very popular in saying this to my media friends, but I think when we're engaged with a chatbot and we're engaged with software and a machine, we should know that we're talking to a machine. I think we're not talking because we create emotion. We even create emotion, even if we're told it's a machine. We'll still treat it like something. If it talks like a human, looks like a human, walks like a human, behaves like a human, we will think it's human. We've been watching animated movies for 100 years and crying at them. I have my nieces and nephews have stuffed animals that they are. When I was a kid, I never went anywhere with the toys who I thought were real. We transfer emotion. We make things anthropomorphic and anamorphic. We give things life. Now imagine if your toys talk back to you, could carry on a conversation, could carry on a conversation in French, could carry on a conversation if you tell them to speak in the voice of a Nobel laureate. That's entirely possible. So these things are going to become very close to us. So I do think we need some kind of a system that flags us when we're actually talking to a human being and when we're not.
How are you thinking about creating a principles code, if you will, for the design world about how we're going to make that obvious to people?
Well, let me say, I think we should do 2 things. We have to, I think, go deeper into technology, and yet we also have to go deeper into humanness. This is going to sound strange, but there's a social app that I love. It's the most successful social app I'm aware of and I'm familiar with. It was popular. It started to decline in its popularity before COVID, and then suddenly people realized how important it was, and they went back on it. And after COVID, it became incredibly popular. It's the most incredible and most easily accessible social app that I know. And we have to go deep into that social app.
What is that social app?
Friendship.
Oh, friendship.
Yeah, like real friendship. I know I just went woo-woo, okay? But friends. We need to spend more time like we are here, talking to each other, hanging out with each other. How many people here don't know the person who's sitting beside them? I mean, out of curiosity. Raise your hands. How many people don't know? Okay, this is what you're going to do. Turn to them and say, hello, my name is, right now. Yeah. Now tell them what you do. What do you do? Okay. How hard was that?
Not hard.
I think we need to spend, I know that sounds strange, by the way. I think we need to spend more time, and that sounds weird, if we're going to go deeper into dealing with this alien technology, we're going to be more distant from each other, and maybe even mediated by cyborgs and by AI, then we need to be reminded about what it's like to meet people, to see people's micro-muscle movement, to see people have a beer while you're talking to someone. That's really important. I think if we're going to go deep into this, we've got to go deeper into that.
I just want to say I kind of disagree with you. I mean, it's great to speak to the next person next to you. I'm not saying there's not value to that, but I don't think you can force a need. And I actually think it's the opposite. You have to react to needs and desires. And I think needs and desires with digital behaviors are evolving. And if you fight against that, you will be left behind. But actually, if you lean into it and find how to actually enable needs and desires in more effective ways, that is more the answer. Not to say I don't love talking to someone in real life.
Well, this is the problem, is that we think the synthetic version, the screen, the interface, is more significant than the in-life presentation. So if I was to fall, you have a choice, right? You've gone on a date, you had a lovely time, you think this is a woman or a man who you're crazy about, you have a choice. You can send them a pixel image of an NFT of roses. Nice. Or you could send them roses.
I'll take the NFT.
Yeah.
I would take the roses.
I'll take the roses.
Okay, but can we pause for a second, though? Because
I'm not arguing that the NFT doesn't have value. I'm saying that if I want to have a connection, I'm going to send you something that has physicality, that's beautiful, that changes, that will hold the fragrance, and will look different in the morning, in the midday, and at night.
Yeah, I just want to say one thing. Again, back to the media and publishing. Once upon a time, there were people that said, I love the feeling of a newspaper and a magazine, and it's so incredible. Remember those people?
Yeah.
There's very few of them left.
There are. But I'm not arguing for newspapers. What I'm arguing for is a rose.
I get it.
I can't replace that. I can replace a newspaper with everything that's replaced it. I will not be able to play. I will
that
not.
rose will die. My NFT will live on the blockchain forever.
Okay,
I
boys.
will not be able to replace a rose. I can't do it. I'm headlong into IT. Jesus Christ, I coded when I was fucking 11. I understand that. But if we lose track of the thing that smells, the thing that...
Yes, smell is a great sense. We don't want to lose that.
No, none of those things. And so I think, I have no problem with this. I think we need to go deep into both.
I think you have to go deep into both, too. And I think because you're in experiential design and you're in digital design, clearly that has an impact on your worldview. But for folks who have nothing to do with design in the audience, I want to ask a few technical questions, whether it applies to your digital experience or your real-life experience.
We just designed Nike's running app. We redesigned Sweet Green's app. Like we looked to recognize that people have app options. So we didn't benchmark other apps. We benchmarked real-life experiences. And Fast Company ended the best app design last year. I'm very happy with that. But we approach it through how do we want people to emotionally respond to it?
How do you make somebody emotionally respond using design? Is it something as simple as colors and shapes, or is there much more deep, more meaningful thought behind it? If so, like, how do you approach it?
Well, that's a good question. And it can't be... You're asking me to find the square root of a sonnet, and I can't give it to you.
Okay.
Yeah, it can't be answered that quickly. I agree with that. But just put in the perspective of design is a language. If you just think about design as a language, the way any language creates emotion when you speak and when you put words down on paper, design is that. It communicates, it has function, and you have to think about needs and desires and purpose to deliver on that communication through design. Yep. I mean, design is everything.
Yeah. How do you make sure? I'll tell you one question. Okay. On one side, you have to make sure you're answering all the KPIs. You know, you get your growth target, your total addressable target. You have to leave. You get all that stuff.
The exciting stuff
done. All the stuff that is responsible. Okay. All the responsible language, right? And you do all of that, and you answer all those questions, all those KPIs, all the budget, all the timing, you make everybody happy. If you don't have something that's surprising, new, delightful, charming, beautiful, so, you know, Working Code redesigned, I love your work for Gawker, as I talked to you about. So the work for Gawker suddenly didn't look like any other website. That was surprising. There's no formula for it. What it requires is creative people and strategists and business leaders to go out and say, what is it that we want to make relevant in here? How do we make it both distinct, means it stands out, and how do we make it differentiated, which means it's meaningful? And you don't, there's no formula for that. You have to be aware. The one thing I will say, the thing that makes you aware is to keep your peripheral vision wide open. And so what you need to do is make sure, because it's the thing out at the corner of your eye, the movie you saw, the trip you took to Japan, or the trip to Rio, all that stuff is input. And that's where people get really frustrated, because creativity takes a lot of time. And it's not particularly efficient. So you have to be open to the unexpected. And at Collins, what we try to do is we never leave serendipity to chance. In other words, we try to plan for those mistakes, those happy accidents, the things that on someone's screen we look at and we go, we never would have done that. But oh my God, is that good or is that bad? And when you're right at the edge, I never have my team worry about originality, ever. I say, go right to the edge of what you know and what you don't know. And then go over into what you don't know. And then on your way back, you have no choice but to create something that's original. So live right at the edge of what you know and what you don't know. And inevitably, what you create will be original.
Can you give me an example of a time when you walked to the edge on a project?
Yeah.
You did not know which way it was going to go, but it turned out that it went the right way or it went the wrong way.
I mean, you can't answer that question because...
Come on, guys.
This is where we're going to agree. If you're not going to the edge, which means if you're not approaching every project and taking it to the edge, you're not pushing it. You're not being creative. I mean, design is a discipline of solving problems. Creativity is creating the unexpected. It's not a regurgitation. It's actually thinking of new things. So if you're not doing that on every single thing you touch and not making it looking for that, you're not being creative. You're just replicating. So if you're a business or you're doing whatever, if you want differentiation, if you want to find ways to reach people in different ways, that's what you got to do. So I can't answer that because every project does that.
If I could build on that. And so he said design is a problem-solving discipline. Maybe. And it has been for a long time.
Definitely.
The problems are mounting outside our door, left and right. Consumers aren't engaged. People aren't engaged. You know, brands that are disappearing. You know, forget all the political problems. We're at the tipping points of all tipping points. Everything, everywhere, all at once, all the time, on full blast. We can't wait to solve problems anymore. We have to become problem seekers, not problem solvers. Because by the time the problem has gotten to our desk, I think it's too late.
Yeah, you know, I agree with you, but this is what makes me so excited when I say creativity starts now, because the thing that AI enables us to do is it doesn't confuse skill with creativity. When someone is 7 years old and they can draw, they could write, or they could dance, or they could sing, you're creative. Everybody else, you're not creative. Because you had a skill, but creativity is thinking. And we're now going to be at the era where true creativity is defined by how you think, not what you do, not the skill you have. And that's what's so exciting about it right now.
When we think about design trends heading into 2023, what are some of the most interesting trends that we should be on the lookout for?
Did
you say reality?
Well, reality is important. So backstage they have candy. I'm going to do this again. They have candy. They have really good candy. Anyone? Sugarloaf? I'm going to get some candy here. So the candy that they have backstage, you can't do this with an NFT, can you? This is really good. You can't.
I've airdropped. Right? I've airdropped.
No
NFTs
fucking NFT's going to do this. This is beasts. 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 We got some beasts. We got some more beasts. We got some more. This is really good. Come on. Oh, this is pink. Anyone want pink? Okay, it's fine. Good. No, you won't turn gay. It's fine. It's there.
Okay, so Brian's trend is clearly back to real-world experiences and friendships and candy. Dan, 2023 trends.
What I'm excited about is those new experiences that we've never seen before. You know, for across industries like travel. How will I engage with travel and hospitality in ways I've never engaged before. What does it mean to healthcare? We're going to see new engagement points that look completely different, that do solve my problems or my needs in totally different ways.
This is so fun because you rarely get into a real true debate in such a short amount of time. So Dan, Brian, I so appreciate it. And before I let them go, just a few of the big things that we learned today. Dan, I love that what you said is that design is the discipline of solving problems, but creativity is solving new things. Brian, alien intelligence, not AI intelligence, is a fun way of thinking about it. You said that you are meeting the wave of AI, and Dan, it sounds like you are doing that too in 3 ways, all having to do with enablement. 1, the tactical creative output. 2, enablement for your business clients. And then 3 is just sort of the relationship change between consumers and the products in the world that they live in. Yeah. Brian, I love what you said about you transfer emotion to objects, which is the purpose of design here. Dan says that we need to consistently be evolving, and part of that evolvement means going to the edge. I think you both agreed that you need to be going to the edge to find that purpose and creativity. And then last but not least, I do really appreciate what you said about friendship, because it is easy to get caught up in the world of AI as a digital opportunity, but it can also help facilitate real-world opportunities. Dan Gardner of Code and Theory, Brian Collins of Collins, thank you both so much.
Thank you. Which way do we go?
Tem uma cadeira, velho.
Voltei. Vou falar uma frase agora que eu sei que vocês adoram. This next section will be hosted in Portuguese. Essa próxima sessão vai ser apresentada em português e a missão do UNICEF é ajudar a melhorar a vida de crianças em todo o planeta. E agora vamos ouvir sobre o trabalho que eles estão fazendo aqui no Brasil. Sejam muito bem-vindos. Essa conversa será mediada pelo jornalista da Globo, Marcelo Lins, e contará com a presença de Paola Babos, do UNICEF, e os embaixadores do UNICEF no Brasil, Tainara Ogê e Bruno Galeasso.
Boa tarde, boa tarde.
Boa tarde, galera.
Olá.
Olá.
Boa tarde, pessoal. Um prazer, uma honra estar aqui, ainda mais podendo falar em português, que é sempre bom, né? Estamos em casa com esses debatedores tão qualificados, importantes. Eu queria começar pedindo para a Paula dar para a gente uma lembrança sobre o papel do UNICEF, o que ele faz no Brasil, como faz e por que estamos aqui hoje com o UNICEF também no Web Summit.
Ótimo, obrigada, Marcelo. Boa tarde, um grandíssimo prazer estar aqui com nossos embaixadores, o Bruno, a Thay, falando do UNICEF. Primeiro, Marcelo, muito importante lembrar, o UNICEF está em 190 países do mundo, trabalhando para os direitos de crianças e adolescentes, onde eles mais precisam. São 5 grandes áreas que nós trabalhamos aqui no Brasil e no mundo. A saúde, a vacinação, a nutrição das crianças, a educação, a proteção contra a violência, contra todo tipo de violência contra a criança, a água, saneamento e o meio ambiente e assistência social, com um foco específico de não deixar ninguém por trás. Por isso, o UNICEF trabalha no Brasil, mas o UNICEF está também nas crises humanitárias na Ucrânia, no Sudão, no Afeganistão, em Síria, trabalhando para todas as crianças. E aqui no Brasil, estamos com 9 escritórios olhando para as crianças da Amazônia Legal Brasileira, do semiárido, crianças indígenas, afro-brasileiras, aquelas que mais precisam de nós.
Perfeito. Passando a bola rapidamente aqui para Tainara. Tainara hoje é uma personalidade que nasceu do mundo da internet, quer dizer, não nasceu do mundo da internet, nasceu das próprias qualidades delas, construídas lá no Maranhão, na região norte do país também, fora do eixo Rio-São Paulo, portanto, né? E conseguiu uma visibilidade pela qualidade da comunicação dela. Tainara, eu queria saber de você como é que você usa a tecnologia no seu papel de embaixadora do Unicef para uma palavrinha que muita gente não gosta, que é empoderamento, mas pode ser substituída por respeito, fortalecimento da presença, da visibilidade das meninas e adolescentes desse Brasil que precisam tanto dessa força.
Então, gente, boa tarde. A internet, como todo mundo aqui sabe, é um instrumento, é uma ferramenta muito poderosa. Tem um alcance gigante que você pode usar tanto para o bem quanto para o mal e tem esse poder de transformação. Então, tem várias formas. Eu poderia passar a tarde aqui falando sobre como a gente pode usar a internet ao nosso favor, no caso, trabalhando com crianças e adolescentes em situação de vulnerabilidade social, mas para tomar conta aqui do tempo, eu vou dar alguns exemplos. Claro que a gente consegue influenciar aquela audiência. Eu tenho uma audiência majoritariamente jovem, então, por meio desse tempo, nessa parceria com o Unicef, a gente já conseguiu mobilizar e recrutar vários voluntários dentro dessa minha audiência, porque eu sempre busco levar a informação de um jeito didático, quebrando um pouco dessa linguagem unicefês, que é um pouquinho mais complicada, e levando de uma forma didática para o seguidor se perceber como, poxa, eu posso ajudar, eu posso também ser um instrumento de transformação. Esse é um ponto. A gente também consegue fazer acontecer eventos para arrecadar fundos para o Unicef, como é o caso do São João da TAI, que é um evento que a gente criou em 2017 no Maranhão, e desde 2019 a gente trabalha arrecadando em prol do Unicef. Em duas edições, 2019 e 2022, a gente já doou R$730 mil, e claro que tudo isso por conta do poder da internet, que mobiliza um público que vai lá prestigiar o evento, né, através da bilheteria, a gente consegue fazer a doação, a gente consegue mobilizar patrocinadores, a gente consegue mobilizar até o meio artístico, que prestigia o evento, são muitos amigos que ajudam, indo cantar, abrindo mão de cachê, como é o exemplo da Ivete Sangalo esse ano. Então, tudo isso por meio da internet que me dá acesso, me dá essa força. Mas, para mim, o principal é poder mobilizar e criar líderes, influenciadoras, que não são essas, como a gente, que estão aqui, mas são aquelas que estão dentro da comunidade, fazendo acontecer. E, por isso, eu tenho muito carinho pelo projeto Coletivo Jovem Menina Cidadã, que em 2019, no nosso primeiro projeto do São João da TAI com o Unicef, a gente apoiou esse coletivo, e por meio dessa ajuda, e também de outros parceiros que foram entrando depois, a gente conseguiu reduzir o índice de violência nessa região periférica de São Luís, que eles vivem na região da cidade operária, da cidade olímpica, e a gente conseguiu fortalecer o trabalho desses jovens. Hoje, eles são um coletivo de 100 jovens, meninas pretos e pretas da comunidade, que conseguem mobilizar 30 escolas ali da região da comunidade e que são ouvidas por órgãos públicos como o Ministério Público, Prefeitura, Governador, Defensoria Pública. Então, eu fico feliz de ver esses verdadeiros influenciadores que têm esse poder de mobilizar, ver aqui quais são os principais problemas, levar para as autoridades, serem ouvidos e desenharem políticas públicas para resolver e transformar aquela região. Então, para mim, sim, a internet ela influencia uma audiência, ela ajuda a levantar grana para ajudar projetos do Unicef, mas para mim o principal que faz o meu coração ficar aquecido todo dia e muito satisfeita com o nosso trabalho é ver essa mobilização e novos líderes, sabe, que conseguem surgir dentro das comunidades, protegendo a própria comunidade. Perfeito. Então, para mim, esse é o verdadeiro significado de influência.
Perfeito, Tainara. Bruno, a você, então, agora, falando em visibilidade, fortalecimento de algumas causas. Você é um cara muito ligado à discussão da sustentabilidade, da preservação do meio ambiente, mas também de olhar para isso como uma possibilidade de investimento também no mundo em si mesmo, nas pessoas. Eu queria que você falasse um pouco do teu trabalho e do Unicef dentro dele e por que você acha que vale a pena tentar agregar mais gente, cidadãos comuns, cidadãs comuns e também empresas, atores do mundo corporativo também? Qual é a tua pegada?
Cara, eu acho que a gente tem que ecologizar a economia. É isso que a gente tem que fazer. E o Unicef está fazendo isso de forma brilhante, globalmente. Já está falando disso tem tempo, né? A Paula sabe, a Thay também. Os green jobs. O que são os green jobs? São os trabalhos verdes, que são maravilhosos. O trabalho verde nada mais é do que empoderar os jovens e as crianças na crise climática. É dar voz a eles, colocar eles como protagonistas. E, cara, se você coloca um jovem como protagonista, você ganha o mundo, porque não existe a gente cuidar das crianças e dos jovens e não cuidar da natureza. E a nossa ideia é que eles sejam multiplicadores dessas ideias, sabe? E o Unicef faz isso de forma brilhante e eu tenho muito orgulho que hoje o Unicef tem essa agenda, porque é a minha agenda, é a agenda da minha vida. E ela precisa do apoio dos empresários. Ela precisa de investimento. Porque o que o Unicef faz é olhar essas ideias, é investir nessas ideias, mas precisa do setor privado apoiando, porque precisa de tecnologia, porque precisa de incentivo financeiro, porque aí a gente vai descobrir e vai ver que a natureza ela pode remunerar e ser bom para todo mundo.
Perfeito. Já ganhou aqui alguns apoios e investidores, esperamos,
lógico,
né?
Cara, porque é muito importante o setor privado entender que a gente tem que cuidar da natureza, porque não tem como pensar numa criança, num jovem, sem cuidar da natureza, pô. E por que a gente está fazendo isso? Por que a gente pensa na natureza? Porque a gente quer um mundo melhor para eles, por eles. E por que não com eles?
É isso.
Perfeito.
É isso aí. Paula, pensando um pouco nesse universo, nos dois depoimentos que a gente já ouviu aqui dos seus embaixadores, eu queria saber desse mundo onde o discurso do ódio é disseminado com tanta facilidade, onde a desinformação campeia, onde é difícil você tentar criar legislações específicas para limitar os efeitos mais negativos do mundo virtual, que é também o nosso mundo real. Que tipo de ferramenta, de projeto o Unicef vê pelo mundo para trazer para o Brasil e já tem à disposição de crianças e adolescentes da proteção dos seus direitos e que experiências do Brasil podem ser levadas para o mundo?
Perfeito, Marcelo. Então, quando olhamos para o mundo digital e a tecnologia e os direitos de crianças e adolescentes, não somente eles são essa grande força para o futuro digital, mas precisamos investir neles, claro. Especialmente nos mais vulneráveis. Tem três eixos principais que eu quero mencionar aqui, que estamos trabalhando aqui no Brasil, mas no mundo também. Pessoal, primeiro, inclusão digital. O acesso à internet hoje, ele precisa ser visto como um direito, porque ele dá acesso a outros direitos, direito à informação, direito à escola, vimos isso no Covid. Dentro disso, hoje temos 21 mil escolas que não estão conectadas à internet no Brasil, e por isso o Unicef, junto com o programa global GIRA, está comprometido para conectar todas essas escolas até 2030, trabalhando com o Ministério de Educação, Ministério das Comunicações, mas também com empresas para poder conectar aquelas escolas, dar acesso à educação digital e a competências. Segundo, inclusão socioprodutiva de jovens. Bruno falou sobre isso, Green Jobs. Lançamos em 2020 uma iniciativa muito importante, 1 milhão de oportunidades, que está conectada com uma iniciativa global. Ela hoje é, aqui no Brasil, a maior articulação de inclusão produtiva de jovens no mundo do trabalho, para dar acesso à formação, a Green Jobs.
Trabalho verde. Eu adoro esse nome, trabalho verde.
É a renda e também há oportunidades de protagonismo juvenil. E aqui eu quero só mencionar um Youth Challenge que fizemos dentro da iniciativa 1 milhão de oportunidades, onde foi coletivo Quebrada Arqueológica de jovens de São Paulo que ganhou um prêmio importante na COP27 de Imagine Ventures para ter conseguido desenvolver uma solução de água e saneamento para populações de baixa renda, né? Então, aqui se mostra realmente a potência dos jovens em desenvolver soluções que são conectadas com os problemas que eles vivem nas periferias, no mundo rural, com as tecnologias sociais criativas e com o mundo digital.
É impressionante isso, né? Porque com a crise climática, esse processo acelerou muito. As famílias rurais, a mudança climática está acelerando esses jovens que estão migrando para a cidade grande. Sabe? Isso é muito ruim, porque deixa essas famílias vulneráveis. E é um processo que não para. Por isso é tão importante a gente investir em jovem. Investir nos jovens através desses trabalhos verdes, sabe? Porque eles precisam entender que onde eles moram é onde está a riqueza. A riqueza está nas florestas, sabe? E a maioria da população pobre está perto dessa riqueza e quer vir para cá. Então é uma troca de valores, sabe? E o nosso papel é muito importante, porque o que a gente precisa fazer é informar. Por isso que é tão importante o que a DAI faz, cara. O que a DAI faz é maravilhoso nas redes sociais, é muito forte, é informar para essas pessoas e propagar isso. E é esse o intuito da gente estar aqui, divulgar isso e propagar para que vocês também possam propagar e fazer a mesma coisa.
É criar multiplicadores,
multiplicadores.
Né? Plantar semente. Isso, para mim, é o mais importante do nosso trabalho. É mobilizar novas lideranças, inclusive dentro da própria juventude das comunidades.
Lá de dentro, sabe?
Que vivem a realidade.
Tainara, exatamente pegando esse gancho, essa criação de mobilizadores, de influenciadores, quando ela parte, me parece ainda, de um foco nas meninas, nas adolescentes, em sociedades de um Brasil muito machista ainda, muito preconceituoso, mas onde a mulher, a gente sabe, tem um papel tão fundamental e tão influenciador nas famílias, nos núcleos, nas pequenas cidades, na área rural e tudo mais, ganha ainda mais importância. Eu queria falar um pouquinho da sua experiência no Maranhão. O que você já pode dizer? Isso é fruto desse trabalho, por isso vale a pena levar adiante esse trabalho.
Então, eu lembrei aqui na fala da Paola sobre o coletivo Menina Cidadã. Ele começou como um coletivo de meninas pretas da macro-região da Cidade Olímpica, Cidade Operária. Cresceu tanto que hoje elas aceitam homens. E dentro das atividades que elas fazem, mais de 30 escolas durante o ano todo, elas vão elas impactam mais de 3.500 famílias, que têm mulheres que são empreendedoras, levando projetos de tecnologia. Sobre o projeto 1 milhão de oportunidades, elas também vão mobilizando dentro das escolas jovens, tipo, ei galera, vocês conhecem esse projeto? Então, hoje a gente tem 150 jovens que estão em situação de vulnerabilidade social dentro dessa macro-região, na periferia de São Luís, mas que estão fazendo um curso de inglês online graças ao programa do 1 milhão de oportunidades e graças à mobilização dessas meninas, que vão empoderando outros jovens e aí eles vão tendo acesso a essas oportunidades que às vezes eles nem têm conhecimento. Então, aí vai crescendo esse trabalho e, como eu disse para vocês, hoje elas são grandes influenciadoras. Elas sobem no ônibus, entram na farmácia da comunidade. As meninas vão se inspirando, perguntando, como é que eu faço para participar? Eu quero ser que nem tu um dia. Então, aquele sonho que era distante, não, elas têm hoje uma referência muito próxima da realidade delas. E isso me deixa muito orgulhosa, que essas, sim, são as verdadeiras influenciadoras.
Sensacional.
Marcelo,
Fala.
não sei se vocês... Falando do poder das meninas, né, do coletivo das meninas cidadãs, não sei se vocês sabem que as meninas são 48% dos jogadores de videogames, mas são menos de um quarto as mulheres que trabalham dentro da indústria de jogos. E por isso, uma das iniciativas dentro do 1 milhão de oportunidades, globalmente, que o Unicef está trabalhando, é com Game Changer Coalitions, justamente para investir nas meninas, para que elas possam se tornar designers, programadoras, líderes desse digital futuro mais inclusivo, mais diversificado e mais seguro. Então, esse também é um olhar, né, das meninas e das diferentes oportunidades, tanto em diferentes lugares, mas também meninas dentro das tecnologias e do mundo dos jogos.
Sensacional. Bruno, você que é um cara que vem do mundo da TV, do teatro, da atuação, né? E caiu também no mundo do investimento e foi buscar esse investimento no mundo da proteção à biodiversidade e também do retorno que tem você investir nessa área. Como é que você vê essa transversalidade, que é essa palavra que se usa muito, da pauta ambiental? Ou seja, não é algo que está restrito, fica cada vez mais claro, a militantes de movimentos ecológicos. Essa discussão precisa estar em todas as instâncias de governo, mas também nas corporações, também nas empresas, também nas casas. E como é que você acha que o seu trabalho, a sua visibilidade pode ajudar a essa transversalidade?
Cara, eu acho que realmente é um movimento. Tem que ser um movimento. É necessário. Todo mundo já sabe dos problemas, todo mundo já sabe das mazelas. Agora a gente tem que partir para a ação. Qual é a ação? Achar solução. E qual é a solução? Ecologizar a economia. Porque as grandes empresas só vão realmente investir quando sentirem que tem retorno. Quando é remunerado. E é remunerado, gente. E uma floresta de pé tem muito valor. Só que para essa floresta continuar em pé, ela precisa ser cuidada. E como que ela vai ser cuidada se quem está ali para fazer isso é o cara que não ganha nada, é o cara que não tem o que comer? Então a gente tem que fazer esse movimento, a gente tem que ter o setor privado, a gente tem que ter o Unicef, a gente tem que ter todo mundo que queira fazer algo. A gente tem que gerar impacto. E o impacto vai surgir quando essas grandes empresas descobrirem que podem lucrar com uma coisa boa, fazendo bem. Então, vamos lucrar fazendo bem, vamos propagar isso, que é a melhor coisa que a gente faz.
A gente sabe, Paula, que esse impacto também tem a ver com a briga contra a desinformação, usar ferramentas que ajudem a espalhar essas ideias, e o Unicef faz isso muito bem. Mas aonde que as pessoas que querem empreender, que querem, de repente, ser parceiras do Unicef, que querem encontrar essas ferramentas, projetos que já existem, os aplicativos possíveis de ser utilizados com jovens, com crianças, onde é que elas vão encontrar no âmbito ali do universo do Unicef?
Então, claro que dentro, né, do nosso sítio você vai ver todas as diferentes iniciativas. E Marcelo, aqui eu queria para as pessoas que estão aqui, né, dentro do Web Summit, que tratam de tecnologia, realmente focar nesse, porque o Unicef tem um departamento de inovação, está puxando muito essa ideia de investir em tecnologias com a ideia de bens públicos digitais e de bens públicos, ou seja, justamente, né, de olhar para soluções que possam solucionar não somente nos lugares e nos polos mais conectados, mas também em lugares que são desconectados, que estão na floresta amazônica, que estão em comunidades indígenas, trabalhando com esses saberes e utilizando essa riqueza cultural, ambiental do Brasil para solucionar esses desafios sociais significativos e dar um maior retorno em termos de retorno social a investimento, tanto público quanto privado, em inovação. E por isso, o Unicef está trabalhando com todo, tanto, né, com aqui os nossos embaixadores, mas também com o poder público, com investidores privados, realmente em investir em conectividade, em educação e desenvolvimento de competências de jovens, mas também em ciência, tecnologia e inovação, para poder aumentar esse retorno social do investimento público e privado. Eu acho realmente, não tenho nenhuma dúvida, que essa é a maior contribuição que o Brasil vai trazer dentro do panorama da inovação no mundo, de poder trazer a potência dessa riqueza que as crianças e os jovens mais vulneráveis realmente representam nesse maravilhoso país que é o Brasil.
Educação ambiental. Eu acho que essa é a chave da transformação. Quando a gente empodera uma criança, um adolescente, ninguém segura. E é isso que o Unicef faz e eu tenho muito orgulho de fazer parte disso.
Tainara, quando é que você entendeu que você funcionava no Snapchat, na internet, que aquilo era algo que te dava visibilidade para as coisas que você queria dizer ou queria eventualmente fazer? E o que você diria para meninas, adolescentes, que também acham que tem essa pegada, que estão hoje no game ou no Discord, ou batendo papo em grupos, e que acham que também poderiam trilhar um caminho através da tecnologia para impactar também no seu cotidiano?
Então, para mim foi muito genuína essa adaptação, porque quando eu caí de paraquedas nesse universo digital, eu já tinha uma vocação, porque eu era estudante de Direito. Aliás, eu me formei, sou advogada até hoje, e comecei a ser estudante de concurso público, estudar para concurso público. Então, dentro disso, eu já tinha vocação para a Defensoria Pública, que era o meu grande projeto de vida, eu estudava para ser defensora algum dia. Então, eu acho que a vida me trouxe para outro rumo, mas eu consegui direcionar essa vocação e fazer o bem, impactando e mobilizando até mesmo mais pessoas. E o que é engraçado é que hoje, mesmo fora dessa carreira do direito, eu tenho um trabalho, um carinho muito grande pela instituição da DPU, da Defensoria Pública também do Maranhão. Então, hoje, o que eu queria dizer assim, para os jovens, a gente fala muito sobre o poder da influência, mas sempre vendo o lado aqui da tela. O que eu quero dizer, e para mim o que me deixa mais grata em ver, são essas lideranças surgindo em cada comunidade. Cada um tem seu poder de influenciar, de mobilizar, de transformar. Então, todo mundo, eu queria muito que cada jovem tivesse a consciência do seu papel e que, sim, você sendo você ali naquela coletividade, na sua própria comunidade, você pode realmente transformar, impactar várias vidas, que é o caso do coletivo Menina Cidadã, que eu tenho um carinho e uma admiração imensa.
Perfeito. Bruno, estamos quase chegando aqui no final, queria deixar um minutinho final para a Paula falar dos desafios do Unicef, mas queria saber dos teus, 40 segundos, desafios pela frente, como é que você pretende engajar mais gente nessas brigas pela biodiversidade, pelo desenvolvimento sustentável, pelo Green Job?
Cara, tem que trazer o setor privado, então, empresários, empresas que queiram compartilhar, que queiram fazer a diferença, que queiram, de fato, impactar através da biodiversidade, através da sustentabilidade. O Unicef está aberto para ouvir vocês. Estou falando em nome do Unicef porque eu sou embaixador, eu posso falar. Está aberto para vocês porque a gente precisa de ajuda, a gente precisa de parceiros. Vamos criar líderes capazes de transformar o mundo, pô. Está na nossa mão. O Brasil é riquíssimo e precisa da ajuda de todos nós. É isso.
Exatamente.
Paula, desafios do Unicef para frente, o que você está em projeto, o que a gente pode esperar do Unicef no Brasil nesse futuro próximo?
O desafio do Unicef é de realmente poder trazer, chegar com todo mundo, com a gente, com a agenda de empoderamento de crianças, adolescentes e jovens mais vulneráveis. Quando falamos de crianças e adolescentes mais vulneráveis, eles são a maior população, né? Então, a grande agenda hoje é realmente aquela agenda de educação, de desenvolver as competências, de investir e de acreditar nesses jovens.
Perfeito. Tainara quer mandar um beijo, 5 segundos.
Um beijo, Maranhão. 1-0. Aê. Certinho.
Muito obrigado, pessoal. Muito obrigado pela atenção, por cada um de vocês
Obrigada,
também.
galera.
Muito bom. Bom papo.
Valeu, galera. Boa tarde.
co-founders want to lead their startups to success, but that's not always possible. How do you know when it's right to relinquish power? And conversely, how do you know when it's time to take control? Time to hear from 3 leaders who discuss their very different journeys to the top. Please welcome the CEO of Loggi, Thibaud Lecuyer, the co-founder and executive chair of LaunchDarkly, Edith Harbaugh, and co-founder of MadeiraMadeira, Robson Privado.
So, good evening, everyone. So before we get started, I would like to know how many of you are founders. Please raise your hands. Lots of founders over there. Okay. And how many of you are CEOs? So we have some. And how many of you agree with this statement? Founders make good CEOs. Please raise your hands. Wow, it's a challenging audience because we have 3 founders here. Let's have a seat. And they believe that founders can make very good CEOs. So how so? I would like to start with you, Robson, please.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here, guys. We discussed last week about this topic, and I think the question is really thinking about timing, right? Because when you look for, especially a VC industry, you have startups in startup world, it's very difficult to really build a company as a founder in the early days of the company and not to have being CEO. You probably will not the entrepreneurs at the beginning of the company is the one that has the dream, the passion, the one that really sell everything, and need to be the one that should deliver. So I think when you look for the early days, early years of a startup, like a seed, pre-seed, seed, Series A, Series B, it's very difficult to not be the founder, the CEO. And then I think the timing thing here is important because when the maturity of the company starts to grow, start scaling, then I think is when these questions came. So I'm 100% sure that in this first stage of the company, when you took the first years to really pick the company from the draft and start to scale, to build the culture, to do everything, for sure the founders can be amazing CEOs. And then later on, I think in a more mature level, then I think it's a timing question here that we can discuss during the panel.
Thank you. It seems to be almost a Shakespearean question. Do you agree with Robson or not? Please make your considerations.
Yeah, I do. So I was co-founder of LaunchDarkly in 2014. And when we started in 2014, it was myself and my co-founder. So we were a 2-person company. So he was the CTO, the Chief Technical Officer, and I was the CEO. And my joke is that when you're 2 people, CEO stands for Chief Everything Officer. I did sales, I did marketing, I did evangelism. Then when we started raising more money and getting more customers, we went from 2 people to 8 people, and then I felt more like an actual, not just a title, but actually more of a CEO. So over the course of the company, LaunchDarkly, which is the leading feature management platform, we grew from our initial team of 2 people to 8 to 100 to 500, over 4,000 customers worldwide. And I do think that the role of the CEO changes every time you basically double the company in terms of what the expectations are. But I think the founder is the one that has the passion and the drive to make that happen. You can't start with nothing and get a CEO who's led a 1,000-person company, because a 1,000-person company is very different than a 100-person company. Like, so that CEO who's like, well, I'm going to go do a startup, and I'm going to run it like a 1,000-person company. It's like, well, wait a second, it's not the same at all.
Thibaud, do you agree with that? Because you are a CEO and you are a founder, and could you please explain from different perspectives what does it mean to be a CEO in the role of and as a founder of your own company?
Thank you, Sandra, and good afternoon, everyone. And no, I do totally agree. And you know, I would speak here to all the founder. I mean, when you decided to create your company at the beginning, how many people arrived and told you you're crazy? When you spoke to your parents, how many times did they tell you, why don't you get a real job? Or when you were speaking with some friends, how many times did they tell you, it's never going to work? So when you've got so many people, you know, that are, you know, putting brakes or, you know, turning you down, how can you imagine putting another person in charge? There's just no way to have someone that will basically lead the company, or, you know, not even your parents, because they don't think it's a real job. How can you have, you know, external people lead a company, lead an idea? Because at the time when you start your company, you're just, you know, it's just an idea, a piece of paper, and sometimes there is not even an investor, you know, behind it to help you and to coach you. And so for me, the question is very clear, and the answer to the question is very clear. The founder is the best CEO, you know, to create the company. Is the person that has the fire, yes. Is the person that has the most skin in the game, is the person that is going to live 24/7, exactly when you've got a kid that is born and you have to wake up at night. There is no weekend, there is no night, there is just your ID, and you are 300%. And so that's why also all the time, the investor or the VC tells you, you can't do this as a part-time job. It's a full-time job because you're going to live with it, you're going to feel it in your skin. And so, again, saying it, how can you imagine trying to pass something that is just a vision to someone and say, no, you manage it? There's just no way. It's in you. And for me, the most surreal thing is that sometimes those founders, they don't need to speak. Just by their action, their way of doing, they motivate people, and those people just follow him, and they guide them. And this is what we call charisma. This is what is a good leader. And so that's why I can't imagine, you know, having, you know, for Loggi, Fabian created Loggi. There was no better person, you know, for him to create the company and lead the company.
Okay, thank you. But I was just wondering why so many people in this audience, they believe that it's not possible. And so we know from the history of the entrepreneurship, the recent history, that we have so many bad examples. And I'm not talking about Uber. So we have bad examples. And people generally think that it's not possible for a very young person to be wise enough to manage people and to manage finances. And I would like to know from your experience, Robson, please, because you started when you were just 19 years old. And how was it for you in MadeiraMadeira?
I think it's completely different story. So my first company, I started and I clearly remember, Thibaud, my parents say, looking for a real job. This is not a job, and my dad is an entrepreneur. So it was very painful because at that time I didn't have even experience in terms of managing people and this on. So I stayed there for 5 years as a founder and CEO, and then I saw that. Then I saw the company. And I saw that I should to develop other kind of skills to start my new company. And then I entered in a trainee, so I entered to the corporate world, and understand especially in terms of how to manage people, because I was not good on this at that time. I'm still learning, but this was something that I understand that was one of the areas that you should develop. And look at MadeiraMadeira, I think especially, it's again one thing is for you as C-level CEO to manage 10, 100 people. Then another completely different a job is to manage 1,000, 2,000 people that right now it's have like around 2,500 people. And I look for this is very important. I think just a step back, as a founder, your main goal is really like to build a company that can succeed in long term, right? I think this is the main goal. And that what this means that you should to create value for the company, that's all the stakeholders, so shareholders, founders, investors, if you have investors, especially for customers and maybe for community. But this is like really building this. And I think when you start to grow and understand like maybe after, like, you know, you have all the patience, and this is what the founder has, like a patient, you know, 24/7 hours, like waiting, working a lot. But then as soon as the startups start to grow, another skills from you to manage especially complexity and like a lot of people. So then there are a lot of skills that you have, you had as a CEO for that specific like early days of startup, will keep like as a patient, vision, build the culture, but another set of skills you need to develop, especially in terms of how to manage this complexity at scale. And then I think for the founder, it's very important to be humble, to understand, okay, I need to understand like from now on, if my startup will grow 5 times, 10 times, how I will, you know, how I need to be the CEO of that company. Can I be there? What are the skills? What are the gaps that I need to work on to develop to be there as a CEO? So I think this is like something that when I think about like the question is really how you can be aware in terms of the next stages of the company and how you can work in your weakness or gaps that you have to be as a CEO or as a C-level there to be, you know, in terms of the results that the company expects. So I think that is a path to.
So you need lots of self-awareness.
A lot. And this for sure is not easy, especially when we are a founder. And this is one thing that we even discussed like last week, that usually you need like external help as well, right? And like from your board, like some advisors, maybe you need like some coach, because like it's a unique job, it's very difficult, it's painful, you know, it's not something easy, or even work with some organizations. Right now we have like here, I'm a pitch here from Endeavor, I'm Endeavor board member, that can help the entrepreneurs to like keeping growing in the stage of the company, or like the IPO. So I think it's very important to be first to be aware and then looking for help, because a lot of CEOs and C-level and founders that I talk didn't do this, right? Like I'm trying to solve everything by myself, and it's impossible. I think this is a point.
Thank you. Edith, you have such a fantastic story in entrepreneurship as a woman and entrepreneur, because you grew your company from 0 to 100,000 million.
Oh, 100
million, sorry. 100 million annual recurring revenue. How was that journey? Could you please share with us?
Yeah, it was really fun. So we publicly announced that we crossed 100 million United States dollars in annual recurring revenue, but that all started with getting our first customers. You know, so the early days, you as the CEO are the first salesperson and the only salesperson. So you're going out, you're getting your first customers, you're making them successful, and that feels really, really good, because that's like, oh, this idea that we had as founders is suddenly happening. And then you start getting, hopefully, this stage where you're like, okay, I can actually hire more salespeople and transfer this knowledge to them. You move from you doing all the marketing to let's hire a marketing department. You know, I used to do everything, and then I was like, let's hire people. So that feels really fun, because you get to the stage of like, okay, the initial ball is rolling, and now I can start to scale it. I think it helped a lot that I had led product divisions at other companies. You know, I'd started the Trip It for Business product from scratch, so I'd seen that journey from 0 to $1 million. So it was rewarding to do it for my own company from scratch. My one thing I'll say, I loved your quote about nobody believes in you. I was really nervous about telling my mom that I was starting the company. And when I told her, she said something that was very mom-like. She's also in software. And she said, well, I've seen a lot of dumb people start companies. And I think you're smarter than them. which was my mom's way of saying, you know, I think you're going to do well. And I think that's really important as a founder to know that there are absolutely going to be a lot of challenges, but you just can work through a lot of them.
Thank you. Thibaud, I was thinking about our first conversation when you told me, Sandra, it's so important always to be surrounded with people, with brave people, people that are able to tell you the truth. And I was just wondering, maybe, perhaps, Thibaud suffered something and during this journey with some trauma that you experienced. Could you please explain a little bit better how to create a culture where people are able to tell you the truth?
Thanks. Great question. And you know, many of you, I'm sure, will know that you know, in Portuguese we say we need to kill a lion a day. And when we are a founder, you know, we receive like basically punch every single day. And we have to wake up the next day smiling and going after client, hunting, you know, supplier. And it's already difficult. It's already difficult because you're trying to disrupt or to solve a problem to the life of many people, or create a new solution that does not exist. If it does not exist, it's not because it was easy. It's because it might be very difficult. And so if you already, you know, are facing adversity every single day, you need to have a transparent and honest, you know, place of work and communication with your team. And to do that, it starts already for me with the physical barrier. If you've got, you know, if you're on another floor, if you're in a corner, isolated, you know, imagine the person on the other side. The person, you know, will already needs to circumvent potentially the fear that this person has to go speak to you. If you've got, you know, an assistant that it happened in some big corporation, then they need to pass the filter of the assistant that the job is to filter what's going on. So basically, you're filtering the information, and you're just like a firewall, you're not receiving everything. So I think you need to start with your inner circle. Your inner circle, your direct report, the people that work with you. And I remember the question, you know, of a person in finance that I just hired, you know, about 6 months ago. And the person said, oh, thank you very much, I like it, but I have to tell you something, you know, asymmetry of information. The person just started working and said, I forgot to tell you that, you know, my sister is getting married in 3 weeks, you know, new job, taking holidays. I was like, I don't care. Take the holiday you want, if you want to go 1 week, 5 days, etc. At the end, what matters is that I'm not hiring, you know, someone, I'm not going to babysit you. I'm hiring a responsible, autonomous person with responsibility, managing people. At the end, you need to make it work. You need to make it work. And that person looked at me, I was like, this is so not Brazilian, so not Brazilian. I mean, how are you doing it? I was like, fine, you do it, you make it work, and it's fine. So you start with your inner circle, and then after you extend it, you know, to the rest of the company when you're a CEO or director of a division. And you know, no later than today, a person from Loggi was, you know, at the conference looking at some other technology and told me, hey, Thibaud, would you have like 10, 15 minutes to show you something? That person is one of our tech lead. There is, you know, 2 people between myself and that person had, you know, the desire, but also the envy, and no restriction to come speak. And so we had lunch, 15 minutes, discussing about something disruptive. And I say, I don't know if it makes sense. I see it might be disruptive. I already spoke. And I was like, wow, that's great. I was like, yeah, but this is what you told us. You told us to try to, you know, break paradigm, break standard. And I always tell people, you know, we've got no standard in the company. Doesn't mean that it's a mess, but we break standards. We break standard to try to disrupt, but on the other side also, we need to obey and be organized, and so create the new standard. And this is exactly what the person said. You told us, and I think you start with your inner circle, you lead by example, you show that it's possible, you show that you're accessible, you answer, and this goes with, you know, your employee, but also with your supplier, and your client. Some clients sometimes send me an email and say, hey, Thibaud, what's going on, etc. And I answer it, and they're like, wow, you did not pass it to someone else, you didn't pass the ball. So I think it's about the behavior, what you want to pass, and if you create that honesty, transparency, leading by example and showing people the right information and the right way of conducting business, then they're going to answer.
Great. So it's always a question of balance and discipline, and to find the right way to show that you are leading by example, and you a tough person, and that you are founder of your teams as well. That's right?
Yeah.
You take care of your teams. You look after your teams and finding balance and discipline.
Yes, it's always, and again, going back to the first point, is that you're so motivated that sometimes, you're at 300% and the other people are at 100, 120%. So you need to find that right balance in your energy, your motivation, but also on the other side. As I say, you need to kill a lion. To kill a lion, it's not easy. And so you get stressed during the day. You need to balance your energy, and also this reflect in your behavior and your communication. And so yes, it's not an easy game, but this is what we do every day.
Okay, thank you. So once you have so many founders here, could you please give them some piece of advice? Starting with you, Robson, please.
I think the advice here, it's always to be aware in terms of everyone has like a weakness, and this is not a problem. I think sometimes, especially in the early days of the company, you're trying to be the superhero founder, right? And always smiling, and for sure should, because it's important, at the early days, you be positive to show that it's possible, even that problem that you don't know how to solve it yet. But in the other hand, it's very important to be aware on this. I think it's looking for help, external help, and because sometimes you cannot talk with your team because it's problems that you cannot go through exactly what's happened. So I think two things is, one, be aware in terms of which are your weaknesses or things that you should develop or the things that you need to help. And the second is looking for help.
Okay. Thank you. Edith, please.
To break things down into stages, I talked about how we started about 9 years ago, and now we're 100 million and an annual recurring revenue and 4,000 customers. But we broke that down into stages. We broke that down into how are we going to get our first 10 customers? How are we going to get our first 100? And that seemed a lot more easy. I remember there was a period in the company when we got 1 customer a month. And every month, to your quote, I'm going to go kill that lion. Well, I don't want to, I'm going to go get that customer. And that was a success for that month. And the small numbers that you have get bigger over time. The second bit of advice is to surround yourself with founders around the same stage, and maybe one stage after, one stage before, so that you can see that you're all going through the same things.
Very good advice.
Thanks. And for me, would be 2 pieces of advice. The first one is believe in yourself. I remember when I arrived in Brazil, a month after I was discussing the idea, and I met the CEO of a very large bank on Faria Lima in São Paulo. And the person was like, "You're French, you understand nothing about Brazil. Have you unpacked your bag? Because I just suggest that you don't unpack them, you close them, and you go away. Because you're never going to do anything here, you don't understand anything, and your Portuguese is terrible." I was like, fine, thank you very much. So I would say, just like your friend, your parents, that CEO of a big bank, just believe in yourself. You're the best person, go with it. But doesn't mean that you need to go all the way, and you need to go the other side, and as Robson and Edith mentioned, look for advice. There are many problems that you're facing that other people, faced before. And with this, they're not going to give you the recipe of the cake of how to handle it or to do it, but basically, they're going to help you understand and get much quicker over the problem that you might face, the doubt that you've got. So first one, believe in yourself, and don't be shy. Look for help and look for advice.
Thank you very much. Very insightful conversation. And we have just 30 seconds. And I'm going to ask you, have you changed your minds? Please raise your hands after this conversation. Have you changed your minds about the statement.
And
7.
good job. Good job.
Good job. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you guys.
Santiago, how are you?
How are you?
Are you excited?
Very excited.
Very excited, right? Okay.
Is my mic on?
Yeah, your mic's on. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the winner's announcement for Pitch, the world's greatest pitch competition. Woo! This edition was particularly intense. Out of more than 1,000 startups here at Web Summit Rio, 42 were selected to compete in Pitch. And from those 42, only 3 emerged victorious and pitched earlier today in the grand final. I'd like to thank all the judges who were involved, and of course, all the startups who pitched their hearts out over the last 2 days. It was amazing to see so many great businesses showcasing their potential to our audience. You know what? Let's bring them all out one more time. Startups, these are the final 3. Come on out. Give them a round of applause. All right. Now, before we announce our overall winner, let's take a look at who you, the audience, voted for. Bring it up on stage, on the screen. Or this one. There we go. All right. So this is the audience vote. Jade Autism, 63%. JobCam, 20%. And WiseCut, 17%. How about the audience right here? Let's, by round of applause. How many people think that Jade Autism is going to win? WiseCut. JobCam. All right. I have the winner right here. All right. Now that we know the audience voted for, let's find out, based on all our judges' votes, who is the pitch champion of Web Summit Rio. Santiago, are you excited?
Very excited.
Yeah? Okay. Yes. Hold hands. Okay, this is good. No, hold hands, hold hands. I think it's hug in Brazil, hug in Brazil. Can we dim the lights a little bit? Drum roll, thank you. Okay. Santiago, who's the winner?
The winner is Jade.
Jade, congratulations.
Parabéns, hein?
All right. Jade, you have a victory speech.
Yeah. They said in Portuguese, so let's switch the language. Pessoal, muito obrigado. Para mim é muito importante chegar no primeiro Web Summit no Brasil, aqui no Rio. A gente tem um ganhador brasileiro, mas além disso, a gente tem uma final tão pesada quanto essa. 3 brasileiros na final, mesmo tendo várias outras empresas também. Isso mostra a nossa força do Brasil como empreendedor, nosso poder de nos adaptar ao mercado, a sermos inventivos. E isso eu acho que é ser brasileiro. Isso é o que a gente busca aqui a cada dia na nossa luta diária. Grande prazer, quero oferecer esse prêmio para a minha equipe, toda também, a Joyce, minha co-founder que está aí sentada em algum lugar, a minha família também, meu filho, que é a minha inspiração para esse prêmio. E muito obrigado, Web Summit, pela oportunidade. Estou muito, muito, muito feliz. Muito obrigado. E obrigado a todos que votaram. Venham nos conhecer nas nossas redes, vamos nos conectar. Muito obrigado, pessoal.
Thank you.
Nordestinos, 3 nordestinos na final, né? Isso é o mais importante também. 2 baianos e 1 potiguar.
Great. Thank you. Thank you.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself. We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it and our organization, our understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
Welcome to the Q&A and experiences stage. This is the stage that's all about you guys. You guys ask the questions.
I'm excited about this. Like, I'm excited to be out there talking to people in person in 3D because for me personally, that's where I get ideas.
This kinds of thing I'm doing with you today, it's make me feel so much better.
I get a lot of questions about what we're doing, and this was sort of way up there on the scale of good question.
The idea of presence, where people share a space together, appreciating each other's music or making a song request, and then you just are okay to go on about your life, but you had a meaningful touch point.
The only way we can bring about the change is to be the change that you want to see. Thank you very much for coming.
Ops, voltou. A minha mãe me mandou uma mensagem dizendo que o palco tá igual Procurando Nemo e eu tô igual a Dory. Adivinha? This next session will be hosted in Portuguese. As cidades são o motor da economia global e abrigam a crescente maioria da população mundial. Como podemos garantir que as nossas cidades sejam inteligentes, sustentáveis, inclusivas, prósperas e resilientes, com a capacidade de atender às crescentes necessidades de cidadãos e empresas? Hora de descobrir o que a cidade maravilhosa planeja e reserva para o futuro. Seja bem-vinda, jornalista da Globo, Ana Paula Araújo, numa conversa com o prefeito do Rio de Janeiro, Eduardo Paes.
Boa tarde. Bom, temos 13 minutinhos aqui para conversar um pouquinho com o prefeito sobre o futuro, né? Eu ouvi muito, né, no seu discurso de abertura falar sobre cidades do futuro, sobre o Rio ser uma capital da tecnologia na América Latina. Em que pé que nós estamos nesse processo? O que falta?
Bom, primeiro, meu boa tarde a todos. Primeiro, dizer para vocês que é a primeira vez que a Ana Paula me entrevista sem chance dela me agredir aqui, só você perguntas doces, suaves. Viva o Web Summit, pelo amor de Deus. Trazer todo ano, toda semana, que eu não vou apanhar. Mas enfim.
Calma que está só começando.
Isto posto. Assim, Ana Paula, eu vou tentar fazer a resposta rápida, mas assim, já há algum tempo, né, o mundo ele gira muito mais em torno de uma rede de cidades do que dos países. Eu não estou querendo aqui contestar o Estado-nação, ele tem um papel a cumprir, mas o fato é que as cidades elas adquiriram um protagonismo muito grande no mundo. As cidades elas funcionam como imãs, né? Atraem pessoas, funções, organizações. E hoje, né, as relações elas estão muito mais através das cidades. São as chamadas cidades globais, né? O Rio, enfim, é uma dessas cidades globais. E um desses papéis que uma cidade global tem que cumprir, aliás, se você juntar Rio e São Paulo, até pela proximidade isso é muito possível, né, você tem, na verdade, a grande cidade global da América Latina. E um desses papéis é você estar na dianteira dessa rede de informação, de inovação, de tecnologia.
Mas tem como estar na dianteira até à frente do país? Tem como o Rio se descolar um pouco do chamado custo Brasil, da instabilidade política, da instabilidade na economia?
Não, assim, isso eu acho que não, né? Isso eu acho que não. Mas é óbvio que no nível municipal, né, você pode criar as condições que vão desde, eu disse isso aqui no meu discurso de abertura, né, vão desde a construção de mão de obra qualificada, sei lá, os programadores cariocas que a gente tem, você consegue suprir essa demanda do mercado. É um problema inacreditável num país com tanto desemprego. Esse setor é o setor que tem dificuldade de encontrar mão de obra qualificada. Você pode criar as condições do ponto de vista de burocracia, de carga tributária, né, que também são as condições que nem sempre no Brasil são inadequadas. É óbvio que você faz as pressões no nível nacional, né, mas isso depende também muito aqui das cidades, das iniciativas locais que a gente pode ter.
Agora, prefeito, eu como moradora do Rio e como jornalista, que como foi mencionado aqui, estou sempre cobrando, estou sempre em cima dos problemas do Rio de Janeiro, acho que um questionamento que fica para todos nós que vivemos no Rio com tantas questões básicas que a cidade ainda tem para enfrentar, na área de transporte, educação, saúde, até em temas que não são exatamente do município, são do Estado, mas que são problemas seríssimos no Rio, como segurança, saneamento.
Sabia que ela não ia resistir.
E que a prefeitura também pode ajudar. Mas a minha pergunta é, a gente consegue, nesse momento, atacar essas duas frentes? Dá para avançar com tecnologia, com esses investimentos, enquanto ainda falta um básico para ser resolvido?
É claro que sim, né? Quer dizer, aliás, uma coisa está conectada com a outra, né? Se você não cumprir com a sua vocação, se você não deixar o setor privado, né? Esse setor privado que está aqui, que frequenta esse espaço aqui, que é tão intensivo em mão de obra qualificada, que recolhe seus impostos, que traz riqueza para a cidade, que gera emprego, né, no final do dia, nas mais diferentes áreas, você não vai ter nenhum recurso para tratar desses outros problemas. Né? Eu acho que o Brasil tem um pouco essa, eu vou chamar de complexo vira-lata, que também é muito forte, muito intenso aqui no Rio. Não, primeiro vamos resolver tudo, aí a gente vai atrair esse capital. Não, a gente está atrasado nisso. Né? A disputa no mundo hoje, eu tive recentemente na China e nos Estados Unidos, né? A disputa no mundo hoje é de chips, semicondutores, né? Quem é que vai ficar com essa indústria? É a Alemanha enchendo de subsídio a Intel para permitir que a Intel duplique ou triplique o tamanho da sua fábrica na Alemanha, né? Então, o Brasil precisa estar conectado com essa discussão, com esse debate. Né? Vou até dizer uma coisa, eu disse agora na coletiva com a imprensa, nós somos a capital do óleo e gás. Se o Rio fosse um país, nós estávamos no OPEP. Mas o que esse mercado aqui, dessa gente, representa hoje no PIB mundial é 60%, 70%, muito mais forte, fora os impactos ambientais, né? Não posso me aprofundar aqui tanto, senão eu acabo perdendo esse setor, mas 60%, 70% do ponto de vista de valor econômico. E olhando para o futuro para frente, é muito mais. Então, é o cumprimento de uma vocação econômica que tem muito a ver com a cidade do Rio de Janeiro, né? Com essa construção. O Rio tem muito a ver com a construção do brand nacional, da marca do Brasil, dessa identidade nacional. As grandes manifestações culturais têm origem aqui, bossa nova, samba, o funk, ou seja, esse carioca way of life, né, é uma coisa que tem a ver com essa construção da cidade do Brasil e que tem toda a relação com inovação. A Globo, né? Não estou falando só a parte de jornalismo, cujo conteúdo eu adoro, apesar de falar mal de mim. Mas esse conteúdo que tem aqui no Projac, né, tem coisa mais fantástica que isso, tem coisa mais inovadora do que isso. Estamos falando da principal empresa de mídia da América Latina, né? Isso é um ativo, está baseado aqui no Rio, que fez com que a Record tivesse seus estúdios aqui, o REC 9 está aqui. Ou seja, essa produção, esse caldo de inovação, ele tem muito a ver com essa cidade, né? Não sei se é a paisagem, se é o ar, se é a praia, o que é, ou se é o prefeito, mas enfim, o fato é que o carioca inova muito.
Agora, prefeito, e como que a vinda de tecnologia pode impactar a vida das pessoas no dia a dia para melhor? Além, claro, dos empregos, né, da economia, que aí impacta tudo, né? Mas, por exemplo, dentro nas favelas do Rio de Janeiro, como que a tecnologia pode entrar e ser uma aliada até para melhorar a qualidade de vida?
Aí eu vou aproveitar que a oportunidade de fazer, eu estava até lendo uma mensagem que o Washington Fajardo, foi meu secretário, me mandou hoje, e é de fato um problema, né? O que o Brasil, né, tem uma carga tributária tão absurda sobre tecnologia, né? A gente, se você for ver hoje, 40% dos empregos gerados em favela tem uma relação direta com aplicativos, né? E por que a gente torna essa tecnologia tão inacessível? Que indústria brasileira que a gente está protegendo ao tributar sei lá, um Kindle ou um celular da maneira como a gente tributa, né? Então esse é o primeiro ponto, a gente precisa refletir sobre isso no Brasil. O Brasil precisa de carga tributária mais baixa para que as pessoas acessem a tecnologia. Por que as pessoas precisam acessar a tecnologia? Porque ela permite novas relações, né? Tem sempre aquela discussão, será que a inteligência artificial ela vai diminuir empregos? Será que os aplicativos vão substituir? A realidade que a gente vê é bastante distinta, ele facilita a nossa vida, são iniciativas ambientalmente melhores, mais corretas, muito menos impactantes, mas que no final do dia geram emprego, geram atividade econômica, permitem uma desintermediação menor, fora as utilidades que isso tem. A gente tem aqui no Rio uma experiência super legal, que já tem aí 13 anos, que é o Centro de Operações, né, que é um exemplo para o mundo, e ali a gente usa muita tecnologia para lidar com problemas, com o cotidiano, com a operação da cidade. Muitos dos problemas que a gente não vê acontecendo, na verdade, eles se resolvem ou deixam de acontecer pela utilização de tecnologia, de aplicações que são desenvolvidas por essa gente que está aqui e que são usadas ali no dia a dia.
O que vem agora pela frente? Se dissesse assim, esse ano ainda, o que teremos aqui no Rio de Janeiro? O que está previsto nessa área?
Assim, a gente deve, semana que vem, eu ia fazer isso logo aqui na saída, amanhã, sei lá, mas achei que era mais adequado, mais para o fim da semana que vem. Vamos dar 15 dias, porque se não for semana que vem, a gente toma a paulada do Good Morning Eduardo Paes. Bom dia, Eduardo Paes, que vem um pouco antes do seu programa, né? Quem assiste aqui a Globo sabe. Enfim, mas a gente quer aumentar os instrumentos, né, as formas de atrair esse setor para cá. Então, primeiro, estamos ali com o nome cafona, mas muito legal, do Porto Maravilha, né, que vai receber ali um hub de startups, que vai receber a primeira faculdade de graduação do IMPA, o IMPATEC, né, o nosso Instituto de Matemática Pura e Aplicada, olhando mais para a matemática aplicada, a ciência da computação, e vamos criar também, a ideia é lançar isso, você está me fazendo aqui em off, não conta para ninguém, mas a Prefeitura pretende criar um fundo, aportar recursos às empresas que tomaram a decisão de aqui estar, de aqui se instalar, e aí você tem um conjunto, um leque amplo de oportunidades que a gente vai criando, obviamente, além de ter mais 5 edições do Web Summit aqui no Rio. É óbvio que essa edição tem o seu aprendizado, né? Vai ser melhor ainda no que vem, vamos curtir ainda mais a cidade, enfim. Eu acho que tem um universo de oportunidades aí diante da gente.
Mão de obra é um ponto, né, bem ainda complicado para se ter a quantidade de mão de obra qualificada que é necessária nessa área e que exige cada vez mais aprendizado. São profissões que estão surgindo hoje que nem se imaginava há um tempo atrás, né? Você já mencionou aqui o programa de educação para alguns jovens, mas ainda a primeira turma está se formando agora. Sim. E, quer dizer, ainda falta muito. O que mais pode ser feito para o Rio de Janeiro conseguir fornecer mão de obra para as empresas de tecnologia que vierem?
Vamos lá, eu acho que tem um conjunto de iniciativas, né? Primeira coisa, se a nossa educação ainda é uma educação que olha muito pouco para o, vou chamar aqui o STEAM, né? Que é Science, Technology, enfim, alguém me ajuda aqui, Engineering, Math and Arts, né? Isso é uma área do conhecimento, uma forma de aprendizado até, que o Brasil está muito atrasado. A gente lançou uma iniciativa aqui, tocada pelo secretário Renan Ferreirinha, que a gente chama de ginásio experimental tecnológico, né? A gente vamos pegar e vamos ter, da rede municipal, nós vamos chegar a 25% da nossa rede com essa metodologia, com essa lógica voltada no STEAM, né? Ou seja, isso é uma coisa que a gente tem que incutir na cabeça dos nossos jovens desde o ensino fundamental. Um outro aspecto, e aí foi muito legal ontem, eu estive aqui, ou anteontem, não sei, e aí eu teve um Q&A lá comigo, e aí o sujeito levantou, Eduardo, pô, o Rio App, que foi um concurso que vocês fizeram há, sei lá, 8 anos atrás, no seu governo, eu fui o vencedor, e hoje eu tenho uma empresa que está na Holanda, está não sei mais aonde, enfim, já tem ali gerando muito emprego. E aí eu saindo aqui do Rio Centro, um outro sujeito me para e diz, eu sou um frequentador das naves do conhecimento, né, que são equipamentos de tecnologia. As naves a gente criou no primeiro governo, porque eu sempre ia naquelas lan houses, né, vendo a turminha lá com os computadores super velhos, querendo ter esse acesso à educação, à tecnologia. E as naves do conhecimento passaram a ser não só uma possibilidade de contato com a tecnologia, mas também um lugar para curso de robótica. Enfim, a gente foi trazendo um monte dessa de programação, fomos trazendo uma possibilidade quase que universalizando o acesso à tecnologia. E aí você tem a coisa mais específica, que é o Programadores Cariocas, né? Quase uma formação técnica, que você tem um curso por um período mais longo, é um curso, eu diria, até caro, né, mas que a prefeitura banca, óbvio, olhando para o público que precisa mais, o público da escola pública, enfim, sem condições, né, tem uma coisa assim da gente ter cota, olhar para a mulher, olhar para o negro, enfim, a gente tem trabalhado isso, e nós vamos duplicar essa oferta ao longo desse ano. Então, a gente espera chegar aí em 24, que é o meu tempo de governo. Eu não posso dizer aqui que eu sou candidato à reeleição, mas, enfim, a gente pretende chegar a 5 mil pessoas, 5 mil programadores formados, para que a gente possa inserir no mercado de trabalho. Então, de um lado, você cria as condições, atrai, enfim, a iniciativa privada, aqueles que comandam esse processo, e, de outro lado, você oferta a mão de obra qualificada.
Tem alguma cidade que seja um espelho para o Rio de Janeiro? O nosso objetivo, vamos mirar, por exemplo, Lisboa pode ser um exemplo?
Assim, eu acho que não tem dúvida que trazer o Web Summit tem uma inspiração total em o que fez Portugal e Lisboa, né? Lisboa não era uma cidade, e nem, muito menos Portugal, conhecida por essa área da economia, né? O Web Summit consolidou esse papel, né? Mas você vê em paralelo, e é interessante, a gente está olhando muito o exemplo de Portugal, né? Eles têm lá uma empresa chamada Startup Portugal, que é uma empresa com características independentes, mas é uma empresa do governo, né, para que ela possa estar trabalhando, fomentando. Então, é um modelo que a gente quer repetir aqui. Nós já temos até Invest Rio, mas, de repente, uma coisa só voltada para essa área, uma Startup Rio, né? Então, o modelo de Portugal nos estimula muito. Mas é óbvio que você tem um conjunto de iniciativas pelo mundo, por exemplo, o IMPA, né, essa faculdade de graduação do IMPA, que, aliás, os alunos dessa faculdade vão ser bolsistas e todos advindos da Olimpíada da Matemática, né? Então, assim, ali a gente copiou um pouco do que fez Nova York, um outro perfil, mas fez o prefeito Bloomberg, fez em Nova York, chamando, né, abrindo uma espécie de chamada pública para universidades voltadas para a área de STEAM americanas, universidades americanas, viessem se instalar em Nova York. Então, é um misto de olhar o que vem sendo feito por aí, obviamente, trazendo aí o nosso pitado e o nosso tempero carioca.
Adaptado aí à nossa realidade também. Prefeito, estamos aqui, temos mais 3 minutinhos. Eu queria perguntar, no ano que vem, teremos de novo o Web Summit aqui. O que já teremos andado até o ano que vem, pela sua perspectiva, pelo que está sentindo aqui, do que vem desse Web Summit desse ano?
Assim, primeiro, né, esse não é à toa que a gente foi buscar essa área, foi buscar o Web Summit, né? Você já tem um ecossistema aqui no Rio, quando você olha para o mercado cripto, né, você já tem um ecossistema muito voltado para essa produção, para essas empresas aqui no Rio. Então, não é, sabe, daquele negócio, um belo dia eu acordei e falei, caramba, vamos fazer do Rio a capital da inovação, da tecnologia. Tem um
processo.
Tem uma coisa aqui já que já emerge, você tem uma série de iniciativas, né, que criam essa possibilidade, o mercado, a base está aí construída. Eu acho que é estimular isso, incentivar, dar as melhores condições, e aí você já tem coisas que estão mapeadas, e aquelas que eu vou anunciar, mas que é isso. Ano que vem a graduação do IMPA está funcionando. Ano que vem o Web Summit vai ser o dobro do tamanho desse ano, né? Ou seja, você tem circunstâncias que certamente estarão melhores, que isso não é óbvio, Ana Paula. Como você disse aqui, o Rio não é um país independente. O Brasil tem um desafio de crescer. Se a gente for olhar, enfim, o nosso país está em crise desde 2013, 2014. A economia caiu em 15, 16, 7,5 pontos, né? Depois só cresceu 1% ao ano até a pandemia. Depois a pandemia deu os impactos que deu. Então, tem um desafio do Brasil crescer, da gente superar os nossos desafios, mas a gente vai tentando fazer a nossa parte. Desenvolver esse setor é super importante para a economia brasileira e para a economia carioca.
E especialmente falando de América Latina, o Rio tem como ser realmente um polo de tecnologia na América Latina?
Tem dúvida. Assim, aqui estão os grandes institutos de pesquisa, né? Tá a Fiocruz, você tem o FRJ, COP, né? Você tem o CEIPS da Petrobras, quer dizer, você tem o ERJ, você tem universidades de muita qualidade, centros de pesquisa de muita qualidade, localizados aqui no Rio, você tem capital humano muito preparado, e são coisas curiosas. Se você pega a média de formação do carioca, do capital humano do Rio de Janeiro, né? Carioca não necessariamente que nasceu aqui, mas que adotou o Rio, que vive aqui, esse capital humano é o melhor capital humano da média nacional, é o mais bem formado, né? Então, a gente tem esse ambiente preparado aqui. É óbvio, tem que ter algum ativismo estatal, né, para a coisa andar. Depois o Estado sai correndo porque só atrapalha. Se a gente não atrapalhar, já está bom para caramba, né? Mas tem algum ativismo estatal aqui para ajudar o setor privado a ter esse norte e poder seguir em frente.
Bom, prefeito, muito obrigada, apesar de estar aqui sempre nesse papel de jornalista, papel de pessoa mais crítica, de cobrar, torço muito pelo Rio de Janeiro, amo muito essa cidade, espero que todos esses planos deem muito certo, acho que o Rio merece.
Não, se você me entrevistar assim, vai ser muito mais legal, o pessoal vai te aplaudir muito mais. Muito obrigado, valeu, gente.
What are the emerging sectors of tomorrow, and where are the bets being placed? Crypto has had a big 2022, and AI is doing well in 2023 so far. Let's see about that. Apple is about to change the world again, but what's coming up in 2024? Let's bring out our technology futurists. Please welcome to lead this one for us, BBC's Angelica Mari, and founder of CEO of Solfácil, Fábio Carrara, and co-founder and CEO of Unit 21, Trisha Kotari, and partner at Kazek, Santiago Fossati.
Hello, welcome. So we're here to answer the multi-billion question. Where is the money going next? So we're going to start with the money, with the man who signs the checks. Santiago, you closed 2 funds recently, totaling nearly 1 billion, both oversubscribed. You were saying that you learned a lot in that process. You go to market every 2 years or so. Tell us a little bit about that and how your thesis has evolved considering the current market conditions.
Great, thanks. It's great to be here again. So yeah, we had recently closed our 2 new funds. And I think that every time that we go to the market and we talk to our investors that are some of the largest global organizations, endowments, trust foundations, we learn a lot from them. And in this case, I think what was really exciting is their renewed commitment to technology in Latin America. They really, and we really believe that technology in Latin America, we have bigger problems here than in other parts of the world, unfortunately. But the way in which technology can solve those problems here, and of course, Nubank, Mercado Libre, are some of the leading examples, as many other companies, creates much more value here. And when we were discussing among ourselves and with entrepreneurs, what can technology do in the next 10 years, I think that everybody agrees that we are still in the beginning. Like, what technology will do in the next 10 years, the emergence of several new platforms will be like nothing that we've seen before. Like, the last 10 years were incredible. Like 10 years ago, 12 years ago when we started Kazek, smartphone penetration in Latin America was 1%. Today, 70% of the population has a smartphone in their hands. And now, every day, we are seeing amazing new things emerge. My colleagues here will deep dive as they are building startups in some of these most interesting spaces. But we are all discussing, and most of the panels here, we're discussing on generative AI and how that will change the way in which every business operates and in which fraud works, for example. But then there's many other trends emerging. So definitely one of the big problems that we have is climate, and definitely Brazil can be the Saudi Arabia of climate in a way and help solve this problem for the world. And for example, in our case, 50% of the companies in which we invested in our last fund are working around climate-related issues. We are seeing a lot of changes and evolution on financial infrastructure. So we still have not seen what PIX can do in Brazil. PIX changed everything. Cash will disappear fast, and the way in which that will help, especially I think the lower income population, but everyone in Brazil. We are still starting to understand that, and crypto is another trend that we are seeing of this more like global financial service accessible to everyone. It's having a lot of use cases in other countries in the region, but I think it will be something that we will see emerging fast. There's a lot of things going on with quantum computing and processing velocity and the way in which we'll be able to process much more information and solve much harder problems with computers than the ones that we are solving together today. And I think that's something that we are following very closely at CASEC is biotech. We recently invested into a company called Phage. It's a company originally from Chile, but working in Brazil. They are helping the big producers of poultry and chicken to fight salmonella with biotech. They create bacteria. They go after bacteria with other bacteria, with phagocytes, and not with antibiotics. So antibiotics and resistant antibiotic bacteria is a big problem for humankind, and we see companies trying to solve that. So we're seeing the beginning of technology. So everybody was very excited, and we are very excited. And to see an event in Rio with 20,000 entrepreneurs building around these things, I think it's a clear signal that the momentum is there, even when the VC market goes up a little bit or down a little bit, or the tech multiples go up.
You strike me as really optimistic for an investor operating in such an unstable climate.
Yes, yes, we are very optimistic, and I think that right now we went through a cycle where things were a little bit ahead of themselves, and everybody, every company, every entrepreneur is trying to build more robust businesses with better margins, with better value propositions to their clients, with more organic acquisition channels. So definitely, we are undergoing a moment in which there's a lot of hard work to be done, but definitely, on the other hand, technology is exponential and it's accelerating. Yeah. And every day we open the newspaper and we see a new product being launched. And I think I've never seen something like this. We've been working with technology for 24 years at CASEC. We've never seen things at this speed. So yeah, we are very optimistic.
But very quickly, would you say that you're more cautious in terms of how you deploy your money?
So I think that we were always very cautious. Our LPs are non-profits, endowments, foundations, so we have a lot of pressure to make sure that we help them fund their amazing profit projects. So we're always very cautious.
Okay.
But definitely, if you look at the market as a whole, the way in which businesses were valued 2 years ago was a bit looser, and today is much more strict. Like,
so considering that investors are generally more cautious, I have a question for both of you. What are the strategies that you're using to handle that investor cautiousness? And then how did you evolve your businesses to respond to that? Tricia?
Yeah, that's a great question. So today we provide anti-fraud software for fintech companies, crypto companies, banks, payment companies. And one of the things that we've seen in this landscape shift is that people care about fraud loss. And before it used to be growth at all costs. And now people actually think about, okay, I don't want to onboard users that might be fraudulent and that I might lose money on in the future. So that's a shift that we have seen across our customer base. And for Unit 21 itself, the biggest shift that we've seen, which is a positive shift, is that the cautiousness has led to really going to first principles and understanding that, are we investing our money in the right areas? Are we validating that this investment is going to be the best use of our capital? And other places that we are making redundant investments that maybe it's time to really question that, is this the best time to do that right now?
Right. What about you, Fabio? What's your experience has been?
Yeah, definitely we see that the market is more cautious. Investors are not like investing in the hype of the valuations of 2021. But fundamentally, I believe that businesses that are solving important problems, and specifically, I'd love to talk a little bit more about climate tech, which is the space that we are in. And they are focusing, as Tricia said, on first principles, what are really the underlying problems that cause that problem. They will definitely survive, and they will do well. So right now, we're much more focused on efficiency, profitability. We play in the climate space. We're a fintech and e-commerce within the rooftop solar market. So the beauty of being an ecosystem is that you have some sort of hedge. You tackle different profit pools within the same space, so you become sort of like a more resilient business in times like this.
Right. Santiago, have you reduced your expectations on return on investments considering all the market adjustments going on at the moment?
No, we have not reduced our expectation on expected returns. We still believe, as I was saying, like if you look at Latin America and what happened in the last 20 years with internet and technology and software, it's incredible, and the number of great companies that have emerged. And we were lucky to be partner of many of those, the Mercado Libre, Nubank, Quinto Andar, Gympass, Bits. So we could spend Creditas, Kavak, we could spend this whole hour talking about the great startups that we have in Latin America, Solfácil definitely. And those are real businesses that got created from scratch in 10 years and created a lot of value for early investors. And I think that if we look 10 years from now, the top 10 largest companies in Latin America, today is Mercado Libre and Nubank are in the list, but you still see the traditional banks, the oil companies, and we are talking about the climate tech revolution. Petrobras will not be there. So and the ones taking the lead will be tech companies. So I think that returns for early investors who are bold and back these companies early on will be very, very strong.
Right. Another question for both of you. Anti-money laundering and climate tech are very hot sectors, as you both explained. Do you believe that makes you more, say, attractive to investors and maybe scarcity-proof in terms of seeking investments? Do you continue also? I'd like to know if you continue having the same kind of frequency of conversations with investors, how those conversations have been, Tricia.
Yeah, with respect to fraud, anti-money laundering, fraudsters are entrepreneurs and they run really lucrative businesses. So as long as humankind exists, fraud will exist, and that's why there is a lot of interest in the general space that we're in. Like you mentioned, as long as there's an important problem to solve, there will be good companies that will try to solve it, and we're really committed to keeping the customer's pain points and the customer's problems at the center of what we do. With respect to investor interest, we haven't seen that much of a change in interest. The bigger change that we've seen is in the diligence for an investment. And while we're not actively fundraising, that's really what we're seeing in the market today.
So Angelica, I was actually wondering why I was invited to this panel, because I'm an entrepreneur, I'm not an investor. So I guess it's because we play in the climate space, which is definitely a very important topic today, because entrepreneurs are made to solve problems. And definitely climate change is the biggest problem that we face today as a society. So we've got to solve it now at full speed, otherwise there's not going to be a place for us to live and for us to invest and enjoy. So I do think climate, it's the biggest opportunity of the century in terms of investment. And actually, that's not for 2024, that's now. I mean, last year, Santiago was saying that they did like 15% investment in climate. Overall, I picked some numbers. Almost like a third of all the VC money invested in 2022 was on climate tech. And that's quite impressive, because that was 2 times more than 2021. So we all know that the fundraising environment is a little bit tougher. It's impressive to see that climate's growing so fast. And it's going to continue to grow, because the problem is yet not solved. I mean, the problem is quite simple. There's 50 billion, like 40 billion tons of CO2 that are emitted on the atmosphere every year. And we have to get this number to 0 immediately. And I mean, for entrepreneurs or even investors that are trying to get into this space, I like to break this space in subsectors, like the first principle approach, how to solve the problems. So there is like power generation. So like 30% of the CO2 emitted in the atmosphere, it comes from electricity generation. And that's typically the first sector that we want to tackle, because a lot of the solutions for the other sectors will come with electrification of things. So, so 30% of the problem is there. And we play in this sector with distributed solar. I mean, typically VCs in the past, they wouldn't invest in energy because it was seen as infrastructure, CAPEX regulation. But with the advent of distributed solar, people now can put like rooftop solar on their homes. And that changed substantially the opportunities, especially for technology companies. You can sell the systems that people buy. You can finance the systems. You can put IoT to help people manage. At some point, if we're successful, we're going to have so much solar energy at peak times, typically midday, that we're going to produce more energy than we need at that exactly moment. So we're going to need storage. And now we're starting to see a lot of like storage investments happening. There's a lot of very interesting business models, such as virtual power plants. So Tesla in the US made an agreement with the utility, and when the utility needs energy, they activate thousands of homes that inject energy on the grid and help the grid to keep up. And there are other sectors such as transportation. So like 15% of the emission comes from transport. We're seeing like a huge revolution with EVs and hybrid vehicles. In that space, we're going to need infrastructure, EV chargers. A lot of things can be done there. Food and agriculture, 20% of the emission. Specifically for Brazil, I think that's a big opportunity because Brazil, it's a powerhouse in agriculture. In our country, that's like 50% of the emissions. So there's a lot to be done there. There's also construction. Cement, steel, emits a lot of CO2, but there's not a lot of innovation there. So I think a lot of people can do stuff there. So anyway, the problem is big there. There's a lot of momentum in terms of VC investment. I think that should continue going forward.
Yeah, lots of opportunities there. Speaking of which, Santiago, I'd like to touch with you on diversity in investments. We know in Brazil that, for example, women get less than 1% of venture capital investments. This is a trend globally, it's nothing new. And when we look at the black communities, even less. And then we have folks like Larry Fink writing letters year after year, calling for greater diversity in portfolios, and also saying that asset managers are not moving fast enough. So having said that, what are your thoughts on that? What is Kazakh doing to ensure a more diverse portfolio?
Yeah, no, this is a very important subject for us, and we are quite aligned with the importance of pushing this forward. I think that what are we doing? In our case, 30% of the partners at Kazakh are female, for example, and we've seen a consistent improvement and growth in terms of female founders and female CEOs. In our last fund, I think that over 30% of the founders of the companies had a female co-founder, and I think that also most of those, that female co-founder was the CEO of the company. So I think that in that particular dimension, we've seen great improvements in the last 5 years. Still a lot to be done moving forward. I think that we live in countries that are also very unequal in an economic perspective, and I think that Latin America, you see most of the most unequal countries in the world, unfortunately, are in this region. We believe that technology should be the way of trying to level that playing field. And of course, it's not immediate, and I don't want to sound naive here, but definitely when we see that companies such as Nubank offer like free accounts to people in the north of Brazil and some credit lines, and they bring them online with financial services for the first time. We think that technology, the prevalence of education, of smartphones, of access to information, we think that technology will have a positive impact there, but we need to be very conscious and we need to act actively to make that happen. It will not just be neutral, and we agree that these are important subjects, and we agree that hopefully one day our founder base will be representative of the Brazil population, and 50% of the country is female and 50% is male, so our founder base will have that same proportion too.
Right, and also 60% of the population is black, and yet we don't see any black investors around. What do you think might be a good way forward so we can have a pipeline of black VC investors?
So I think that first of all, we need to agree that this is an issue, and we need to find the right talent and give them the position in funds where they start making investments. So definitely it's something that needs to happen and needs to happen soon, and I agree with you. The problem is there. I think that in the female side of things, progress was extremely strong, so surprisingly strong, and we are happy with the direction. Of course, there's still a lot of things that need to happen. In the dimension that you mentioned, I think that there's a lot of work to be done.
Sure. Okay. So another question for both of you. Looking forward in terms of how you're going to incorporate technology, and especially AI, into what you do, what are the main things that will be on your radar in terms, so that you make yourselves more attractive to investors? Not only that, but also head towards your purpose faster and more effectively. Tricia.
Yeah, our mission is to use technology to stop bad actors. And so that's our mission for our customers, our employees, our investors. And today we are seeing AI used a lot by fraudsters. The Nigerian prince email is a thing of the past. There are no more spelling mistakes in emails. All of that is not happening anymore. There's a lot more sophisticated scams and criminal activity that is being perpetuated. Even in the last year with PIX, it's reported that about $500 million was lost to scams. So our goal, really looking forward, is to use AI in order to beat the criminals and to leverage data more holistically to identify potential fraud and be more proactive.
All right, that's great. Very quickly, Fabio.
To be honest, AI is moving really fast, and I have no clue yet how I'm going to use it, but I'm pretty sure everybody will have to adapt, because it's going to be mandatory. If you don't adapt, you're going to be out of the game. So, I mean, it's sort of obvious that we're going to have to use AI to be more efficient, to run our company more intelligent, and to be able to solve problems more effectively.
All right, that's great. Thank you so much, Fabio, Tricia, and Santiago. Thank you so much for following this.
This is it. We're getting close to the end. I don't know if I'm ready for it. Final center stage talk of Web Summit Rio 2023. And we're closing out with two of Brazil's biggest unicorns. How can Brazilian startups compete and thrive on the global stage?
Can be found on the right side of history.
What's the secret of making your own startup a success in the biggest country in South America and around the world? Say hello to Brazil's very own tech superstars, talking with founder and editor-in-chief of Startups, Gustavo Brigato, co-founder and president of Loft, Florian Hagenbach, and co-founder and CFO of eBanks, Wagner Ruiz.
Good afternoon. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for being here, making the time. It's a pleasure to be here closing center stage for this first edition of Web Summit Rio. So, unicorns. Who wants to be a unicorn? Founders here? Who thinks that they are building a unicorn? Okay, not many. But I was really skeptical that Brazilian startups or that Brazil would ever breed unicorns. I never thought that covering technology for a long time, I never thought that investors would have the appetite to take the risk and pour so much money in Brazilian companies. I always liked the metaphor, the image that Fernando Wagner from Crescera Investimentos uses, which is the mountain goat that climbs the rocks, jumping and climbing, climbs despite of the trouble. What do you think changed in the market that made Brazil breed more than 20 unicorns? Go ahead.
I can start, and then you can compliment me. But I think first, before we start talking about unicorns and all that stuff, I think one disclaimer is very important, which my view is that being a unicorn is not really a goal, but it's more of a step towards a bigger and more noble goal of building a perennial and successful company for the long term. So I think in startup land, we sometimes idolize this notion of unicorn a little bit too much, when really it's just a proxy for building something large, successful, and whatnot. That being said, I think it's an amazing milestone, an important milestone in the life of a tech or VC-backed company, and so it's part of that journey. I can maybe tell you a personal story, which I think answers your question, which was we started Loft in 2018. And we had just, my co-founder Mate and I, we had just concluded a previous startup experience, which was nowhere nearly close to being a unicorn. But we had a desire to build something big and to build something that could be global. And we faced the question of, should we start this in Brazil, or should we, like other entrepreneurs had done at the time, move to Silicon Valley or even move to New York? You might know Henrique and Pedro from Brex. They had just moved there to build a large company, and they didn't think they could do it in Brazil. And I remember thinking, what do you need to build something big in technology? In my opinion, maybe it's three things, but I'll mention two. One is you need people. You need human capital. So people from all sorts of expertises, developers, product managers, designers, operations people, and that was all very new for Brazil still in 2018, but I could see that the talent availability was growing quite a bit versus my previous cycle that had started in 2012. And I think the second thing is availability of capital. And I think in 2018, it wasn't obvious that capital was going to be available yet. We hadn't seen any evidence, but there was an intuition that was about to change. I had read somewhere that Brazil, and I think to this day it's still true, has less Series A funds than Chile, even though the GDP is like a magnitude larger than Chile's. But anyways, there was this bet that capital was going to be available. And I think what really changed the game was SoftBank entering the market in 2019. It was like January 2019, SoftBank Latin American fund. With one fund, I forget what the exact number was, but it was like one fund was like 5 times.
$5 billion.
Yeah, but it was 5 times all the venture capital of the previous 5 years, or something crazy like that. And that really put Brazil and Latin America on the map, and that made more capital come. And of course, that capital then was looking to be deployed into companies. And I think that was a really large component. But for me, it's this human capital plus investor capital availability.
Money availability.
Well, I agree. And it's funny because when you talk about unicorn, not being unicorns, all related to valuation in the end of the day. But it's much more important than this. And it's not a matter of how much money, but how successful and how disruptive you are. So even for us, I think, and you have some fault on that, because when we were not a unicorn at the time, I saw something written by you saying, no, they are the next one. So some pressure. Okay, we need to be. But I think it's like a stage, and it's important. I disagree somehow with you about Brazil, because I think even a few years ago, we saw huge interest in Brazilian companies, and we are disruptive. We have lots of problems. So probably the good business will come from a place like Brazil, like Argentina, like other countries in Latam. But I believe the label, more than valuation itself, is something important. And even in our case, was funny, because we were happy with the company, we were growing, but at some time we saw something written by you and saying, no, they are the next. And then we started, okay, so we need to follow this thing. We need to be the next. And
self-fulfilled prophecy.
And I think it's cool. It's like go public or do an M&A. It's a step. It's an important step. The money is not the important thing, but how successful you are and how other funds and investment funds and the society looks at you. So, and I believe in Brazil in this. Of course, we are not exactly in the best moment to get money from investors, the market itself, but I still believe we have a huge potential in the region.
How do you think you guys managed to build your unicorns? I mean, what was the catch, or what did you do that you think made Loft a unicorn and made eBanks a unicorn, besides my article?
I think in the end of the day, when you talk to investors and the market, it's all related to how profitable, how is the business, how you can grow. But in the end of the day, I am somehow a dreamer. So I think what we did and other companies are doing in Brazil is something related to disruptive innovation itself. So we are trying to change something in our business, in their business, and this is natural. The natural path is to be recognized by them. So I think this is the natural. For us, I think we never thought in the beginning of eBanks, we hadn't this dream. Of course, growth and be big and be in multiple countries. But then was created this label, and we said, okay, it's related somehow to what we are doing. So I think it's more related to success and to be disruptive and to build something. Even in our both cases here, it's funny because in a very old business model, so payments is not exactly new, real estate is not exactly new, so how you can innovate on that. And I think this is the difference, and the path is to go like, probably they will change the name, but the sense of unicorn, I believe, is something different, make the difference. And that's why unicorn is not related to the value. This is but I am a dreamer.
Yeah, if I had to give people a recipe for building a unicorn, I think it's a big market, an attractive, disruptive proposition, product, a way of solving a problem for customers, ultimately. a great team to execute on that market and that vision, and then obviously a lot of hard work and execution and, making it happen. And then let's not forget a good 30–40% of luck as well is always a part of the game.
It's good.
It's
Luck
always
helps,
part
right?
of every...
Be in the right place in the right time.
Absolutely.
Speaking of recipes, the recipe for building a unicorn seemed pretty easy. You sell 20% of your company for $200 million. You have a $1 billion valuation. Ooh. How do you think that this recipe is now, with all the bad conditions that the market is going through? How this math changed?
To be honest, I think the math is the same. But how the perception of the valuation is changing, of course. So you had a few years of, okay, the base for this valuation is not only growth, or it's just growth, just user base, whatever. Now, of course, in this market, we are talking more about results and the last line. But I think it's the same. So if the business is good, somehow profitable, and have a future in this, you will get the valuation. So it's a part of the way, I think. I understand with your question is that somehow was a goal, okay, let's do a valuation in 1 billion, getting 200. It's almost a business within the business. You have the business and you have the business of creating a unicorn. This, I believe, is somehow different nowadays. So you need to be sustainable, keep growing, geographic expansion, and of course the bottom line is much more important nowadays, which for me, as an entrepreneur, low level, makes sense, because if you are doing, it needs to be something good for everybody, including the bottom line. So I think this is the major change.
Yeah, and I would add that it's theoretically correct what you're saying, and some companies might have had that proposition, but every investor that receives such a proposition, like, hey, invest 200 million in my company, so I'm worth 1 billion for 20%. Every investor, even in the times of more euphoria and more competition, and competition in venture capital is a big driver of valuations, ultimately.
The FOMO, right?
But no investor invested in a unicorn without doing a sense check on, what multiple am I paying, what's the payback, what's the return profile. But ultimately, investors are in the business of risk, right? You risk your capital in exchange for a potential gain. I think what changed is two things. The multiples today are lower than they were 3 years ago, and the multiple might have been a revenue multiple, and now it's an EBITDA multiple. And the second thing is the urgency dropped. The competition for deals dropped because everybody is taking more time to think about it. And in the market hype and the euphoria, people just didn't take that much time, or didn't have that much time to think about an investment opportunity. So the balance was very much in favor of the entrepreneur, and I think since the end of 21, early 22, it's a little bit more, the scale is a little bit more in favor of the investor again, but it's, in my opinion, very healthy and natural to have this back and forth, this checks and balances, if you will.
Many unicorns are now worth less than they were last year or 2 years ago. Some of them are now little ponies. Is it still worth talking about unicorns? I mean, is it still valid to seek this status?
Well, I think on the point of being worth more or less, I think one of the advantages of being a private company is you don't have this value every day. And even public companies have crazy swings. I don't know if you invest in the stock market, but Facebook or Meta was trading at 3 times less in November or October of last year than it is right now. So it's 3 times higher now than it was just 6 months ago. Fundamentally, it's still exactly the same company. So even when you're a public company and you have a price on your valuation every day, that doesn't really mean it's a rational valuation. And I think a lot of what happened last year was an overcorrection into the other extreme that's now somewhat normalizing. And on the point of the label of the unicorn, I agree with Wagner. It's a cool thing. It's a milestone for a company. I think every entrepreneur that hits that milestone is going to look for even bigger goals. We just don't have names for that bigger goal. But you have IPO as a goal, or but ultimately the goal is what? The goal is to build a sustainable, perennial company, and that's actually not easy to do. And so I think as part of that longer vision and journey, I think being a unicorn is still an important milestone.
And I think I told you in an interview as well about our day
He's
as
very
a
bitter.
unicorn. No, because it's a funny story, because the question was, how was the day, blah, blah, blah. And my answer was amazing, great party. Next day, okay, everybody's here, let's work, let's work harder.
Actually, more stress, right?
Yes,
More stress.
and you have. About the equity value changes, the market change, but in the end of the day, I think it's cool, the label or the goal. Not by myself, but...
Get a lot of press.
Yeah, and even the pressure. Okay, let's go after. Okay, perhaps now you need to change your business model a little bit. You need to grow less and make more money, but it's just a change. At least you need to have something to go after. And I think this is very cool. For the company itself, for the employees, for the bankers, was also amazing in the end of the day. Was a great accomplishment feeling. So I think it's good. We cannot consider it a super value on that, because it's just a label, but as middle, it's like an IPO. Okay, you want to do an IPO? Yeah, sure. It's amazing. It's a sign of growth. So I think we still have space to talk about that, but the situation, of course, is different nowadays.
Yeah, Fernando Cirne from LocalWeb, he always says that, and people don't realize that an IPO is not the end, right? It's a new beginning. You begin everything again. It's a new company, new investors, new scrutiny. You're going from a private company to a public company. So it's a new beginning. It's a new task, right? New set of skills that you have to develop. It's a new game. It's another game, right?
It is.
And this, as you were saying, is it worth it? I mean, is it worth it building a unicorn, both as more on a personal level as a founder? Because the amount of pressure, I mean, it looks funny from the outside, but the amount of pressure you need to get results to your investors. You need you have everybody looking at you and say, oh, you need to perform, otherwise you're a failure. How do you cope with that?
From my side, yes, it's tough. It's not exactly easy because of the pressure and everything. But in the end of the day, I have no complaints. And I think I had a conversation with a friend 8 years ago, asking about the future and my dedication to the company, and he gave me a good answer, which was, Wagner, we will cost something in your personal life. No doubt. But if you are happy with the results and this fulfill you somehow, I think is how, and it was a good advice. Good. So I have no complaints or regrets on that. I would do the same over and over. So right. A little bit older now, so I don't have the same energy. But the fulfillment it's cool. So I think it's something that someone can go after. And for me, it's okay.
Well, I think you already started the company. So you have two paths, success or failure. Being a unicorn is just one step towards being successful. So I would always prefer the path of success over the path of failure, of course. I don't think an entrepreneur should be spending time on something that him or her doesn't think is going to be successful. That being said, I think, and that's not very talked about, is there's very clear trade-offs that you have to do when you go down this path, especially depending on the time that you want to do this path. And it costs something, for sure. It's usually family-related, health-related, other trade-offs. But I think every choice in your life is a trade-off. Choosing not to go down this path is also a trade-off. And ultimately, I think this path attracts people that are happier with the trade-offs that you have to make here than the trade-offs you have to make there. And I think ultimately that's what we like about this journey. Just like you, I wouldn't change it. But it's definitely not as beautiful as you see from the outside when you're in it.
And going back to the current market conditions, you both have to adapt, right? Lay off and change the business. How do you manage that? I mean, as a founder, looking your company having to make a turn, quick turn, and how's the day after a layoff? How do you keep engagement? How do you keep people, wanting to be there?
Tough question. It's never easy.
That's why they hired me.
No, it's never easy. Of course, as you would choose success every time, of course, I would like to have thousands and thousands of people with us. But in our case, I believe was very healthy, not only for us, but also for the people, including the people leaving. They understood what was the moment, but it's never a happy moment, especially for us founders, because we have this like a parent relationship.
Yep.
With
it's your baby, right?
So it's tough. Most of the people that left was really the old guys, so it was a change in their life as well. But they were with us during 9 years, the first 9 years. So it was good. It's not exactly good and a good thing to do, but was necessary. And when, I don't know, after 3 months, you say, okay, I did the right thing with acting good with the people staying, good with people leaving, and each one with your path. So it's not exactly good, but it's something that, and it's a good lesson for the future. Probably we need to do more of that, not because of layoffs or not, but to change and do the reorganization sooner many times. I think it's something that we need to put in our goals for every year, to take a look and say, let's change a little bit here. So, of course, the market, but in the end of the day, was good. And very happy to see people that left doing other things cool as well. So, was okay.
Yeah, I think, you might have seen that meme before where it's like, what people think success looks like, and what success actually looks like. And that's exactly how it works. And that's part of the game of any company, relationship, family. It's anything that's longer term, I think is like that, even if it is successful. And I was talking to another journalist, and he was asking me something similar about restructurings and layoffs and impacts it has on people and the brand and stuff. And one of my experiences was talking to a lot of the people that were affected at Loft, and it was, for the first time, very impactful for me about how a lot of employees don't actually hold grudges. Wagner mentioned they understand, but sometimes it's not even just understanding, it's being grateful for the journey they had with us and for the opportunities that open up for them as having been part of the building of the company. And it's certainly not something enjoyable to do, but if you prioritize the success of the company, you have to take tough decisions occasionally. And I think understanding that on behalf of even the people affected is something that's really reinvigorating for founders. So my experience was very interesting in that sense.
So we just ran out of time, but I really want to hear from you one quick thought about the conditions and the market and where we are going. We have the saying in Portuguese that at the bottom of the pit there's can be another door and it can be further down. Do you think that this is the case? Can we go further down, or are we in the low and we can just go up?
My personal opinion is I think market conditions, it's very emotional, and it's not always rational. And I think what we lived at the peak of the hype wasn't really rational. And I think a lot of the correction that happened in last year primarily was also not very rational. I just mentioned the example of one of the largest stocks in the world, technology stock, more than doubling, almost tripling in value in the span of 6 months. So you see a new appetite, a newfound interest, I guess, in large cap technology companies. I think it takes a while for these emotions to settle. But my personal opinion is that the correction was too severe, and that we are moving towards a more healthy market environment going forward. So, but I'm also eternally optimistic. So you can't rely on what I say.
No, I agree completely. I think the market is every last moving and adjustment. Also, 2 years ago, many valuations, many business, so strange, it's not exactly real. So you have this balance. Now I think we are in the middle. Of course, we still have problems for the future, especially in the next couple of quarters, I believe, for people needing new investments. But I think the market is adjusting itself as it does every time in every market. So nothing too big.
Good. Thank you so much for your time, guys. Thank you so much for staying with us, and see you next year.
Thank you.
Oh my God, that's it, everyone. Thank you so much, Rio. Thank you, attendees. Thanks to our volunteers. Thanks to the food. Thanks to everybody for being here at the very first Web Summit Rio 2023.
Muito obrigada a todos pela presença, pela energia, pela troca. O Web Summit está muito feliz de estar aqui no Brasil pela primeira vez, no Rio pela primeira vez. A gente se vê novamente em 2024.
Yep, we're doing Toronto. Next time we'll see you, before we see you Rio in 2024, we'll be in Toronto for Collision, and then Lisbon for Web Summit Lisbon. And then we're actually doing Web Summit Qatar in March, and then we'll be back here in Rio in April of next year.
Casey, just to wrap up, I want to see if you learn how to say Brazil like Brazilians.
Well, I've been practicing in the back, so I think you say Brazil.
Yeah.
Yeah, good enough? Thank you.
That was better. Come on, give it up for Casey. Okay, okay.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody.
Such a
Good
great
night.
time. We'll see you next year, guys.
Next year.
Bye.
AI will be transformative for us.
You have unique opportunities to build something great.
And we can be found on the right side of history or the wrong side of history.
And that's really where we need to start flipping the script and thinking about things differently.
Creative people and creativity is about what could be and should be.
And I think it's really up to you guys.
We're in love with the region. Like, there's so many possibilities here.
The world needs more of that now than ever.
Let's go get it. Let's do it, because it can be done.